Okay, good morning. It is January 31st, 9 a.m. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. We are going to take the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bogue, Commissioner Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner Hackett, Commissioner McGowan,
Here.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Nanjapa,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 out of 7 commissioners present.
Okay, great. Welcome, everyone. I see folks are starting to Zoom into our meeting as attendees. This is, as I mentioned, the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. We have set aside today and tomorrow as deliberation days for the COGCC Commission. We are undertaking the financial assurance rulemaking. That is docket number 2106000097. Couple of procedural announcements. We will take a break at 10 a.m. today for approximately 30 minutes. A couple of us have to be involved in a different meeting, and we all want to be together when we're doing deliberations. So note for the record that the 10 a.m. break will be our morning break today. Secondly, we appreciate everyone attending in and listening into the deliberations. We have concluded party presentations on the financial assurance rulemaking, and we today will be deliberating amongst the commissioners themselves with the assistance of Director Julie Murphy. I anticipate, and I wanted to sort of speak to my fellow commissioners about how we go about deliberations. We've got lots of different elements that are interwoven together in the financial assurance rulemaking. The director will be introducing a PowerPoint slide that will help us as we move through the various buckets of issues that we need to deliberate on. I would like to suggest to my fellow commissioners that our first take through the various buckets, let's talk amongst ourselves. Let's get some feelings about where people may be or may not be, but let's not solidify anything into firm votes, and instead walk through the various issues, get some perspective on where folks may be, allow each other to get informed by our fellow commissioners, but not do the that kind of straw dog vote of, okay, we've got 3 people in this camp and we've got 2 people in this camp. Rather, let's walk through all the issues, get a sense of where people are, and then we could go back to the beginning and then start to solidify direction to staff after we've visited each of the various buckets that we need to talk through. Any thoughts about that as a proposal, about how to go forward with the complexities of this rulemaking? And there's a question mark at the end of that sentence. I see a couple of thumbs up. People in good camps. Okay. All right. Well, I think to get us kicked off, maybe the thing to do would be to call upon Director Murphy to share with us the process slides that she perhaps has developed. In what we might ask Director Murphy to do is to sort of run through all of them so that we can all see what you've put together in terms of the direction for our deliberation. And then the next step might be appropriate for commissioners to suggest if there are any additions or any subtractions to the slideshow so that we can sort of frame our deliberative process up front and all get a sense of the various elements that we're going to be looking at, the buckets we're going to be looking at, and then do a sort of an add to. Director Murphy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. I spent a lot of time over the last few weeks thinking not only about the substance of the questions before you, but also how we can work through them in a fashion that helps us come together on agreement. As my previous slide showed, I think of this very much as an intertwined Venn diagram, and it's hard to understand some of the minutia without understanding the broader framework, or, and stated differently, how decisions on one piece are made affects how other pieces are made. So it's a big living piece to me with lots of interstitial relationships. So what I have tried to do is break out what I think would be a great goal to accomplish today, which would be having the 5 of you determine the order to discuss the different elements that I outlined 10 days ago. And then each of you coming within those elements, what are the sub pieces, the sub issues, the questions, the issues that to be resolved, and go through each of those elements and identify those pieces. And then take probably a deep breath, maybe lunch, and come back and then work through that big picture question, and then break for the day. And then come back tomorrow and talk about the pieces and make decisions about the pieces that connect between the different elements. And that feels a little theoretical right now, but hopefully it'll become more real. I've prepared this PowerPoint very much drawing upon the experience that we had over the 4 months during mission change rulemaking, right? We've done this before a lot. And I think that you all developed a really excellent process for identifying issues, working through decisions, and being able to give staff an initial set of direction that staff can then put into a set of rules for parties to comment, for stakeholders to comment on, and then for you to ultimately make a decision around. So that's the overarching picture, is what did we learn during mission change that we can apply to this process. I intend this PowerPoint to be, oops, I forgot to share my PowerPoint. So that's fairly ineffective, but I'm having a great time reading it to you. Okay, here we go. So again, here's what I think we can accomplish today, what I would try to have us hold for tomorrow, so we have some time to think about it, recognizing that, again, as the chair said, what we put together today is a set of rules for input from everybody and to think about how they fit together in advance of making final decisions. So what I have done in this slide is I have suggested an order to work through the different elements I identified 10 days ago. I've tried to tie them in an order that also connects to which element it is from my previous presentation for folks who are trying to track between the two. I'll come back to this once I get through kind of an overview of where we are. So as I said, in some of these slides, I've identified places where I think there are specific questions that I've heard, decisions to be made, etc. For example, so kind of moving through the different elements. Some of the requirements in some areas, like for example, out of service wells or single well financial assurance, I have not identified as much. I expect this to be a living document that I am editing in real time today as you all are formulating questions, issues, concerns, and then ultimately providing that initial direction. So the hearing processes, how we work through those, the financial assurance plan. This is a slide where there's very little detail, but I expect very robust conversation and probably to spill over to more than one slide. Again, my goal here is trying to put together a framework that helps us walk through the decisions. And then my suggestion is we work through each of these. We work through what the right order of decision making is. Then we brainstorm all of our collective thoughts on the decisions that need to be made or thoughts you want to have addressed or discussed as part of today's discussion. And then we go back through and start making decisions. When we get to the point where we're making decisions about framework, I see my role very much as a facilitator for the discussion to make sure we're getting from point A to point B. And there are places and times where I expect I will offer to you as a commissioner that your issue is a very important one to talk about tomorrow, because it works on how different pieces relate together. And until we understand those big picture pieces, it's hard to figure out how to connect those dots. And so bear with me as I try to frame those issues. And if you disagree with me, that's totally fine. But that's really my goal, is to work through this discussion in an organized fashion, in a way that provides space to talk about each of the elements, each of the issues that we want to talk about, and then also to reach a decision. And Assistant AG Davenport can correct me. I don't think that we're taking formal votes, but when we get to issues where there may be some dissension or disagreement among commissioners, I will be looking for three to four of you to give me the nod that this is the direction we should go with this draft, recognizing we're going to come back after hearing from parties, after hearing from stakeholders, to actually look at what it looks like on paper and before we make a final decision. So that's my framework, my overarching comments. Again, this to me was a process that you all developed and deployed very successfully in the 4 months of 2020, which feels somehow like both a lifetime ago and just yesterday. So I hope it's a process that you all are comfortable with and can help us work through some of these different issues. And with that, Chair, I would take us back to the third slide and talk about the order for discussion, as long as this is an okay process for the commissioners.
Thank you, Director Murphy, for framing or creating a framework for our discussion. Couple of points that I would like to make, and this is just sort of housekeeping, but if we could see if AAG Stafford, Hearings Manager Larson, and AAG Davenport are doing a good job of sort of taking notes as we go through the deliberative process today. I generally try to take notes as well, but I'll be part of the discussion. And so if we could have 3 note takers, I think that would be really helpful to Director Murphy, as she is then going to be tasked with sort of moving forward with the commissioner deliberations and directions. So see, all 3 of you have now appeared. Good to see you all. Thumbs up to note taking, hopefully. AAG Davenport, you'll also be, readily available for legal questions that may arise as we move through the deliberative process. So I appreciate you jumped back to this slide, Director Murphy. There are 9 or 10 various elements that are on this slide. I think the initial question for commissioners is, are we comfortable with the order within which to sort of take up issues, number 1, and then number 2, does anyone have other elements that they would like to add to the slide? And just to kick it off, I think you've ordered it pretty darn well there, Director Murphy, in terms of the order. And I'm not sure that I have other large scale elements that need to be added, but would love to hear from my fellow commissioners on both of those questions.
Chair, I'm good with the order, and I'm still thinking through what additional topics may need to be addressed. I think once we get through this and discuss everything, we'll kind of figure out what's missing, and I might have some things to talk about at that point, but I'd like to maybe stick with this A through H and see where we go from there.
Great. Anybody else? Okay. Well, you did a good job there, Director Murphy.
Step 1.
You want to maybe move it into screen share mode so that we don't see all the other slides and the slide gets a little bit bigger for these old eyes that are mine?
I can when I introduce the slide, but to be able to take notes on the slide, I'm going to have to, I think, move back to this, and unless somebody is better at PowerPoint than I am, which is also equally possible.
Fair enough. No, that's fine. So do we want to then move to, yeah, that one, sort of an orphan well fund? In fact, if I slide this over, it gets bigger. So, okay, so creating an orphan well fund and fee, substance, establishing the fee. We heard from you, Director Murphy, minimum goal of generating at least the amount that you estimate is necessary to cover the administrative costs, noting that we should be receiving federal orphan well funding. Your note is that the administrative cost is approximately $1 million. I think we also heard from a lot of folks that establishing this orphan well fund fee and is a good backstop to a lot of the other elements of the work that we're doing, and perhaps establishing a robust orphan well fund is important. So I think we need to talk about amounts. We need to talk about how the fee is allocated, what the fairness attributes are around that. We heard that it's a per well fee. We heard folks wanting to move it away from per well to a length and depth of the drill hole. So there's a lot of elements in this discussion point. And so looking to fellow commissioners, let's start the discussion. Let's get into the depths of this. Anybody want to ring off first? Opening it up. Commissioner Nanjapa.
Sorry, thank you. I have a slightly different setup here, and so fumbling with the mute button. So I am of the opinion that we had broad support for a greater fee earlier on before we knew, some of the details of the federal funds. Some of those are still unknown. I am not entirely trusting of the duration and the amounts of the federal funds that we may get. And so I would be of the opinion of increasing or perhaps having a sliding scale, in the amounts that were initially proposed. So between 100 and 200 annually per well, and perhaps some sort of look back that allows for the determination of what that amount is on an annual basis. But I think this also then relies on the potential legislation to develop an enterprise fund. So that's just a quick nutshell on what I'm thinking on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner Nanjapa. And actually, I meant to preface this discussion with the concept or the idea of commissioners not worrying too much about the vehicle within which we house the fees. As I have mentioned to several of you, I have set up a working group with our attorney generals to help us get educated around enterprise, special purpose authority, other mechanisms that may exist. And we've not had a chance to meet. We've been busy with this rulemaking. And so I would hope to be able to report back with the vehicles and the limitations or non-limitations that may exist. And instead, I would hope that we could just focus in on, let's focus on policy today and not get bogged down with the type of vehicle. And so I appreciate your initial thoughts there, Commissioner Nanjapa, about sort of policy and what the fee ought to be. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think for me, part of the decision about the fee and how much it should be or how we should implement it might also be related to some discussions we've had related to whether or not there might be some sort of amnesty program, in which case I think the fund would need to be larger, and then maybe more than a $20 fee for just the administration of the federal funds. I guess another thing that I've been contemplating, and I'm not sure where my fellow commissioners are at, is whether or not we start now and slowly grow the fund over time with a couple of things in mind. One, not really knowing what is going to happen with the amount of orphan funds related to how financial assurance works out in our deliberations here. But two, also, is the orphan well fund just a safety net, or might we view it as also something to help offset higher bonding costs? So if do we grow it to create a larger safety net to offset higher bonding amounts? And that might not be on anyone's mind, but it's something I've been thinking about a little bit, and I don't even know what that looks like or how it worked, but that's something else I've been contemplating.
Me,
McGowan, and I think that those thoughts and comments play directly into the concept that we've all agreed upon, which is to let's throw out ideas without solidifying positions, because there's so much that's interrelated with all the work that we're doing. And I think that's an excellent sort of initial point to note on that. And Director Murphy, love the fact that you're taking notes as we fly on the PowerPoint. Commissioner Messner desired.
Chair, can I go back to Commissioner McGowan's comment and make sure I understand it?
Yep.
Your last comment, Commissioner McGowan, were you thinking more that if these financial assurance rules do result in additional orphan wells coming forward, as has been identified by some of our stakeholders, we want to make sure the fund is there to support the orphan well work? Is that the right tenor of your comment? Because when you first started, I misunderstood
I've
it.
got two thoughts in there. So that's one of them.
Okay.
Sorry. And then related to that, if we're worried that a lower financial assurance doesn't actually cover the cost of P&A and for reclamation, maybe the offset then is the orphan well fund isn't just a safety net. It's actually like the delta that addresses that difference between the actual cost versus what we're going to set financial assurance at. So there are actually two different kinds of ideas. Sorry.
Meaning that an operator could somehow rely upon this fund in calculating their total financial assurance, if I can.
I'm not sure how that would work. I guess I'm more concerned that if we're not setting it at an amount that we know is going to cover all the costs, for me, the orphan well then program becomes something more than just the safety net. Like for the little well, some small set of wells that become orphaned, it's actually like funding that the commission has access to make up the difference if full funding isn't available. And maybe maybe I'm saying the same thing, but just in a different way.
Can I try it again?
Yeah.
So if an operator, so if we take today's status quo, the status quo is that we first spend an operator's financial assurance before we expend funds from the orphan well fund to complete the orphan well work. And what I'm hearing in you is wanting to make sure that the orphan well fund is sufficiently funded to be able to cover that delta. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Gonzalez was wanting to raise his hand, but Commissioner Messner beat him to it earlier. So I'm not sure between the two of you who wants to fight for it.
I just had a question to clarify something that Commissioner McGowan just said.
Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, so I kind of, about the, offsetting for higher bonding amounts, I think I wanted to understand that correctly. Do you want to offset against potential fallout from higher bonding amounts, meaning that if a higher bonding amount triggers a operator to then orphan the wells because they can't pay into it, that's something we want to anticipate from the orphan well fund and fund against that? Do I understand that first part correctly?
That is correct. But then the other thing that I've been thinking about, and this just might not work. It's almost a fund that we have access to if we set, I don't know really how to explain myself, but there might be a way for us to create a fund that everyone pays into so that we can lower the financial assurance amount for kind of like a risk. Like if we lower what's required for single financial assurance, we have a bigger fund to it as a safety net because we are increasing the risk for the commission. So I actually think there's two things that I'm trying to put on paper or talk about.
So are you envisioning this to be like a subsidy for operators that can't afford a higher bonding cost?
I guess that kind of would end up being what it would be. Maybe that's what it would be, a subsidy then, I guess.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm kind of getting it right in my head so I can think about it kind of in reference of what I'm thinking about. And then to get the next part about supplementing as a potential supplement for higher actual costs versus what a bonded amount is. So if an operator has, let's say an operator has 10 wells and they're bonded to, 50% of single well financial assurance, maybe under an individualized plan, I'm in hypotheticals here. And then it turns out that operator walks away, but we need a higher bonding amount, then we take their bond and the orphan well fund is meant to cover the
delta. Yep, the difference.
And I think
Yes.
I can get those notes down correctly. So I appreciate your clarification there. Thank you.
I'm just gonna have Commissioner Gonzalez explain things for me.
Bad idea.
Thank you for helping me like work through that.
Okay. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think from my point of view, the Orphan Well Fund is, I mean, it's an incredibly important part of the conversation around financial insurance holistically. I think it does interrelate to what ultimately this commission decides is appropriate financial assurance for existing wells. And I think it interrelates in a few different ways, and I'll get into that in a second here. But I want to acknowledge what I believe is real, which is the potential for this financial assurance rulemaking to reveal a significant number of orphan wells that at this point had not been anticipated. And I think, so first and foremost, I think that the Orphan Well Fund is designed to address orphan wells and to address them in a manner that is that addresses them in a timely fashion, and as funded in an amount to address them in a timely fashion. I think too that the Orphan Well Fund is a form of backstop or collateral to considering something less than full cost bonding in a financial assurance structure for existing wells. And so to me, I'm hearing from surety bond companies that the minimum requirement for collateral in order to be able to gain a surety bond is 50%. I think of that in similar light, that our Orphan Well Fund is the surety that the state has that the financial assurances mechanisms that we have in place at least meet a minimum threshold of surety or of collateral. And so I do believe that we need to robustly fund the Orphan Well program. I do think that the well registration fee or the whatever mechanism is chosen to fund the Orphan Well program needs to be considered separately from federal funds. While I acknowledge that federal funds are there, I think that it is a limited amount over time. It's a little bit unknown as to the specific amounts and the surety associated with those, and needs to be considered subsidiary to the primary goal of properly funding our Orphan Well program. I think that our Orphan Well program needs to be, I think we can consider a flat well registration fee. I think that there are other considerations, and one consideration that I've been kicking around is a flat well registration fee, and then in addition a per foot fee. I would anticipate the need to fund the Orphan Well program at a minimum of $10 million in the first year, $15 million in the second year, and then depending on need, make adjustments from there moving forward. I think initially we had talked about a $200 well registration fee that got us to $10 million annually. I think there's a way to do a flat $50 well registration fee and then bridge that difference with a per well fee. But I don't want to get down into the details right now, because I think there's lots of different ways to fund an Orphan Well program. And I think we can kick that around, but I think I'm looking at funding an Orphan Well program significantly higher than what's been proposed at this point.
Commissioner Commissioner, for the comments. Commissioner Gonzalez?
I was going to go through my list, but I think Commissioner Nanjapa may have had a question for Commissioner. Okay, she's shaking her head. So Commissioner McGowan, I'll let you interrupt me.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Commissioner Mesner, I think what you're saying is the fee should apply to everybody. Some of our stakeholders have said that the fee should not apply to wells on federal land. Are you saying?
So it's
it
my
applies across
opinion,
the board?
it's my opinion that it should apply to everyone. It's a cost of doing business in the state of Colorado. I also think it's important to mention in this light that, you know, if we're collecting this much money, understanding that there's federal funding and then there's orphan well funding, my hope would be that we would ramp up our orphan well program to be able to timely utilize the funds that are collected in probably a manner that is not being contemplated at this point, in anticipation of what I believe will be the revealing of a significant number of wells in the first 3 years, and then a plateauing of the number of orphan wells for a while. But I also think it's important. It's an important opportunity as we look at the utilization of orphan well funds and developing a robust orphan well program. The opportunity that is out there in rural parts of the state for entrepreneurship, plugging abandonment opportunities, for workforce opportunities, as we look to address this situation. So I think it certainly merits a significant expenditure for our orphan well program moving forward.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. So I may not be as concise as my fellow commissioners on this. I'm going to ramble for a little bit. You know, thematically, I think that the way I see this working is we got to figure out what the target is, and I think that our discussions here are going to help get us to that. You know, kind of in an umbrella perspective, then we can work out more details from there. I do think that we need to consider, you know, the federal funds alongside the state funds in terms of how we address what we anticipate as being near-term orphan wells, because I think that we are going to daylight a whole lot of orphan wells that we don't know now, right? So we've got a known bucket of like 625, and then we could daylight, you know, a couple thousand more. And so just to plan an orphan well fund based on what we have known now, I think would probably be deficient. And so I think that there should be a target developed on what we anticipate a potential near-term orphan well deluge, if you will, coming to us with just higher bonding costs, a more stringent financial assurance structure that may just trigger operators to walk away. I know that's what we're trying to avoid, but I think that some of that component is unavoidable. And then when I consider that and we start thinking about that fund, I think that we should give some credit to the estimations that Director Murphy has put together in terms of what we anticipate and are planning for from the feds. And we can kind of take that target amount, you know, maybe take a conservative approach, put it on the higher side, reduce what we think we're getting from the feds, which I understand is a $93 million influx over the next 10 years through 2032, and then kind of work our way up and evaluate the delta once that money is gone, or once we understand how that money is coming in and being used. I have a huge concern about our ability to spend the money, right? I don't think that getting money in necessarily equates to money going out the door as well and money being able to be used. I think that's a huge concern for me. And so I'm more of the opinion of let's start slow with a more reasonable target, account for the federal funds, and then build up after an evaluation once we see what the reality of our financial assurance rules look like, what the federal funds and the application, our ability to spend those funds look like. And then we can have a better idea based on a budget that's higher than we've ever had on how that is being efficiently used and adjust our funding accordingly. So I'm kind of rambling through what my thoughts are there. But generally, we set the target. We discount for the estimated Fed influx, and then we kind of build up from there. I don't want to plan for a bunch of money that is just going to sit there that we can't use, that is beyond our ability to translate into actual impact on the ground. So that's kind of generally thematically how I'm thinking about it. When we think about the well registration fee and how that applies, I have taken a lot of concern from smaller operators and from lower producing operators about the equitable application of this well registration fee. And so I like the idea of finding ways to distinguish different types of operations. Now, I don't think that total measured depth, as was proposed by Small Operator Society and Own Resources, is the right way. I really think a better way to look at it is total vertical depth, but I don't know if that's something that's easily done through our COGCC system. So that's an open question for staff that I'd like to hear back from. Is total vertical depth an easy way or an easy determining factor for determining a well registration fee, or to base a well registration fee off of? I also like the idea of a combination. This is something that I thought about a long time ago, is could we do a production fee up to a certain production level, and then once it hits a certain production level, then it just triggers a flat fee beyond that. That way, you can account for lower producing wells and their contribution into a well registration fee versus a higher producing well that is necessarily going to have less of an economic impact to that well from that well registration fee as a lower producing well. And so I think about lower producing wells differently in the context of financial assurance. But when I think about it in terms of the Orphan Well Fund, I'd like to see some more equity in terms of how we apply that. So I like the idea of a combination. I like the idea of a total vertical depth basis. I could get on board with a flat well fee, but these are some concerns I think we could address to try and dial it in a more precise fashion. So I think that generally covers my ramble for now, and I'll turn it back over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I want to query you on this production level piece. If you could give us a little more perspective on that front. I have been struggling with the concept of, well, number one, I'll just say it, I think we ought to go big at the beginning and then ramp down after a year or so. So I'm kind of in vein with Commissioner Messner on that, and then sort of see where we're at. But that's not the question I have for you. The question I have is that I also have heard and agree with some of the lower producers or some of the own resources of the world that have a good production, but that it is lower. And if you just have a flat fee, that's not equitable. And so I would love to hear more about your production up to a certain amount and then make it a flat fee. Have you run numbers on that, or is it just still a concept at this point?
No, I haven't put pen to paper on that, and I'm not quite sure what the appropriate metrics are to view that. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that idea, maybe from industry, from operators, on how they could think that distribution could work. But I was influenced by the amount of wells that Own Resources, the Foundation Energy, and the Evergreen Natural Resources hold in this state, and what their production contribution is based on their well portfolios, and then also the percentage of contribution that those operators would put towards this well registration fee. It just didn't seem to work out for me. And so I think that if we can find a spot that accounts for a more equitable distribution based on production, and then basically it goes up to a certain amount, but then once you get to a certain production threshold, you go into a flat fee. I'm not quite sure how it works out, but I think there's room to find a combination there. So that's really the extent to which I've been able to dial in the details. Sorry, I haven't been able to figure that out further, but I'm hoping that the smarter people than me can put their heads together and find a better solution.
Well, I note that we have 86 participants listening in to this discussion, and so perhaps some of those folks can put pen to paper and assist us on that front. Appreciate the thoughts on that. Other thoughts on orphan well fund and fee? Commissioner McGowan, followed by Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure if we should address it here or when we get to a definition section, but a lot of folks were asking why we had unwilling as part of a definition for an operator who has orphaned a well. And so I don't know if we should parking lot that or if it belongs somewhere else, but that.
Yeah, I think that might be getting more weedy, but we can certainly parking lot it, and I appreciate you bringing it up so that we can make sure we've got it in the parking lot. Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to my fellow commissioners for all the conversation. I think this is the part that I was sort of looking forward to, because there's a lot of stuff that has been swimming around in my head, and just hearing from each of you helps a lot. I just wanted to note that I do kind of agree with points that both, I think, Commissioner Messner and Commissioner Gonzalez made about the federal funds, that we need to think about that a little bit carefully. You know, my understanding is that there are limitations on the federal funds in terms of what we get per year plus what we spend, you know, in a certain time frame. And so in my view, it seems like, while I agree with Commissioner Messner, we need to think of this orphan well fund separately, because I think to the extent that we can plan for our future apart from the federal funds is important. We also need to think about both how much we are actually able to spend in an annual, you know, on an annual basis, and you know, how much then that kind of brings into the program. I also agree with what Commissioner Gonzalez said, that I'm thinking a lot about the differences in our various operators, and thinking about ways we can be equitable there. One question I had for Director Murphy, I guess, is, and I should know this, but are the infrastructure funds, you know, are they dedicated at fixed amounts per year for the various purposes, including like the orphan well cleanup, et cetera? Or are they tied at all to annual congressional appropriations? I think it's the former, but I just wanted to confirm.
That's an outstanding question that I have no idea what the answer is, but I'll work with our team to figure it out. And worst case, I'll ask everybody in about 17 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, and I would just say that if we, and sorry, Commissioner Robbins, I saw you.
I was just gonna say, I think it is the former. I think that the bill allocated out the 500 million, and that's already done. And so it's not going to be each year's congressional approval. I think it's already set out.
Okay, excellent. That does make a difference. You know, I think that there are always intentions sometimes for these types of programs, but when they're tied to appropriations, you know, it can fluctuate quite a bit. And so that is helpful to know that this is dedicated for these purposes, and that we can maybe plan a little bit more accurately that way. I just wanted to acknowledge an agreement that I also think that both with what we decide, you know, may reveal additional orphan wells, and also this possible amnesty concept, you know, could add a bunch of orphan wells. And so I think we'll have a lot more to deal with. And this is where I'm thinking about how the federal funds do interplay with what we collect, and or you know, what vehicles we'll need. And I know Chair Robbins mentioned that we shouldn't really worry about that right now, but I think that that's part of the bigger consideration for me. And yeah, I think, yeah, I guess that's all I'll say for now. Thank you.
Okay, every single commissioner raised their hand at exactly the same time. I'm going to call upon Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple additional points. So it's clear where I'm thinking. I mean, I do think we need to ramp up quickly and to a significant amount. While I appreciate there's some concern around the ability to spend the funds, I don't think I guess I don't think we should limit ourselves. I mean, I think I have the ability, I believe we have the ability to ramp up to an appropriate level in a reasonable amount of time to be able to address the situation that we need to address. And this is simply from, addressing orphan wells that could potentially get daylighted over the next few years. I certainly don't want to limit ourselves, and would like to have a high expectation for what we're going to accomplish with this. And so that's one point. Second point, as far as making sure that we consider federal funds separate, and I'm not saying ignore the federal funds. I'm just saying consider them as a as an added bonus to an overall consideration for orphan well funding. As a previous local government elected, there's local governments all over the country that are owed promised federal funds from almost every single department, over the years. And so these funds, while they may initially get promised, sometimes find their way, never find their way to their end goal at times. And so, I think that we just need to be really careful to not be dependent on it, but have it as a subsidiary to what our primary funding mechanism is for orphan wells. And so I'm not ignoring it, and I'm not saying that we're not going to receive that funding, but I just think that we don't develop a program dependent on that. We develop a program independent to address the situation and utilize these funds as appropriate. And so I think my third point and final point is I think it's still really important to consider the orphan well funding and the amount in the orphan well program as collateral for considering if we were to consider a financial assurance mechanism for existing wells that would be less than 100% bonding. And so I think that's important consideration. So it's not necessarily all about what we can spend in the orphan well fund, but also as a necessary backstop, as a necessary collateral for looking at different financial assurance mechanisms for existing wells.
Chair, may I ask a question?
Please.
When I was trying to set up our organization today, the first pass was to get everybody's kind of concepts on paper. And to me, we may be starting to drift into really discussing the merits of this. And so my question to you commissioners is, do we want to put all of our topic ideas together and then decide this issue? Or do we want to make sure we capture everybody's issues and move on to the next element and come back to making decisions about the orphan well fund and fee?
And I think it's, in my opinion, we're trying to sort of flesh out approaches from commissioners on this issue. I think we've somewhat done that in terms of hearing from folks about where they are at with regard to the orphan well fund issues. And I see Commissioner McGowan, I'll get to you in just a sec. And so, again, just fleshing out my perspective, I'm kind of with you, Commissioner Messner, in terms of the approach. And so with that, let's recognize each person one last time, and then perhaps we can move to topic 2, noting that we're going to break in about 11 minutes.
And Chair, I'm also going to need to make sure that we capture, I feel like this slide captures a lot of the dialogue from this morning. I haven't heard much discussion about the process component of the rule. And I don't know if that means that everybody's cool with it, right? Like creating a Form B, listing the wells, like really the administration of the rule. And I just want to flag that I haven't heard a lot about that. And I will take that as a sign that, staff nailed it. But
I think you can take it as a sign that staff nailed it, and that from a policy perspective, we're going to let you figure that one out. At least that's this commissioner's thoughts. Commissioner McGowan, you had your hand raised, and then Commissioner Gonzalez.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I know it's in different places, so I got to make sure that I'm catching all my concepts. There was, I think, kind of for a fleeting moment, a discussion about whether or not the orphan well program could be used to reimburse others who P&A wells. And I'm going to say here that I'm not sure where I am on that kind of concept, but I thought I would just put it on the table for discussion for later.
You're doing an excellent job of putting stuff in the parking lot, Commissioner McGowan, which we otherwise would miss. So I totally appreciate that. And we will make sure that is there as well. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm sorry, Commissioner McGowan, I missed a little bit of what you just said. I was taking notes, so hopefully this isn't exactly what you just said. But I wanted to add to the list a consideration for access to the Orphan Well Fund from a relevant local government. I do think, I sincerely believe that if we overfund this, we're going to have a really hard time spending it. And I think about that just in terms of the operators that are out in the basin that have a substantial plugging program, and and they're even limited by the resource, by their access to crews, to equipment, coordination of timing, all that stuff. And so if we can use this fund to its intended purpose of, and again, we may discuss this, but to unintended purpose of addressing our existing known and soon to be known orphan wells, I think that any help we can get in spending that money and applying that to wells that need to be taken off the landscape of Colorado is done. So I'd like to find a way to work that into the rules. A comment on this discussion, just to address Director Murphy's point, is I really enjoyed how this discussion is going. I don't think we've gotten too far in the weeds. We may at some point, but I appreciate all the perspectives. I think we're talking pretty high level, pretty thematically about where we're at in our own considerations. So I'm good with that. And then, when I think about building this up to a substantial amount, I think that's appropriate. I really want to make sure that we build in a mechanism to say, hey, how are we doing? What's our report card? And do we need to adjust, up or down, given how this actually turns out in reality? Because I think we're making a lot of assumptions here. And I think we're applying our best judgment, but best judgment is no substitute for actual look backs. So that's one thing I want to throw in there, is that I want to have a set time or a set frequency that we come back and revisit this.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one last point. This is also maybe a little bit peripheral and so more of a placeholder. But I do want to at least maybe signal for those listening that I think to the extent possible that industry themselves can work out a process for identifying, I guess, operators that are maybe in distress and helping to get those, viable wells that might otherwise go into the orphan well programs, and to, get them out of that pipeline before they come in. And so I'm even thinking, I don't know exactly how this might work in rule, but like a step in the enforcement process that allows for, industries to sort of discuss amongst each other, how we can get some of those wells back up and running and out of the orphan well program pipeline, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to at least make that as a placeholder, and this is probably more of a discussion that perhaps groups like COGA and API could be working out amongst themselves, but it at least is I think it's something important that we need to think about, because it doesn't help anybody when we've got wells going into the orphan well program, and especially if there are wells that may be that may be used in other beneficial ways, including returning to production. Oh, and sorry, just a note on that. I think just as in recognition of some of the points that some of the operators raised, that it looks like there is not a clear path for purchasing wells out of the orphan well program due to who actually possesses those wells, who actually owns those wells and the rights and the leases and all those other considerations. And so that's why I'm just flagging this as another placeholder that maybe is less out of our deliberations, but just something that I think that operators and some of these associations could be thinking about how to address.
Thank you, Commissioner Nanjapa. Okay, I'm seeing that we may have discussed around this topic in a pretty good manner. Appreciate the fact that Director Murphy has been taking vigorous notes. And I note that we are at 9:56 and a half. And Director Murphy and I do need to attend a different matter at 10 for about 30 minutes. So I'm wondering if we should just go ahead and, instead of jumping into the next point, go ahead and take a break. And everyone just maintain your monitor on this station. And when I show back up, we'll plan on just moving into the next slide and next discussion point. Before we do that, I just want to touch base with my fellow commissioners. How did this feel? Did this work pretty good for everybody? Are we doing, does this sort of diving in without solidifying positions and hearing from each other, is that working for everyone? I want to make sure that our process that we are developing on the fly is a known process that seems to be working for folks. I like it, by the way. Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up all the way around. So with that, we will take a morning break and anticipate we'll return 10:30-ish, but I don't know exactly when that's going to be. So thank you everybody for listening in. Stay tuned, and the next sequel to the COGCC financial assurance rulemaking will be ongoing in about 30 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Just adjust stuff here. We're still waiting on Commissioner Gonzalez. There he is. Julie Murphy starting screen share. Before we move back into content and next steps, just let the world know that Julie and I did attend on behalf of COGCC in the state of Colorado a phone call with Department of Interior. As everyone knows, they plan on releasing initial figures with regard to infrastructure funds for orphan wells around noon Mountain Time today. So we'll keep our eyes and ears out for that. So getting back to business, we did move through the slide and through the topic of orphan well funds at kind of that high level. And so now we will continue forward with the continued issues as identified by Director Murphy. Do you want to frame the next discussion for us, Director Murphy?
Sure, thank you, Chair. I think that this is one of the more narrow questions, recognizing it has broad applicability, and was addressed in great detail by a number of our stakeholders and parties over the course of the last year. Staff's approach has been to continue the status quo with regard to requiring financial assurance for federal wells. And I think that there's a broad discussion among stakeholders about whether that is the right path, and complementing or perhaps making the decision more complicated is that the federal government is strongly signaling that it will embark upon its own rulemaking to change or update or address financial assurance for federal wells. And I'm using wells kind of broadly, perhaps financial assurance for federal lands or leases is a better broadening of that discussion. So I think the question to you is I would frame it in that way. Chair, you're muted.
Sure enough. Thank you, Director Murphy. I am now unmuted. Yeah, I mean, I think you framed the point well there. Appreciate staff's perspective and appreciate a lot of the dialogue and debate from our stakeholders on this topic. Does anybody want to launch into this issue? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start. I do think that we need to apply our financial assurance requirements on federal wells. I do think that's what the act intends us to do. I do think that there's, it's reasonable and necessary to apply financial assurance, whatever that ends up being across all wells in the state of Colorado. I do, however, I'm not interested in double bonding. And so am comfortable with language that would include a substantial equivalency to state financial assurance requirements and requiring operators, should there be a gap, to close the gap. I know that there's some challenges around doing a dollar for dollar equivalency. And so I'm comfortable with the language of substantial equivalency. I also acknowledge that the federal government is anticipating undergoing a rulemaking. I think the timing of that is nebulous at this point, particularly as to when the outcome of that will ultimately be, or the implementation of that. So I'm not ignoring that, but I do think it's still important at this point to include an equivalency language.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner, for leading off. Others with thoughts? Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Messner, for leading off. I also believe that we need some sort of bridge, for lack of a better word, and that, you know, having some considerations for bonding on federal lands that would also depend on where we land on our financial assurance plans, et cetera, you know, would kind of depend on, would kind of help determine, you know, what those amounts might be. And I think because we are already contemplating an annual review process, that in itself will allow us to catch a change in the federal system, federal bonding system. And like Commissioner Messner, I'm not interested in double bonding, but rather closing gaps where they may be appropriate, and perhaps some additional considerations for additional costs that may be incurred on some federal lands, for example, in high priority habitat, or certain types of sensitive soils, or that type of thing. But so generally, I think that we need to just set our bonding levels based on characteristics of the operator that kind of make them fall into groupings or tiers or whatever. And then the annual review process will allow us to determine that there has been a change in the federal bonding level, and then make a change for that operator or for those wells accordingly.
Commissioner Nanjapa, the one point that your point brings to my mind is we do need to think about, and I don't know that we've established that we would be doing a full-on annual review each year. There had been some discussions amongst folks that that's a whole lot of annual reviews, and maybe it's a multi-year annual review. So I just sort of park that in the parking deck out there for folks to mull over as you think about what we're doing with federal wells, et cetera. So Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm thinking along the same lines as Commissioner Nanjapa and Commissioner Messner. You know, I think there should definitely be consideration for federal or other, but I'm thinking federal specific here. Federal financial assurance as it applies to operators and their state financial assurance requirements. I'll tell you, I'm a little gun shy about thinking about substantial equivalency, given kind of how that's working with our OGDP reviews. I think there's just a wide open concept that I would love to find some more preciseness to as we think about how we can bridge the gap there. You know, one thing that the staff has I guess proposed, or maybe I've just talked about this with Director Murphy, I'm not quite sure the formality of it, but some delayed application would be something I would consider exploring with some finite time frame on the back end of it. I understand the arguments from West Slope COGA and from some of the other Western Slope operators on federal lands about the challenges of trying to reconcile a changing federal financial assurance regime with a state financial assurance regime, and to try and do that mid-year or midstream may be a challenge to really equivocate it in the right way. And so I think that one thing that I would put up there as something to consider is looking at ways that maybe we say, hey, we're going to think about ways to address state wells on federal lands, whether that's the Delta or some review in the financial assurance plans as to how it applies, but then make that delayed to maybe 90 days after. I know I'm getting into details here, but I'm just thinking out loud, based on what my notes are, 90 days after it comes into effect, or, the sooner of 90 days after it comes into effect, or some date certain in the future, January 30th, 2023 or something. I'm just throwing a date out there. But something to that effect, as been in my mind as something that may work, or commit to a subsequent rulemaking that says, hey, once the feds know how they're going to be doing their financial assurance regime, then we're going to revisit specific financial assurance as to federal wells on state lands. So those are a couple ways I'm thinking about approaching it. Depending on how our tiers shake out, this could just be left open the same way that Alaska does it. And I spent some time over the weekend looking at that. But basically, if an operator thinks that they are already covered by financial assurance and they are seeking an individualized plan under one of our tiers, if that's the way we go, that perhaps that individualized plan could account for any kind of reconciliation between state and federal financial assurance. I'm absolutely opposed to double bonding, and I'm concerned about putting something into place that then needs to be unwound in the near term. So that's a couple of things that I'm wrestling with now. And I think that's, again, end of my ramblings for federal wells. I'm going through my notes real quick over here. And one thing about this, I was thinking about if there is a equivocation between federal wells and state funds, I think the quantification of that could very well rest with the director and staff in terms of reconciling that with maybe the option of the staff, the director, or an operator bringing that to us for either further reconciliation or for adjudication of any disputes in that regard. I think that's where I sit on federal wells, is very high level.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner McGowan?
I'm not sure I have a whole lot to add, except that I agreed. Oops. Sorry, operator error. Or maybe I just want to be the quiet voice behind the black screen. I agree that there should not be double bonding. If there's a simple way for us to do it, and I'm not sure there is, given some of the testimony that we've had, I kind of just want to know what the operator is obligated to do with their federal well, and then what they have to assure with the state is the difference between what they would have had to have been assured for at the statewide level, right, for Colorado. So it's the difference between their federal amount and the state amount that they would have fallen under, were they on, would the state rules have applied, or I'm not sure how to say that. But so I'm kind of looking at the delta, the difference between the two, but I'm not sure if there's an easy way for the operators to do that and for us to figure out what that is and confirm. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. Having heard from my fellow commissioners, I'll weigh in kind of on my thoughts as well. I do believe that it is appropriate and that 181 does request or allow or require us to apply financial assurance to federal wells. I am in agreement with everyone else that we ought to try to accommodate this in a manner that does not establish double bonding. So let's figure out how to do that. I don't think it's simple. Commissioner Gonzalez, I actually am in your camp in that I would like to suggest, or at least, my thought on this would be that we put into our rule something that establishes that our rules will be applicable to federal lands, but that becomes effective within a time period after the BLM has adjusted whatever regime it's going to do. And I agree that we perhaps put in there a date certain that if the BLM hasn't done something within a period of time, then our rules become applicable to federal lands. I get concerned about putting something into our rules like becoming effective April 15th and trying to figure out how to apply it now. I also think there is prudence in the concept of, we're planning on having financial assurance plans dependent upon operator, some within 6 months of effective date, some within 8 months, or there's timeframes built in. And so maybe the federal ones could be toward the end, which would accommodate the BLM and they're establishing something different. I too am not happy with the verbiage of substantial equivalence. I think we're having a lot of work on that. Having said that, I'm not sure what else we do in terms of trying to figure that out. But that would be sort of, my idea is that the commission would put into our rules immediately a rule that becomes effective within a time frame of the BLM's change or at a time certain. And that rule establishes that we would defer to the federal bonding unless the director and or the commission make a determination that the Fed bond is not substantial equivalent to what we are requiring under our financial assurance rules. So those are my sort of mumblings about this topic. So I guess I would defer back to, or try to get some sense back from Commissioners Nanjapa, McGowan, and Messner about doing something effective immediately versus doing something that at least two of us are suggesting would be effective at a time certain down the road after BLM has acted or after a certain time frame. Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would want a little bit more discussion on sort of the merits. I appreciate, the suggestion. I think that's a good, suggestion of, what Commissioner Gonzalez kind of put forward of sooner of 90 days or a date certain when the BLM rules go into effect. But I am also thinking there may be some value in once the category or tier or whatever that an operator falls into is determined, kind of looking across their wells, including on federal lands, and whether there needs to be some additional amount provided to the state in certain circumstances before the BLM rules go into effect, if that makes sense. So I, again, am open to the discussion on that point, but I think there may be some value in at least just kind of looking across each operator's portfolio of federal wells as it relates to whatever, tier and financial assurance plan they fall into.
Commissioner Messner, then Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the desire to not want to do this twice, essentially, and the lack of certainty that creates, and so I can I can be comfortable with a date certain. I'm not comfortable with a date certain 3 years from now, but a date certain within a year of implementation of the rules, or at 90 days at the conclusion of the BLM's financial assurance rulemaking. Yeah, I mean, I can get around that. I mean, I appreciate the the challenge of trying to do this twice. You know, as to the point of substantial equivalency, I mean, I don't disagree with you that it could be a challenging term. Although it's a known term, whether that's substantially similar or substantially equivalent. And I think that there's some clarity on this topic in particular as we look at BLM financial assurance mechanisms and state financial assurance mechanisms that can be discussed in a statement of basis and purpose that may help narrow what substantially equivalency would mean, you know, should we choose to go this route.
Commissioner Messner, if I could, one of my thoughts behind having a date certain. So if they don't act within a period, then ours becomes effective. That gets at the rub that the BLM may take forever to do whatever it is they're going to do. The other thought, and I don't know if this was Commissioner Gonzalez's thought, but at least my idea of doing, say, 90 days or 120 days following enactment of the new BLM rule is that provides a time frame within which our staff and BLM staff and the operators that are going to be effective can like work through what the new BLM rule is and work through how they could apply and intermesh our rule with their rule so that we're not trying to figure it out like on day one of the new BLM rule, but it does provide the operator, our staff and BLM staff an opportunity to sort of figure it out, so to speak. And I thoroughly appreciate the concept of amplifying and further defining substantial equivalence within the SBP. I think that's a really good idea. Commissioner Gonzalez, then Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, that's right along the same lines that I was thinking about in terms of a date certain. I think within a year would be very, very reasonable. And then having that kind of buffer to really understand the rules once they come into effect and their application, the calculations associated with that. And then I want to throw another wrench in the spokes here in the consideration of relevant local governments or potentially the state land board issuing bonds that could also overlap with state bonds, and finding a way to apply a similar kind of delta analysis or a similar analysis in terms of, hey, if a relevant local government requires certain bonding and it meets or exceeds hours that perhaps that operator within as to wells or as to operations or pads or projects within that relevant local government's jurisdiction, something like that. I'm getting the language here. That basically that would be taken into consideration as a discount or as a substitute for statewide financial assurance. So I know it's not specific to federal wells, but I think it tracks right along the same lines. So I wanted to throw that out there as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going back and looking at the draft rules for the when financial assurance plans are due. And at the end are the operators with 10 or fewer wells. That's due by the end of this year, December 31st, 2022. So I guess to throw another idea in the hopper, we could have the folks with federal wells also due December 31st, because I think BLM's draft rules are supposed to be out. I can't remember if it's March or May, but that leaves plenty of time for us to get an idea of where things are headed.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan, for going back and looking at that. My only thought about that is, what if the BLM isn't done? And then we're still requiring federal well financial assurances to come into place under the sort of current regime. And so I would respectfully push back of the concept of, what if we put into our rule the substantial equivalence option, and then but made it effective either 90 days from enactment of the BLM rule, which gives that time frame for staff and BLM and the operators to work it out, or April 15th of 2023, which is a year out from our effective date. So that's kind of a hard time frame. So those are my thoughts. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to comment on Commissioner Gonzalez's thoughts around local government financial assurance. And I think we just want to clarify in there as we're looking at it, whether or not that local government's financial assurance requirements. Some of the local governments are writing financial assurance requirements that says that's bridging the delta between what the state requires and what they require, right? Versus having it in addition to what the state requires. And so I think we just need to make sure that we're contemplating that if we're including local governments in that. So that we're not inadequate in our financial assurance if they have that bridging the gap language in their local regs.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I kind of understand the concept around this. I guess I would want to understand from staff what happens when a local government has a bond or assurance and we also have, and then who's responsible for pulling the bond and getting the work done. It's not clear to me how that works today and how that would work if we're kind of looking at making sure that there isn't double bonding, so to speak. So I just kind of, I think before I can feel intelligent about this conversation, I think I need to understand how that works and who's left with the responsibility of the well and pulling the bond and getting the work done. Does that make sense what I'm asking for?
Yeah. And I also, the locals are going to be bonding for sort of like the surface issues and reclamation issues, and we're bonding for more of the downhole issues and sort of figuring that interrelationship out as well. We're throwing a lot at you, Director Murphy, so I'm appreciative of your keeping all this onto the screen. Your PowerPoint's getting large. Commissioner Gonzalez, do you want to weigh back in on that point?
No, I think it's an important consideration. So I'd leave that question open as a question for staff to come back and consider.
Do we want to?
I think when we get to claiming bonds, and I think that's going to be kind of maybe one of these other issues that we talk about, either claiming or refunding when appropriate bonds, that maybe this is part of that discussion. But there's going to be some discussion or needs for discussion about overlap between who gets the bond first, who's the first right holder, and if the bond is only in favor of, say, the feds or only in favor of the local government, what's COGCC's position in that? So, again, these are just more hairy components to this federal state interaction. But I don't have a solution or any other thoughts other than it's a good consideration by Commissioner McGowan.
Sure, if I may, the staff level question I feel okay answering as it relates to state land board right now.
Please go ahead.
And right now we work closely with state land board. If we've claimed a bond and they have also claimed a bond, they generally transfer us that money to spend. It does kind of create these ongoing conversations with us with us and state land board about priority and how the work gets done. And I would expect that if local governments are imposing financial assurance requirements and have gone through the process to claim it, it will be part of our interstitial relationship with those local governments about who's coordinating the spending, whether it's coming to us to spend or we're coordinating contractors. I'm not sure that we have a precise formula worked out. I think we're only starting to see local governments start to impose financial assurance requirements. And I don't know that an operator with financial assurance at both the state and local level has been through that process to date. So I don't have a great answer for the piece about how is it going to work with locals in the state. Know that, we'll work through it if it comes up and, rely on the strong relationships that we have and are developing with local governments.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I think is different here when we think about the local governments and the state land board potentially, but really just local governments, that's more of the unknown, is that we have some sort of, some semblance of understanding of when the feds are going to at least attempt to pass these rules, being May of this year. And these local governments could impose these rules at any time between now and whenever. So I wouldn't advocate for the same kind of delayed application that I'm talking about for the Fed lands, just because the date's so uncertain, and perhaps, with these relevant local governments, they'll have a greater understanding of bonding being tied to state level bonding, and a greater relationship with the operators themselves. And so my hope is that any kind of overlap or, really any kind of overlap or negative interaction between those two bonding schemes could be addressed, during some sort of review frequency or petition for review when that occurs. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. It wasn't exactly tying to what Director Murphy was talking about, but just an additional consideration.
All right, so we sort of pivoted to the local government component, which is an important point. Julie's or Director Murphy's capturing that on our slides. We still have outstanding sort of the federal component, and I think there's sort of two issues there. One is it an approach? So it seems like we've got consensus that we should apply our financial assurance to federal wells, and that we should do it in a substantial equivalent manner, and that we ought not do double bonding. The outstanding issue, it seems, is whether it's applicable, effective immediately, effective at some delayed date, irrespective of when the BLM does their rules, or effective at a time certain with a delay to allow staff and BLM to sort of work out the new relationship. I don't know that we have to sort of solidify that out this morning. Seems like it would be helpful if we could. At least that's just my thought process on it. So looking at my fellow commissioners to see what their thought process is on it. Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you. So I guess part of my thought process in sort of this bridge concept, so to speak, is just thinking about where we might land, if we are going to consider certain blanket bonding regimes or, comprehensive bonds or things like that, and then how we then consider the federal wells within that. Do we exclude them then from that plan? Do they get included for the purposes of the calculation of that bond amount? Do they, anyway, that's part of where I'm sort of thinking that's a place that we could sort of capture some additional bonding, so to speak, as a bridge while we determine what happens on the Fed side. And then perhaps if and when there are the situations where the federal amount is equivalent or exceeds what we have determined, then those wells get excluded. So these are the thoughts that are in my head in terms of how the financial assurance plans kind of relate to where we land on this. So.
Okay, that's a fair point, Commissioner Nanjapa. And maybe that sort of focuses us toward we've got our initial thoughts down on federals, and we can continue down our path. And then once we scoot back through all of this a second time, we'll be in a better place to sort of identify where we're landing on this point. I think that was your point, but you said it more articulately than me. I see Commissioner Messner, who raised his hand, is now shaking his head up and down, which is a affirmative agreement sort of mode. Everybody else comfortable with that? Okay. We've made it to page 3. Director Murphy, do you want to set the stage?
Of course, I do. Although this is a pretty big one. There are a number of definitions that to me are fairly elemental in understanding how the rest of the rule series work. One of those is inactive well. One of those is low producing wells. On my next slide, if I can cue my computer, are the related definitions of out of service wells, out of service plugging list. And I'm sorry, I think that's a typo. That should be out of service facility, or we should also have facility in there. And the definition of single well financial assurance. So I think making sure we understand these components will help us put together some of the bigger picture decisions about financial assurance plans and review and transfers, and perhaps a discussion about local government applying for a 211 hearing for a used and useful hearing. So I've kind of chunked these out as a separate discussion item. I will say, as I noted in my initial presentation, I didn't find a great place to talk about the requirements for the operational requirements for an inactive well. As I said on the 20th, after working through the process, staff's December draft very intentionally broke apart the definition of inactive well from low producing well, such that the definition of an active well could drive very specific operational requirements. Recognizing that there was a lot of stakeholder interest in using the definition of low producing well to drive financial assurance or other discussions. And so I think as we work through this, we will need to work through the entire process and then come back to the operational requirements of an active well to understand how it fits in the bigger picture, keeping in mind that at least in staff's December draft, every inactive well is also a low producing well. And so those to me are just some big picture interconnections that are important in this dialogue. And with that, I would say we're probably going to need a lot more slides on these 4 topics, 4 or 5 definitions. So I might get started on that piece and then hand it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm not sure where to begin with regard to this slide and the next slide. There's a lot of different interrelated topics here. So that was a punt to someone else who wants to start. Commissioner Gonzalez, thank you.
All right, so I'll start, and I'm gonna limit my comments just to the definition of inactive wells. And so when I think about just the definition of inactive wells, I'm pretty comfortable with the definition as written. And I think that I'm comfortable with the application throughout the rules, and we can talk about that later, but just the definition as written in consideration of its planned application or its drafted application, I'm comfortable with that. 2 things that I would like to see open to consideration in these discussions on if this definition is sufficient enough. The first of those is this concern about operators skirting an inactive status by negligible production amounts. And there's been some proposals that we just put a production threshold within the inactive well definition. I'm not a proponent of that because I think that's covered by the low producing well definition, but I am appreciative of that concern about operators and potential gamesmanship of the inactive well status. Therefore, I would suggest that we leave some room in that definition or an opportunity for the director to request a well to be classified as inactive despite negligible production, or I have suspect production in my notes. I'm not quite sure what the technical definition of that is, or suspect production activities that are designed to skirt the inactive well status. So if the director thinks that an operator is gaming the system, she can petition for a well to be designated inactive, and I think that would have to go through hearing and up to us. So that's one side of it. The second side that I would ask for consideration, that I've been at least thinking about, is when an operator is designated when a well is designated as inactive, given the kind of litany of qualifications under the definition in the draft rules, that an operator have the ability to petition removal from that inactive status for certain considerations, like regional development considerations, that well's been inactive for, for 2 years or 18 months because of planned, offset wells that are being drilled in and around that area. Access to gathering is a big one in certain parts of the state. Perhaps a gathering line capacity becomes full and an operator has to shut in their well because the gathering system can't take it. Or other operational considerations. Maybe an operator has been working on a well for quite some time, trying to bring it out of inactive status, trying to bring production up. But sometimes with operations, they go south and they require a lot of work throughout a long period of time. And so I would consider kind of both ends of those considerations for a director to add a well that has some production to an inactive status, or an operator to pull a well with no production off inactive status, and just kind of have some of those off ramps, on ramps, whatever we want to talk about them, additional considerations tied to this definition. So that's my 2 cents on the definition of inactive.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I initially like those ideas. Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question for Commissioner Gonzalez. I appreciate the suggestions and, of the director discretion and the operators being able to petition, but do you have an opinion on, would the wells that would be otherwise inactive and an operator petitions them to be removed from that, what would they then be classified as, or would that be reliant upon what their plans are for that well?
So I appreciate that question, because I think that's an important consideration as we think about status codes and how things look in our system. I don't know that you could change the actual status of it, right? If it's well, I guess I don't even know if inactive is a production status, right? There's shut in, there's temporarily abandoned, and inactive is more of a designation given based on production levels, operational activity, etc. So I only think maybe it only applies in the application throughout the rules. And I was mostly thinking about it as an off-ramp for an operator to not be penalized on a perhaps single well financial assurance basis, if that's the way we go, for those inactive wells, if those inactive wells are in fact, viable wells with, planned futures for them. I hope that kind of makes sense, what I'm trying to get at there, but I don't necessarily think it's a relief of the actual status. I think it's more of a relief of the application of rules to an inactive well based on that determination. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I appreciate that explanation. I think it makes sense. It kind of relates to another general idea that I think had been discussed in earlier iterations of our informational hearings of just having a specific plan for inactive wells, as part of maybe the broader financial assurance plan. And I'm wondering if that may be a way that we could address this idea that they're still inactive, but if there is a plan and an intent that can be maybe time bound or at least could be, updated on a periodic basis where it's not, forever and ever that the wells can be remaining inactive. But if it's, for the purposes of an offset or something where we know that there's a reasonable time frame that it'll be returned to production, that's one thing. If it's, some of these other issues that may be lesser, up to an operator's control and need some different considerations. And I think that's where I'm sort of thinking where that may be more of, either a variance consideration or some other provision in a plan that allows for a different consideration of inactive wells based on why they are inactive. And so anyway, I'll just throw that out for us to think about. And if you have further comments, I'd be happy to hear them too.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Njapa, and I definitely appreciate that approach. I don't think I have an objection to that, just thinking about it. I believe there should be some accountability for any kind of relief that's being requested based on future plans, right? If you're gonna say, hey, I've got future plans to do something, and I want relief from some sort of current situation based on those future plans, there should be some accountability. I don't think I'd object to a time-bound nature of that, or potentially even a revisit or a show cause if that doesn't happen, those types of things. And I think there's certainly an avenue for this to be included in some sort of individualized financial assurance plan, or the financial assurance plans that we're contemplating being provided to us on a regular basis, or at least on an initial basis, with potential for some sort of frequent updates based on that. So in general, no, I think that would be a fine addition to considering inactive wells.
Commissioner McGowan?
Oh, I just have big fingers today. Sorry. I think that I'm having trouble, and maybe Director Murphy can help me out here, in that temporarily abandoned and shut-in wells are inactive wells, correct? And so for an inactive well, we have these requirements of within 6 months, you have to plug it, or you can bring it back into production, or you can provide single well financial assurance, or you can put it on the out of service well list. But a temporarily abandoned well, which is an inactive well, has different requirements, if I'm reading correctly, that an operator can request kind of an indefinite extension. And so I think I'm struggling with, what are the boundaries for an inactive well where we're asking an operator to do something with it? And that's this kind of differentiation between what's going on operationally and what's going on with single well financial assurance. And I just am having trouble. I think I'm having trouble not conflating the two, like pulling them into the same sphere. And so some of these higher level discussions, I think, have become kind of difficult for me. Like, what are we saying has to happen operationally with these kinds of wells versus what are we saying has to happen for financial assurance? And which I realize you were trying to explain in your little diagram, but that's where I'm getting a little stuck.
Director Murphy?
Yep. Let me try to start. And as I'm talking about this, it feels like a visual would be more helpful, but I don't have one right now. And watching me type is painful enough versus creating a visual on this. So in our system, our inspectors, our engineers, our team tracks wells by their status. And so a well is producing, injecting, shut in, temporarily abandoned, which describes the operation of the well, if you will. And so the definitions of shut in and temporarily abandoned right now drive operational requirements, integrity testing, etc. The term inactive is a designation and not a status. And so it designates when financial assurance requirements would relate. The only place where I believe there is an operational requirement tied to the term inactive well is in our 1100 series and in the flow lines. Other than that, inactive connotes application of the 700 series and our excess inactive well bonding financial assurance requirements. Going back, I think, Karen, to Commissioner McGowan, your fundamental question of how wells flow through this system. Operationally, an operator shuts in, i.e. turns a valve, is the simplest way, the way that I think about it, a well. And a well that has been shut in, i.e. the valve has been turned and it has not produced for 12 months, 12 consecutive months, as is proposed in staff's current draft, that well would become inactive. So 6 months later, so this is 18 months now from turning that valve, the operator would have to come to staff come to staff and comply with the requirements proposed in 434C. Plug the well, return it to production, provide a single well financial assurance, if that's ultimately what you all require, or acknowledge that the well is in an out of service status. So I'm talking about future state right now, which might be hard, but that's what staff's draft rules say right now. A well that's been shut in, a valve has been turned 18 months later, they need to come into compliance with 434C. Now, if we turn to temporarily abandoned, and this is where a downhole plug has been set, is again the way that I think about it. Or really critical equipment has been removed, I think is the other category for TA or for temporarily abandoned. The operator has, I believe, 6 months. I need to pull up the 400 series quickly. Within 6 months of being temporarily abandoned, the operator needs to submit to us information, and this is in existing rules and in proposed rules, about why the well has been temporarily abandoned. 6 months after that, so a total of 12 months from the time the downhole plug was set, it would move into an inactive status. So there are two slightly different operational timelines proposed depending on whether the well has been shut in or temporarily abandoned. I believe that those differences reflect an understanding that if you're setting a downhole plug or you're removing equipment, it's harder to understand exactly what the timeline is for returning that well to production. So that's why it's tighter for temporarily abandoned as compared to shut in. Does that help? And should I run through it again? All the faces say that I should try it again.
So we're trying to, I think for me as a commissioner, I want to put boundaries around how long you can stay in this TNA or SI status before we shove you into inactive when we want you to do something. And I like the proactivity of get it back producing, bond up, or plug it. We need to make some decisions about it. So I think I'm seeing what you're saying. Thanks.
Commissioner Messner and then Commissioner Gonzalez.
Commissioner McGowan may be smarter than I, because I'm not sure I'm totally seeing what you're saying. Because as I look at the rule, I see this ability to continually cycle, within this TA status, right? So, I mean, I get to a TA, I get to an active, I'm an inactive well if I'm a TA, and I understand that. But if I'm a TA, then I can do that for 6 months. But then I can request for an additional 6 months if I accomplish the same things that I accomplished for my original 6 months. And so to me, that's cyclical. It's just continually cyclical, and there's no out unless I'm misreading the rule.
May I, Chair? Commissioner Messner, I think that what you're getting to is the second bullet point under inactive well, which is about, what I heard, or maybe it's influenced by all of the conversations I've had over my time with the commission, and especially over the last year, is there's no prohibition on moving in and out of the definition, moving a well, like shutting it in and taking it out, temporarily banning it and taking it out. There's no limit on how often an operator can do that with a single well. Is that fair?
Are you asking me if that's what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think this is, I think that the concerns that I'm hearing is this ability to continually be in a TA inactive, TA inactive, TA inactive, or even within the TA cycle, so that there's no, it's just kind of in perpetuity, right? There's no bookends on it. And that's potentially a problem, particularly if the TA status, well, this is a question. So does the TA, if they are in TA, are they defined as inactive for financial assurance reasons?
Director Murphy.
Okay. Sorry, I probably was trying to do one too many things, and I want to make sure I understand the question. Because as you were talking, I was thinking about what is happening on site. A well is being shut in or TA'd, and that's the physical conditions that lead to, after a period of time, a well becoming inactive. And so then jumping over to the definition of inactive, I want to make sure your concern is that is really focused on an operator a well not being subject to the inactive requirements because it's being moved in and out of shut in and TA'd within that either 12 or 18-month period, depending on whether it's shut in or TA'd, right?
Ultimately, what my concern is trying to shed the potential requirement to require additional bonding as an inactive well by utilizing the inactive TA in a relationship, right? Because that's what I think I'm concerned about, is that if we end up proposing rules that utilize the term inactive as a requirement for increased bonding amounts, then what keeps an operator from making their wells not inactive utilizing our TA process? Does that make sense?
I think it does. And I think that, and what I heard Commissioner Gonzalez propose that would probably achieve addressing this problem may not be the only solution, is having the director have the authority to request classifying a well as inactive, right? That's one solution to this issue. There may be others out there. But I guess what I want to make sure I'm hearing most clearly, and this is what I've heard, is that it's really about how wells in the shut-in and TA status are accounted for in the financial assurance process, not so much in the operational mechanical integrity testing, et cetera, requirements. And so it's really the interconnection between a well moving into the inactive status and then being subject to financial assurance requirements. Okay, that's super helpful. And that's the piece that I think is incredibly important for us to talk about. And also, once we have the benefit of understanding everybody's thinking on what financial assurance requirements apply to either low producing or inactive or both, because I think that will help us then look at this gap more effectively. Because in my mind, it will really hinge on how you all address low producing, because low producing should encompass a number of these concerns. But that, again, that's going to hinge on the next definition we're going to talk about, and then how that definition is applied through the financial assurance rules. So I'll stop there.
Commissioner, I saw Commissioner Gonzalez's hand, but it's no longer up. And now Commissioner McGowan has a hand up. So we'll go to Commissioner McGowan. Okay, thanks, Commissioner Gonzalez.
I'll defer to Commissioner Gonzalez if he still is on this subject. I have a slightly different question. I just want to clarify something.
I'm digging through my notes right now, Commissioner McGowan, so please go ahead.
Okay. Director Murphy, is this also the section where we had some operators concerned with how we were defining it as a trailing 12 months or a calendar year?
Yes, there are some concerns around that, and my staff has continued to think about that question too. So it's a place where I think staff at least would like to think about it.
Okay, so I don't know if we just put that in the parking lot then. Gonna have a very big parking lot.
Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm just going to add a little bit to kind of what I had said previously, just in terms of where my mind was at when I was considering this. And it was specific to the application of inactive wells under 434C. I think that's where in the rules I was thinking, okay, where do inactive wells even come into play? And it wasn't the requirements of 434C as a potential off-ramp, specifically for the operators to apply for relief from that inactive status or relief from those requirements. That's maybe where that off-ramp should be. So that's one of the things that I was thinking about. I think that the director's ability to classify something as an inactive well should probably stay with the definition. That's a little more granular than I think we're doing here, but that's just off the top of my head, kind of how it's worked in the way I've thought about it.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one other question I had around the inactive well definition is, I mean, that applies to some MIT requirements and Bradenhead testing requirements and some of this. And so I think that's my other concern, is that in an attempt to not have to do these things, they cycle it in and out of, they try to keep it from being in an inactive state for some period of time, right? And so as I think about this definition, I mean, to me, it's really important to you know, just not create that opportunity, right? I mean, we have a reason that we're asking for MITs and Bradenhead tests, you know, in certain sections of our rules for a reason. And I don't want us to develop a definition that allows that operator to cycle their well from inactive to TA or inactive to active in order to circumnavigate some of the requirements in our rules, whether that is financial assurance or whether that is MIT and Bradenhead testing. And so, you know, ultimately, I think my question is if, well, I'll throw it out there. Does there need to be a production metric associated with it, or does there need to be a clear timeline associated with it? This is how long that they need to be producing, and it needs to be producing this much in order for it not to be considered inactive. And if it is not doing these things, then it is inactive. And so I throw that out there for discussion as well.
Commissioner Messner, may I
Go ahead.
jump in? So when we talk about things like Bradenhead, MIT integrity testing, those tie to the definitions of temporarily abandoned and shut in. They're not related to the definition of inactive. And so those timelines are driven by operational pieces. And one of the pieces that we did in mission change is that there are stricter requirements for an operator to temporarily abandon a well, and that the director and staff has more authority to deny that Form 4 to try to change the status on the well for temporarily abandoned. But I need to continue to restate that when we talk about integrity testing, MIT's Bradenhead, that keys to the well status, not to the designation as inactive. And I want to make sure we keep those that really clear in our minds, so that we're checking in on the right issues and having the right discussion, because this is a place where precision is really important in the rules.
Commissioner Nanjapa and then Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, thank you, Commissioner Messner. I think I agree, or I don't know if you're actually specifically proposing it, but I think that that some sort of level of production associated with an inactive well helps also reduce this gamesmanship issue that we're talking about. And while I appreciate the potential for director discretion, I don't think we need to necessarily preclude that, but I think that potentially without some threshold, that's a lot of staff calculation or looking back at production reports or those kinds of things potentially. And I would say, to Commissioner Gonzalez's point, that low producing kind of captures that. I think we could set a threshold within sort of 12 consecutive months of not no production, or a threshold of I'm just throwing out 1 BOE per day equivalent, or less, something to that effect, that's sort of less than low producing, but gives us a sense that this means inactive, and then these are the things that should happen for an inactive well. And I think, generally some of the proposed operational requirements make sense, but I think that there may be some value in a production threshold. So I'll just say that.
Commissioner Gonzalez, I think Commissioner McGowan had raised her hand ahead of yours, but I will recognize you second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll go back to what I think we heard some of our stakeholders say, which was maybe another way to tackle concern about what's happening with a temporarily abandoned or an inactive well or a low producing well is to just require higher bonding or financial assurance for them. So regardless of how often they are turning themselves on or whatever, all the operational stuff is still required, the MITs, the bread and heads, the testing, but then this subset has higher financial assurance requirements attached to them.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to address Commissioner Messner and Commissioner Najapa's proposal about adding some sort of production threshold there. And, you know, I think that's a way of doing it, but I think that no matter what number we choose, that there's always going to be gamesmanship, right? There's going to be an operator who says, well, I'll do 366 barrels this year. I'll find a way to get that extra barrel to get over that threshold. And that's why because I thought about that, right? I thought, you know, what is a negligible amount of production that could be a threshold that, you know, that gets into that area. But I think it's always going to be gray unless you make it big enough to where you're actually accounting for an actual productive well, which I think could be dangerous as well in this definition. And that's one of the reasons why I said the staff's going to know what an operator's doing, right? The staff's going to see what's coming in. They're going to see a suspect production profile. They're going to see a well that is inactive or should be inactive. And that's kind of why I'd like to leave it up to them to say, hey, in my discretion, I think there's something going on here, and I would like to designate this as inactive. This needs, you know, and assuming that there's, you know, if there's a petition by the operator, then maybe it goes to hearing. If there's no petition by the operator, then maybe it's handled by a hearing officer and it goes on consent. But anyways, those are just kind of things. It's one of the reasons why I was thinking that it would just be captured in the low producing well requirements and not in the inactive requirements, because again, I think that gamesmanship will be afoot no matter what threshold is.
Does it, let me try to frame this, but does it make sense now that we've sort of thrown various thoughts out there and we've got a couple of different competing ideas, does it make sense to maybe move to low producing and, you know, get into some discussion around, you know, where we're going with related financial assurance requirements before we come back to this? I mean, want to keep advancing things, want to make decisions, but also it's all sort of interrelated. And there's a question mark at the end of that statement to my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we need to keep moving through this because these things are all interrelated, right? And I think it's good to get the initial thoughts that are out there and then continue through some of these thoughts as we go through some of these definitions, because these definitions are interrelated, and they're also interrelated in some of the topics that we're going to talk about later, whether that's, you know, tier structures or plans or single well, you know, financial assurance and so on and so forth. So I think we should move forward.
Okay. With that, why don't we just continue down our list? And I think we're now just looking at low producing well, followed by all the OOS stuff, and then the definition for single well financial assurance. Easy topics. Commissioner Messmer.
Actually, before I speak, I wonder if Director Murphy, you want to speak to this and how it applies, and maybe some decision points on this one.
Director Murphy.
Sure. This is also one of the places where I and a number of stakeholders flagged that there's a typo in staff's December draft. So I'm trying to get that draft in front of me so I've got everything where I need it to be. Staff's December draft defined low producing well as an oil or gas well that produces less than 2 barrels of oil or 10 MCF of gas over the previous 365 days. It's supposed to be less than 2 barrels or 10 MCF daily over on average daily over the previous 365 days. This is a place where we can talk about 365 days versus 12 months, as some of the stakeholders flagged. It also clarifies very specifically that an inactive well is also a low producing well. Again, so if we think about the Venn diagram, those are important components. How I think this definition very specifically flows into the conversations around financial assurance. One is in financial assurance plans. Our low producing wells treated differently or individually? And again, that connotes the conversation about in financial assurance plans, are we risking the well? Are we risking the operator? And that same question or kind of thought pattern plays into the idea of transfers. Are we dealing with transfers specifically as they relate to low producing wells? Are we looking at the totality of the transfer in kind of that same construct of the average production of the transfer? So those are a couple of pieces. I had, again, envisioned that we want to work with a definition of inactive to conform to specific operational requirements, and then look to low producing as the opportunity to think about related financial assurance requirements, given that we're starting to see the well taper in its productive capacity. How's that?
Commissioner Messmer?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Murphy. That was good. I think one other thing, consideration there is that certainly some stakeholders have indicated that, within the financial assurance considerations, the low producing would be take the place of inactive as far as determining whether or not there needed to be increased financial assurance. And so that's another place that this plays in. But I've not heard a lot of argument around the production thresholds. A little bit, but it depends on the applicability of it. But it seems like 2 BOE, 10 MCF is one piece. Certainly in the understanding that an inactive well is a low producing well makes some sense to me as well. But this is one of those things. And so, to me, that's my decision point right now. Now, the applicability of that to transfers or financial assurance requirements, that ties into overall philosophical decision points. And so that may need to happen further down the line. As far as whether or not I think those things apply or not, because one of the considerations I'll have is, do you require additional financial assurance for just inactive wells, or do you require additional financial assurance for low producing wells? Understanding that low producing wells would incorporate inactive wells, and so that depends. For me, that depends on what ultimately our definition of inactive well is. And so I guess I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Gonzalez, then Commissioner McGowan.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple things I wanted to add to this topic is using an equivalency for BOE equivalent or MCFE equivalent as opposed to just barrels and MCF. I think that's something that I would support, and I think would be an appropriate change given what we heard through testimony. The thresholds of 2 BOE and 10 MCFE, from what I remember, had pretty broad consensus throughout industry and the environmental community, assuming that those equivalency designations were changed. So I'm comfortable with those thresholds. And then the only other suggestion that I would ask for consideration on is a calculation based on the prior calendar year, so it's not changing on a daily basis with that rolling 365.
Commissioner Gonzalez, can I ask a question about that before we move on to Commissioner McGowan? What was the testimony around the 365 versus the calendar year?
So I heard it from a bunch of industry folks. I don't remember exactly who or where it was cited, but the concern is that if you're applying this to a financial assurance plan or to financial assurance, and it's based on whether or not you have a low producing well or what your portfolio looks like, then your portfolio would be changing daily if those production values changed on a rolling 365. So today, January 31st, 2022, I've got X number of wells. Let's say on February 27th, 2022. Or throughout that time, I've acquired wells, and my wells have come on or off inactive status, on or off shut-in status for various reasons. Those numbers just keep on getting recalculated. But if we can set an amount that is bookended by the first of the year and the end of the year, and you have a set time frame for when that comes into play, say January 15th or whenever that calculation is made the following year, it's just a much easier suite and a much more quantifiable suite of what those, how many low producing wells there are, what percentage of low producing wells make up your portfolio. And I think it would also coincide well with any updates to a financial assurance plan, depending on what frequency we decide for that. So that's kind of a summary of what I remember throughout testimony.
Thank you for that. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I perhaps might be in the minority with the other commissioners. Sorry. But I'm not sure that I understand how we picked 2 BBLs or 10 MCF. I was curious to know why we wouldn't set the definition for a low producing well at the stripper well level, which is a definition that we already have in statute. It's a level at which an operator gets certain benefits and not having to pay certain taxes. This is also from my assumption, which is I'm not necessarily sure that a low producing well for me is a higher risk well based on some of the testimony that we've gotten from some of the operators. And so I guess I would like to know how we came up with 2 BBLE, or how staff came up with 2 BBLE and 10 MCF, and how we know that that's the right number. I also think that there was some testimony around whether or not this definition, does it include out of service wells, or does it not include out of service wells as you come up? It excludes out of service wells, correct? So I think that there were some other types of wells that are used for different purposes, but maybe shouldn't necessarily also be included in this definition as you average out your production. And so I guess that's another kind of, it's a little nitpicky thing, but maybe something we might want to talk about.
Director Murphy? No, Director Murphy.
I'm sorry. My brain got lost in a couple of different things. So Commissioner McGowan, if you can restate your question, you're correct that out of service is excluded from the definition of low producing in staff's December draft. How that works or doesn't work as you work through the rest of the rules is up to your good judgment. And I would just note that the definition of stripper well is set by the Department of Revenue in statute. And it's 90 MCF, not 90 MCFE, and 15 barrels of oil, not BOE.
Thank you. Sorry, my point about the out of service wells being excluded is I think we heard from some folks that there are other types of wells like injection wells or wells that measure seismic activity, et cetera. They're not producing anything, and they didn't feel like they should be included in the average production or figuring out the average production to define low producing. Sorry, I hope I'm making myself clear.
You are, Commissioner McGowan, very clear. And that is one of the pieces we will want to button up in looking at the interconnections between these rules. Is what do we do for example, like commercial disposal wells are dealt with differently, monitoring wells. And if we look at staff's proposed definition of inactive, there are a lot of subcategories, and we don't have that degree of subcategorization in the definition of low producing well. I think we did try to tie it to an oil or gas well to make it a little bit more specific than like an injection well, but I think that is something that we will need to tailor as we move through the next 3 weeks.
What are folks' thoughts at this point? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I will just say, in response to Commissioner McGowan's, I guess, suggestion about using the stripper well definition, I'm not quite there yet. I think a stripper well is a producing well. I don't necessarily think it's a low producing well, or should be considered for a low producing well in the way we apply that definition to single well financial assurance. I think we heard a lot of testimony about, that level of production being very sustainable for the long run, and a portfolio of that level of production being able to maintain and support the plugging and abandonment obligations for an operator. So I'm not quite there yet, but of course, I am open for more discussion on that. Just kind of wanted to throw that out so it doesn't get too far out of the gate, at least in terms of my position on that.
Commissioner Messner?
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. As I'm thinking about the applicability of low producing wells, and understanding that we, in that applicability, we had generally broad consensus between stakeholders on the definition of 2 BOE and 10 MCFE. I mean, I can understand the applicability of the stripper well status for certain considerations that we'll talk about later, but in the applications that I'm considering, I'm okay with the existing definition with the adjustments that Commissioner Gonzalez made. I agree with the calendar year piece. And something else that you changed now, I can't remember what it is.
Commissioner Gonzalez had also suggested that director determination to deal with the gamesmanship, as well as kind of going the other route. If it's designated inactive, the operator could ask for a reclassification.
Yeah,
That was about inactives. I think Commissioner Messner may be talking about the equivalency for barrels.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I was talking about low producing. That's correct. I don't know if I'm there with the inactive piece. So,
Okay. Commissioner Nanjapa?
Sorry, apologize for fumbling with my mute here. So I think I agree with the way that Commissioner Messner just articulated that there could be some value in looking at stripper wells later as we consider, maybe tiers and financial assurance plans and things like that. But I think I agree that I am not thinking of that in terms of low producing wells specifically. And then not to kind of reopen the inactive wells discussion, but I think I was just pulling up, the Texas rules on inactive wells I thought were really interesting. And so they have an inactive well defined as one that for 12 consecutive months or longer has not reported production of at least 5 barrels of oil or 50 MCF of gas during at least 3 consecutive months, or 1 barrel of oil or 1 MCF of gas each month for 12 consecutive months. And I think that's interesting because it does, again, provide some production boundaries. And I acknowledge what Commissioner Gonzalez said, that you're always going to have somebody that can game, but there may be certain wells that are just not capable of producing more. And those are the wells that we really want to be thinking through further in terms of actions that cascade from labeling them as inactive. And so I would say, maybe we can, maybe at least staff could take a closer look again at the way that Texas is defining it, and just, again, not to get too far beyond where we are, but, in my view, if once a well is designated as inactive, though there are these, steps that need to be taken by the operator, as already, we have laid out, whether it's bonding up, plugging, selling, also putting, or putting into an out of service list. And to a certain extent, I think that has to happen regardless of how many an operator has. regardless of what their overall production is in other wells, that are active. And so I think, having something to bound that designation of inactive beyond just no production over a certain period of time may help. And so I'll just leave it at that. I think if we can tighten that up by adding, some sort of level of production that makes sense, again, understanding that there could be some gamesmanship, but if there's also this director discretion piece where it's clearly obvious to the staff that this is happening, and there can be that additional option for designating a well as inactive, I think that is useful. But to me, it's then what the operator's plans are for their inactive wells, why they are inactive, what's happening next, and that's what really matters.
Director Murphy, hearing from commissioners around these issues, it might be helpful for staff to provide us with numbers relevant to the quote less than 2 versus the less than 15. So the low producing versus stripper well. So that information might be developed up and helpful. I also wonder how much talking around these issues, like ultimately it's going to, we need to figure out the tiers and sort of the single well financial assurance and that. And again, this gets back to sort of the interrelatedness of all of this. And so it's hard to figure out which chicken or which egg we're talking about first, if that makes sense.
Chair, I agree, and we'll work on that data. Based on Mr. Sir's request late Friday, we had staff starting to look at it because I thought it was a good request. Should have that fairly quickly. Commissioner Nanjapa, do you mind restating the production thresholds that you read? And if you have a citation handy, that'd be super.
Yes, so it's, let me just make sure I have this correct. So the citation is 16 Texas Administrative Code 3.15A, subpart A, subpart 1, 2020. So these are the rules that they changed in 2020. And the thresholds that they have, it looks like an inactive well is one that meets these two characteristics. So I think both 12 consecutive months or longer, the well has not reported production of at least 5 barrels of oil or 50 MCF of gas during at least 3 consecutive months. Or 1 barrel of oil or 1 MCF of gas each month for 12 consecutive months. I'm not clear if that's based on calendar year or just the 12 prior months. And so I'm going to dig further into the code, but I just pulled up this was more of an overview that was on a web page, but at least it had that citation. So I'm going to also look this up over lunch. And I'll just also note that I know that in our prior party presentations, there were some, and maybe even just in our informational one last April or whenever that was, that this was a good model for an inactive well plan. And I did look into it earlier and had some notes about it and was kind of dug that back up in these last few days. And I think there's some merit to kind of the way they're dealing with their inactive wells, but just would also note that I think, some of the points that Commissioner Messner raised as well about, we don't want the status designation if there's, other than an operator being able to explain why it's in this status and what's happening next, you know, we don't want, and I think I understood you saying this to Director Murphy, that there's not really a way to go back and forth in and out of inactive, unless I misunderstood that. But I mean, unless they're actually returning it to production. But I think there's, you know, there needs to be a pretty clear, you know, once it's designated as inactive, there's a period of time where you've got to either do or die, basically, and you need to, you know, either return it to production, bond up, or, you know, plug or sell or something to that, you know, something else to you know, to take it essentially out of that status. So it can't be in that status for some indeterminate in perpetuity period of time.
May I ask a clarifying question? When you started, Commissioner, I thought you were trending towards, if you've been in an active, you need to not go into an inactive for a period of time. But then on the back end, what I heard is a concern about staying in an inactive status indefinitely. And so I might have missed all of the nuance of your question, but to me, the way the staff's 12.7 draft works is a well is plugged, it's returned to production. An operator provides financial assurance, assuming that's what you all choose to do with it, or it's put on the out of service list. So I feel like there is a terminus in 3 of those options, and the 4th being providing single well financial assurance, possibly, depending on your decision in that space. And is that what you were trying to articulate, or have I missed something?
No, you're right. I mean, that's kind of, those are sort of the categories of do or die in the way that I'm sort of thinking of it is, you know, just that what I'm really getting at is I don't want to see some way for operators to continually leave a well in inactive status, if that makes sense. And I don't think you have that in the draft. I'm just saying I want to make sure that we maintain that aspect of it, but that should be part of a plan that is articulated as to why it's currently inactive, when it will return to production, and we need to have, you know, probably some time bounds around when that will happen, so that it can't be like, we're going to do it in the next 3 years, and then 3 years come down the pike and they say, well, we couldn't do it in these 3 years, so we need 3 more years, and then that's what I mean by it can't remain in that status in perpetuity, if that makes sense.
I don't, sorry if I may respond, Chair. I don't know that we have a specific mechanism really designed to understand why it's inactive. I think we could do that through financial assurance planning in terms of why you're doing what you're doing. I think the mechanism that staff has proposed to have pressure on the operator is proposing that it would be considered as part of the financial assurance, right? And so, yes, you may leave it inactive indefinitely, but there is a cost associated with that. And so I want to be clear that if you want to have information gathered specifically about an inactive well, why it's inactive and what its plans are, we probably need to be more specific about it, either in the financial assurance plans or in this section of 434.
Commissioner Nanjiani?
Thank you. You know, I understand that. I guess that's a point that I'm sort of disagreeing with, I guess, in that while I agree that if it's going to be in an active status for whatever the extended period of time is while the operator is going to do something else with it, they have to bond up potentially. If they're not returning it to production, say within that next couple of years, they have to bond up. But I also don't think it should remain in an active status in perpetuity. I think we have to have a boundary on that as well.
Okay. Super. I totally get it now, and I'm trying to conform the considerations to that. Sorry, I was a little dense.
I'm usually not very articulate either, so it's not you.
Not true at all.
All right. We've done some musing around the first 2 definitions. Do we want to move to the out of service issues? Maybe tackle that and then take a break? for lunch? Director Murphy, do you want to frame the stage?
Yes, so staff proposed including definitions of out-of-service facility, out-of-service location, out-of-service well, and plugging list. And proposing those definitions to make the administration of rules related to them simpler. I know that we've gotten some comments about the definitions from stakeholders who have expressed concerns about the overarching administration of the program, which makes sense to me. What I take from that is that the definitions are pretty close, so long as the definitions conform to the ultimate administration of the program. That said, I've kind of keyed up the administration of the orphan well. Sorry, gosh, if I've said orphan in the last 5 seconds, it's because my brain's fried. So what I'm trying to talk about are out-of-service wells and the administration of the out-of-service program. That is set up as a separate element for discussion and topic. Because I didn't hear a lot of dialogue from stakeholders about the definitions of out-of-service well, plugging list, out-of-service location, and out-of-service facility. I'm happy to hear whatever comments or thoughts you all have on it, but to me, the ultimate direction to staff needs to be, dear staff, make sure these definitions conform to the program that we tell you to develop when we talk about the out-of-service topic in the related element.
So from that, we're not talking about the out-of-service program at this time.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
So just one parking lot issue. We did hear from West Slope operators about the need, something around pressurization, and that we should handle that somehow in the definition. Others with thoughts or comments then about the discrete issue of the definitions here? Looks like you nailed it, Director Murphy.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for reminding me of the West Slope issue. It's something I've talked to those operators about a number of times, and it seems like something we should consider.
Okay, do we want to move then to the definition of single well financial assurance and whether that's a narrative, a set amount, a mix, or a matrix? Issues around that? Commissioner Messner?
I don't know why no one wants to start. This is such an easy one. So I think a few things. So I mean, I think that this is a difficult one. I think that I think staff in their draft tried to come up with a reasonable proposal. I mean, I think the proposal with a downhole element, dependent on, or a downhole price dependent on depth, and then a matrix associated with reclamation. I mean, I still think that has some value. You know, I think that my guess is that staff wouldn't propose anything that wouldn't be, that they wouldn't be able to administer. And so I'm acknowledging that. I do have some general questions regarding the per well versus the per acre in the matrix, and whether that would change. I'm assuming it would change the numbers. And would it change the approach to that matrix? I imagine that staff chose a per acre or a per well for a reason. And so I'm kind of curious about that one. So having said that, I also think that the 80th percentile concept has some merit as well. And, you know, potentially is easier to administer off of known costs from the orphan well program on a per basin basis. And and so the more that I'm thinking about this, and I'm just throwing it out there for discussion, but I mean, I think that there's a number of different ways that we can approach this. I think the administration of it is important. And ultimately the coverage associated with it is important. And so I still go back to, is it easier to come up with a flat fee? And I'll throw out $100,000 flat fee with the ability to do less than that with demonstrated costs, and demonstrated costs would have to be, clearly defined as to what would be an allowable demonstrated cost. Third-party contractor, invoice, third-party evaluation, produced information from an operator that has done P&A work in this particular area. But I think some sort of ability to provide a demonstrated cost makes some sense. And I'm not sure that $100,000 is the right amount either. I'm just saying that a flat fee versus trying to do this 80th percentile or this this downhole plugging versus the matrix, if that wouldn't be a simpler approach. But I do acknowledge that it is important that we provide the necessary assurance for single well financial assurance and its applicability through our rules. And so I'll just throw it out there as an initial idea, but I haven't totally landed on what the right approach is. And so I'm interested in the discussion.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that Commissioner Messner has kind of kicked us off in a good direction or in a good way. I am a fan of trying to keep it simple. And while I was intrigued by, Western Resource Advocates, I think, and they're kind of this, if it has this much soil, you add 25%, but then you decrease by 50%. It started to feel too much like a complicated math problem that I had nightmares about in high school. And I think it's going to be hard for us to track in that way. And I think that we're going to have arguments with operators about what kind of soil do they have exactly, how many. I just think it becomes, it could potentially create wedges and long drawn out discussions that I think we've already seen happening between staff and operators when it comes to kind of remediation even, and how do we tell that we're done and what things are in and what things are out. So I guess I'd like to also throw in West Slope COGA's idea of the 3 different flat costs for P&A, which was based on depth of the well, capping out at 40,000, I think. And then all reclamation costs for everybody, I think they said 92.5. So it would be close to, I think, what Commissioner Messner has for the 100,000, but there might be some slight differentiation then based on the depth of the wells. And I also like the idea that you can come to the commission if you think that your P&A and reclamation costs will be less. Come and show us based on some sort of facts. I don't know where in this discussion to throw out this idea. I am very interested in requiring operators to submit the costs for P&A and reclamation so that we can actually work off of data and start to fine tune and have better actual data about what it's costing to P&A and reclaim sites. And maybe we can start then talking about this per basin or geographic area or what have you. Not sure where to throw that idea in. So I just want to put it out there. I would like to have better data other than just our orphan well program, which I think is very limited.
And Commissioner McGowan, would you then use that data for future rulemaking or refinement?
Yes, we might use it to update what our thoughts are about financial assurance.
Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the lines of what Commissioner McGowan was just saying, I guess a question to Director Murphy. would it make sense, or do you feel like the staff could appropriately vet information that operators provided? You know, if we gave them maybe a window after the rules were enacted to provide us with their best estimations for, you know, for those operators that have different types of wells, you know, maybe what it is for their vertical versus their horizontal, or what it is for, you know, in general, you know, their average plugging and abandonment reclamation costs, and, you know, based on maybe contractor estimates or those kinds of things. How unwieldy does that get for us kind of coming up with what the single well financial assurance should be versus, I mean, obviously I know a flat fee is way easier, but could you just comment on that in terms of, you know, I'm also thinking that if we set a flat fee, we're also potentially going to get a lot of, whether it's variance requests or other, you know, hearing requests to consider different amounts. You know, I guess what I'm asking is, could we reasonably execute a program that's based on demonstrated costs? And then I have a follow-up, but first, yeah.
Director Murphy?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I don't think it's feasible to do that between the adoption, to gather fairly basin specific information to inform decisions by the effective date, April 15th, of these rules. I think it would be great to ask West Slope COGA the basis for their numbers, and if it does reflect their actuals. I think that there are a couple of components that we need to account for, and given that financial assurance planning is an iterative process, in that I anticipate, you know, some degree of ongoing review of an operator's compliance. The work that you and Commissioner McGowan are talking about feels like something more substantive than a couple of weeks or a couple of months. And I hesitate to talk about work groups because we have a lot of them, but that to me feels appropriate to pull somebody else in. And I also believe that, you know, the question of what are the costs based on would be a good question for Dr. Allward as well from WRA. Are these actuals, are these compilations of what it has actually cost? I recognize that both of those voices, Dr. Allward, given his experience on the West Slope, and West Slope COGA, given their representation of operators on the West Slope, may be fairly Piance specific versus DJ Basin versus Raton Basin versus Eastern Plains. So I think that that's where, you know, staff has really run into some very interesting variables in trying to propose definitions of this, and why it was important to me in the different drafts to really explore different approaches. One of the approaches, the October version, was very much a narrative definition with the expectation to kind of go through a process to set guidance around what expectations were. And that guidance could be more of a living document to evolve to how costs change over time. What I will say is none of the stakeholders have liked any of the approaches very well. And so that to me just flags that this is a particularly difficult definition to address for any number of the reasons that you've articulated, Commissioner Nanjapa. And I think I wandered around quite a bit, but hopefully I got most of the pieces you asked.
Thank you. No, I think, you know, I understood that it would be trickier to administer with a bunch of different values and you know, cost estimates, but I guess I just wanted to hear from you, you know, how difficult is that going to be? I think there's some value in all the things that you just commented on with the different stakeholders, you know, maybe helping to refine these things. But I guess so then to follow up, you know, generally, I think I concur with what I believe Commissioner Messner was saying about, you know, a flat fee of some amount. I don't know what that amount would be, and then an allowance for operators to come forward with their demonstrated cost to reduce it. And I'll also say that I'm not totally proposing single well financial assurance for every well, but certain circumstances, I think, is going to be where that applies. And I know we're going to get into those discussions as we get into tiers and financial assurance plans and et cetera. Yeah, and I think some of the other points that were raised, the per well versus per acre, and those kinds of things are important. And yeah, it's more complicated. I mean, yeah, it's a complicated issue, but I think that generally I'm thinking, having a flat per well fee. I'm also kind of in support of the idea of, if we can get a sense of what that sort of 80th percentile is, based on, what we know of plugging in abandonment costs, and maybe that comes from the orphan well program, and looking across different, different costs that we've incurred as a state for different types of wells and different basins and that kind of thing, could be how we start that. But then, I'm also supportive of this notion of an 80th percentile in certain cases. I'm sure that's probably clear as mud, but I'll leave it there and take any questions, I guess.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, thank you. And no questions on that, Commissioner Nanjap, at least not just yet. I'll acknowledge that this is a super challenging component, is really dialing in the single well financial assurance. And I didn't necessarily have any proposed changes to staff's definition. I think I was pretty comfortable with the way it was set forth. It makes clear at the onset of the definition that it does account for demonstrated costs, or if costs aren't demonstrated, an estimated amount. It kind of outlines that estimated amount. I don't know if that estimated amount is the right way to go, but I also don't know that any other estimated amount calculus is also the right way to go. So to me, it seemed, palatable and workable. And so that's kind of where I approach the consideration for the single well financial assurance definition. Let's see, I think that demonstrated costs are important as we consider through this, just given the testimony that we got about the wide variety of costs across the state and across different types of operations and across different operators, specifically with different economies of scale that they can implement with regular rig crews and that sort of thing. And so I think there could be, or maybe even should be, an acknowledgement in the SBP that demonstrated costs could be significantly less than the estimated costs under the single well financial assurance, just so that we can maintain the expectation that we are going to review this on an operator and portfolio and field basis, and that we're not really influenced or tied to a specific designated estimated amount. So that's my 2 cents on that. In thoughts about kind of Commissioner Messner's approach with a flat fee, I love simplicity. So if there's a way that we could simplify this down to a flat fee that we find reasonable, I think that is a huge win in terms of really having something that is easily calculated and will help an operator put them really understand what their position is on the front end, and really kind of outline those expectations. So I could definitely be in favor of a flat fee. I like the simplistic approach to that. I think in regards to considering having actual costs presented to us from P&A activities, I think is a pretty good idea to help us get things dialed in, and also for revisiting, hey, did we get this right? Did we get it wrong? What adjustments do we need to make in the future and future rulemakings? I think that could be important. A concern I have that I'd like to share that I think should be considered in that discussion is the potential for daylighting, potentially proprietary and negotiable costs with different vendors. So different operators are going to have different access to different rig rates and to different equipment rates. And so I just want to be sensitive to the specificity with which we ask for that information. So that's just kind of a high level thing that I think about in terms of kind of how it operates in reality. Trying to read my notes here in my handwriting, which is challenging. I think that, I could also consider a flat fee for depth in conjunction with a flat fee for some disturbance or reclamation that is different than what's proposed. I think that what Dr. Allward proposed with the Western Resource Advocates, I believe, I thought it was complicated in its calculation and its metrics, but I also thought B, it was overly simplistic in the aggregating factors approach, right? This amount, would add 25% to your total costs. This amount, would be a 2x aggravating factor. And I just thought that was a little too simplistic. So I'm not really leaning towards that approach too much, nor am I, relying solely on West Slope COGA's approach either, because I think that also might be just potentially too simplistic for the margins. So this is a really long-winded way of me sharing some of my concerns with some of the different approaches presented here. In general, I'm comfortable with the single well financial assurance definition as drafted. I would be comfortable with a flat fee as well for simplicity's sake. And in both cases, I think it's appropriate that we make clear that demonstrated costs are available to an operator to present to us, and that in some cases, and I won't qualify that with often or seldom, but in some cases, those costs may differ significantly from the estimates that we put into place in the rules. So I think that was a whole complete 360-degree circle, and I'm back at the starting line. But that's all of my thoughts on that. You are welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I think I tend to agree with your thoughts, even though it doesn't help us with outcomes. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know how I feel about the concept of the Uber bond. I guess I'll call it the comprehensive well bond. If it's $30 million, $40 million, and then it's made more simplistic for some of our larger operators. I kind of wonder if that's, something that's being carved out for a very small subset of our operators, but I don't know if we should just dismiss it out of hand. So I'll throw it out there just to make sure we've got it on our list. And then I am unsure where the idea of allowing a related operator to cover the bonds for its subsidiaries or consolidated equipment falls in, but I'll throw that in as a parking lot discussion.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to add a little color, I think I'm generally okay with staff's draft with the single well financial assurance rule or definition. I still like the simplicity of the flat fee, and I think that to add a little color as far as why I'm okay it being a little inaccurate, because I think anytime you do a flat fee, there's going to be some inaccuracies with it. And that goes back to our original discussion around the orphan well program, right? And so I'm not necessarily regulating for zero risk in this particular situation, because I've developed a collateral, I've developed a backstop with a robust orphan well program that allows administratively to perhaps have a little more simplistic scenario, but still creates the collateral of the backstop from the orphan well program. And so that's, I had mentioned earlier, there's going to be some interrelations in my approach to financial assurance with orphan well program. And this is going to be one of those places where to aid in simplicity and administration, we may not be regulating to zero risk here. And so I'll just throw that out there as far as philosophically where I'm at on this one. And I mean, I'm still going to lean probably towards a flat fee on this one. Although, if staff thinks that their proposal is easy enough to administer and we're getting close with the numbers on that one, then I'm okay with that too.
Director Murphy, you've heard a lot of musings. Do you have thoughts on this? I mean, because we're kind of like flat fee, yeah, it could be good. Your staff draft, yeah, it could be good. Off ramp for demonstrated cost makes some sense. We're sort of moving in circles, as Commissioner Gonzalez just indicated.
Thank you for the question, Chair. And the easiest part of the answer to me is that all of staff's draft have recognized an opportunity for actual costs to control. So I feel very confident that the demonstrated cost is an appropriate thing. I think it's important to think about in instances the demonstrated cost may also be higher. And so letting it go up or down might be a good thing. I am internally very much in conflict about this definition, in that it will require a great deal of analysis to go location by location to set these amounts. If we end up requiring a determination about single well financial assurance for some large or small percentage of Colorado's approximately 50,000 wells, right? That's not a small undertaking, perhaps. It kind of depends on the scale at which single well financial assurance determinations are required. And so the importance of precision, I think it's very interesting to hear Commissioner Mesner look at it through the lens of, we need to get close, but perhaps not achieve complete perfection or precision, because we do have the support of the Orphan Well program. And so maybe that leans us more towards, how do we get a number that we can administer fairly effectively without getting bogged down in hours of commission hearings to determine it, hours of staff time to determine it, and hours of operator time. The kind of picking a flat fee also provides some clarity that I heard in conversations with stakeholders that would be helpful for local governments, or to have a fairly transparent expectation versus a highly nuanced algebra or matrix approach. So I think with all of that, and I know probably not all of the staff at COGCC would totally agree with my approach, I tend to lean a little bit towards making sure that what is adopted is fairly transparent to administer. But there's a reason that staff's draft explored all three of these very different approaches.
Clear as mud. Commissioner McGowan.
So, kind of jumping off of that idea or string of ideas and thoughts, knowing that it's not going to be perfect and that we're trying the best that we can, and it's simpler to come up with a flat fee, maybe the 80 percentile idea is a good one, knowing that the Orphan Well Fund is there to be kind of our safety net or ensure, to offset some of that risk, as Commissioner Mesner pointed out. But for me, I think we just need more meaningful data. And so maybe we start off with that and continue to collect good data so that we know what that 80th percentile actually is, if that's an option we want to consider. I think the problem is that we're basing our ideas about what a flat amount might be, I think, mostly on the handful of wells that we've P&A'd as a state, with a couple of outliers pulled out. And so, it's only going to be as good as the data that we have, and it's not very much.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think, Commissioner McGowan, what I'm hearing you say, just to make sure I understand, is that you're suggesting to utilize the 80th percentile to develop the initial flat fee. And then as additional data is developed, then perhaps looking at that again at a future date to reconcile that, but initially utilizing the 80th percentile based on our orphan well activity to date. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think so, with Commissioner Gonzalez's caveat that we know actual costs can be also provided. Then we'll have to figure out what it might be based on that lower that amount, but also to Commissioner Director Murphy's point, which is we might suspect that costs might be significantly higher. And I don't know how we're going to deal with that if we have the commissioner come to us and say, staff is worried that this is woefully under bonded, or how do we address the case where we actually think our 80th percentile is too low? So I don't know how that piece would work necessarily, but maybe that comes into play when we're looking at the financial assurance plans and risk. So it might all come together.
Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, to Commissioner McGowan's, just last point, I think that once we get into the financial assurance plan, some of these things will come together, and I am comfortable with sort of the flat fee and the 80th percentile concepts, with the ability for the operators to provide demonstrated costs. One question for Director Murphy is, with the orphan well program data that we have, how would it be, do we have enough data to be able to separate that at least by basin or type of well to get a sense of, maybe what a more of an average cost or a approximate cost is by, by basin or type of well, if that makes sense?
Commissioner, it does. My recollection of the data, which is fairly imprecise because I didn't put it together. Dave, Mr. Andrews put it together in May or June. My recollection is that we don't have great representation across the state of Colorado. We have no examples of plugging a horizontal well, for example. And much of our work is focused on DJ Basin reclamation, which can be different in terms of what the associated costs are. And many of our reclamation projects are still in process. I do tend to think, I think ultimately I would recommend, and this commission will have to make a decision on how to pursue this in the interim, and it may be something worth gathering more or better data about and revisiting in the future. Because right now we kind of have what we have. And again, I think it would be good for you to think about what questions you would like to ask of stakeholders at the end of the February 17, 18 timeline on this topic about what they have, what they know, how close it is. I've heard anecdotally that staff's numbers aren't that far off, but that's not a great way to make a rule either.
Thank you. No, I think that's helpful. And I think, as others have already commented, the West Slope COGA's presentation that kind of vetted, the numbers and then provided, some additional information. I think if we, if other operators are able to provide us with their estimates, and I don't know how much data there is out there for plugging horizontal wells, if that's been done in other states, for example, like if we can get a sense of that cost, because I think, that is obviously a newer dimension that we're going to need to think about in the future. But to the extent that we can, I guess I'm thinking that, as other commissioners have noted, that if we can get pretty close with a flat amount and allow operators to come to us if they feel that it's they have a different amount. I can't honestly imagine a scenario where an operator is going to come to us and say, hey, actually our costs are more, so charge us more, please. So I can't imagine that that's going to happen, but I think at least that we can get close, and we've got the Orphan Well Fund as a backstop. But yeah, I think to the extent that we can continue gathering data, I think that's a good thing for us to think about and having the SBP as a future evaluation consideration. But again, if operators have data on especially plugging reclamation costs for horizontal wells, perhaps in other states. I don't even know if that exists, but it would be useful, I think, in kind of where we land.
Director Murphy, we seem to be sort of, again, in a little bit of circles. Actually, I recognize Commissioner Gonzalez. He raised his hand.
I'm not going to open up this circle, Chair. This is going to continue the circle. But I wanted to, I'm not quite sure if I made this point when I was reading through my notes. But one of the challenges I have with the 80th percentile is, you know, it's 80% of what, right? You know, and I think that we have to find that number to tie that 80% to, and we're having a hard time finding that number in general. So for me to kind of consider what that is, I kind of have to know what it's being tied to. I think we're going to be challenged to find the right number no matter what. I think that there's going to be, we're either going to be high or low, and hopefully we're pretty close. But I think pretty close might be as best as we get in this effort for now. And that if we get more information, if we're able to apply a substantial amount of money from the Orphan Well Fund and generate our own expertise and experience on what it costs us as a state to do that over the next couple of years, that this would be a very appropriate topic to revisit and to seek an adjustment on in the future. But again, to continue this circle of going nowhere, I don't think we're going to, you know, I don't think there's a right number that we're going to get to. I think we're going to be shooting pretty close to maybe some consensus estimates, which seem to be, you know, pretty close to what staff had, you know, which is higher than the original 85, 82.5 that folks were throwing out previously. Maybe not as high as the 125,000 that the Piceance Western Slope COGA group brought up, but somewhere in that range feels pretty good to me for right now.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm along those lines. So, I mean, we can do a calculation on an 80th percentile based on the Orphan Well program in the past, but I think there's been calculations that have been done. I think those calculations have determined at this point that there's, that we're at 92 something, not necessarily an 80th percentile calculation, but a calculation. You know, I had initially put out a proposal of $100,000 flat fee or demonstrated costs. I'm pretty comfortable with that as a single well financial assurance. I understand it doesn't capture everything. I understand there's going to be outliers. I think further down the road, we need to well, talk about some remediation stuff. But I'll land my opinion on that at this point.
So are you, Commissioner Messner, throwing out 80% of 100,000? You're muted.
I'm saying 100,000 flat. So not 80%. And I think that if you wanted to incorporate the 80%, I think you could do an initial $100,000 flat. And then as we develop, you know, a more robust orphan well program, as we get more data, if we want to do an additional another calculation and in 3 years or 2 years to look at the 80th percentile and recalculate that flat amount, then I'm okay with that. But at this point, I think a simplicity in the applications that I'm imagining this being utilized, I think can be helpful.
What are other folks' thoughts about Messner's 100K? Commissioner Najaba?
I'm, for the same reasons, I think I'm generally comfortable with it, given that we have the option of demonstrated costs. And, as everybody has noted, it's not going to be perfect. There's other factors that we aren't going to be able to capture, but, having a simplified number and process, et cetera, I think makes a ton of sense. And we've got, we've got the ability to then reevaluate at some point in the future.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm preliminarily okay with that number being used as a target number, and we're going to have two weeks to kind of ruminate on all this and think about it a little bit. And I'm going to hope that stakeholders will address this in their responses across the coalition of stakeholders. So hopefully we can find out, hey, where are we off, or need to be ratcheted up or down a little bit. But I'm comfortable with that consideration moving forward for the rest of our discussions.
Director
Chair.
Murphy.
I had intended to put all of the direction to staff in a blue font so that we can track thinking versus direction. This is the most kind of close to like direction that I've heard on these different topics. And so I've kind of jumped in, and if it's too early, I'll undo all of that work. But figured I'd try to capture it as we were going, and wanted to acknowledge, number one, why I italicized it, number two, why it's in blue. And again, to me, we're trending kind of away from issue identification into more starting to provide more concrete direction for staff, which, as Commissioner Gonzalez acknowledged, is to get a set of draft rules together that we can all work on for the next 3 weeks.
Okay, do we want to leave it at that for the morning session and take 30 minutes for lunch? Commissioner Gonzalez?
We have one more topic on this slide, the plugin list. And if we think we can get through that, I'd like to close out this whole element number 2 before lunch, if everyone would be comfortable with that.
Sounds good. I nominate you to provide initial thoughts on plugin list.
Yeah, so with regard to the definition of the plugin list, I don't have a specific recommendation on any changes to the language, but I do think that the something that's weighed on me and that I've think is important is how we think about this plugin list and the out of service wells and their designation. I do think that for the benefit of encouraging people to leverage this and to providing certainty for folks' financial assurance based on out of service wells, that there should be some sort of presumption that a designated out of service well will be on that list. And then the director has an opportunity through review and approval or denial to remove that designation. So I'm not quite sure how that interacts with the language of the definition itself, but to the extent that that consideration does impact the definition, I wanted to bring it up here.
Director Murphy?
Commissioner Gonzalez, I want to tag onto that just a little bit and acknowledge that on the staff side is if the out of service list is ultimately, or if the out of service well definition is something that the commission ultimately adopts, staff is preparing to update our status codes. And again, this is where the operation of the rules and the administration of the rules intersects with the words in the rule book to create an out of service status, so that when people go to our website, when they're looking for information about specific wells, they would see shut in, temporarily abandoned, plugged and abandoned, out of service as an entirely separate category. And that would also facilitate our inspectors inspecting them. I think that's a little bit aside from what you're talking about, but I wanted to make sure to flag it.
Yeah, that is a little bit aside from what I was talking about. And I think I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I think that our reliance on status codes for the application of these rules should be separate. I don't think that we should be relying simply on status codes. I think we should be relying actually on the operations of the specific wells and facilities. So that's kind of my 2 cents there. But to the extent that it helps people understand the status of a well, if it's out of service, if it's in T8 or shut in or whatever, any more precision we can add to those status codes, the better. So I don't think I have an objection to that at all.
Others with thoughts? Commissioner McGowan?
We're just talking about definition here, not like how it's going to work and everything, right? Okay.
All right, I'm seeing no further thoughts relevant to definition with regard to plugging list. Commissioner Gonzalez, can we go have lunch now?
Permission granted.
Is 30 minutes enough time for everybody? We've got a lot to do these next 2 days. Okay, so 12:50, come back at say 1:20. Okay, thanks, everybody. Okay, good afternoon. This is Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission continuing its work on docket 2106-00097, the financial assurances rulemaking. We have an afternoon ahead of us. It is 1:21. We will get started. Director Murphy, do you want to share your screen again?
Thank you, Chair. And so I'm going to take 1 minute to orient us. I think we've worked through receiving initial commissioner input on A, B, and C, and we're moving now into D, which is receiving initial commissioner input on the hearing processes outlined in the draft rules. After that, we'll work through financial assurance plans, transfers, how the commission versus staff actually review plans, the out of service issue, and then close out today, hopefully with getting initial input on other topics. So let me make sure I'm at the right place in my slides. So if I can set the stage briefly, I think that there are two hearing processes about which staff has proposed changes and about which we heard significant stakeholder input. One of those I've lumped together a couple of different components. One is, which is Rule 211, the definition of used and useful, and then the related 500 series hearing processes for who may request a determination from the commission under Rule 211 that a well is no longer used and useful, as that term is defined in the definition section. So again, I think those three pieces hold together well for an appropriate conversation. The second component of the hearing processes that I've identified, at least, and of course, this is a living document, edit it as you will, is who may participate in a commission hearing to review a financial assurance plan. And so this is really focused on the situations in which a financial assurance plan is coming to the commission for a hearing, not those situations where staff is reviewing a financial assurance plan. So to me, those are the two issues. They're somewhat independent of each other, except they both relate to commission hearing processes. With that, let's jump in. And if commissioners want to move between the two issues, I'm capable of moving between slides and capturing both, or if you want to start with one or start with the other. I really like following Commissioner Gonzalez's cues right now, so maybe we'll start with one, and whoever goes first gets to pick which one.
Thank you, Director Murphy, for the intro to this next stage of our 30,000-foot deliberations that we're trying to undertake today. So you've got on the financial assurance plans. I think if you could go to the first slide, the used and useful, we'll just take them in order, and that one was first. There we go. Okay. I have some initial comments. One which is fairly distinct. We did get some information from a party about adding to the definition of used and useful the potential for geothermal energy production, and they provided some specific red line edits. I think that's a value add to the rules. It's not mandatory, but it provides us and the world with those additional thoughts about the potential for old wells being used for something different. So I would suggest we contemplate adding the language that was suggested. I don't have the language in front of me, but it is in one of the filings. Did any commissioner want to weigh in on that little discrete point, Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if it has to be specific to geothermal beneficial use versus us putting some more general language about potential beneficial use other than the original purpose of the well, if I'm understanding correctly.
Yeah, and I think it might be a, rather than an or, maybe it's an and. I liked the idea of calling out geothermal just because I think there's a lot of potential there. But I could also do both. Commissioner Gonzalez had raised his hand.
Yeah, I think that the way the definition is written now, the draft definition that includes basically an identified future beneficial use captures, a whole slew of things that we may not even be contemplating right now. I think geothermal is a great beneficial use. I don't know that it's the only one, or that it should, receive maybe special or highlighted treatment as an identified beneficial use, because there's a bunch of others, whether that's carbon capture, whether that's, I don't know, any kind of use for educational purposes or monitoring. But I think that there's a whole slew of ways that a well could be beneficially used. And I don't know that I'm in favor of enumerating one or all, or attempting to, of those beneficial uses.
Director Murphy, help me, because as I'm reading the used or useful definition, and identified future beneficial use is no longer in the draft, as was articulated by, and maybe I've got the wrong draft, by Commissioner Gonzalez. Instead, it says remaining economic viability.
Chair, if you'll look at the red line to the actual paragraph, we kind of swapped those two pieces.
Okay.
From being a definitional element and then letting economic viability be an example.
Got it.
Yeah, and Chair, I was specifically looking at the used and useful definition in the December 7th draft. So are we talking about the definition here, or are we talking about the hearing process specifically? Because there's a couple of different things.
I think we're doing both.
Okay. I don't have any issues with the definition. So I'll let others chime into that.
Anybody else on the definition? Commissioner McGowan?
I don't have anything to add, but I've been kind of thinking about this, and I keep looking at the definition of used and useful. And I think that subpart B, which is the P&A costs and the reclamation costs in relation to the well's gross revenue, is also another way potentially for the commission to get at the gaming of the system, or, is the well really being used productively? And I think it's a way for one of the avenues that a local government could use to approach us about the usefulness of the well. I think that I feel like that's in these examples that we've been given might have been another path that a local government could have used to come up and approach us about what's going on. So I feel pretty good about the definition too. Now that I keep looking at them, I feel like production trends, the P&A costs relation to the gross revenue, the failure to use or develop the facility. I think these are all, and the remaining economic viability and the big door of other relevant evidence, I think actually works really well now that I've had a chance to go back and really think about it and look at it.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm good with the definition as it is. And I would support the suggestion from the Brighton group on modifying the section for the 211 hearing.
What was that, Commissioner Metz? Sorry to interrupt, Chair.
It
What?
was the suggested language from the Brighton group, Mr. Sura's language and his closing.
Which I can read if you would like.
Yeah, it'd be helpful.
Take me a second to pull it up here.
I've got it here, John, or Commissioner Messner, if you want me to read it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's the director may file an application to plug and abandon a well. And then with regard to the relevant local government, the relevant local government or surface owner may file an application to plug and abandon a well or close an oil and gas location pursuant to Rule 211. The application must contain Roman numeral 1, a certification that the party has conferred with the operator. Roman 2, certification that the well has been in low producing status for a minimum of 36 months. Roman numeral 3, information demonstrating that the well A is a threat to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife resources, or is no longer used or useful.
So expanding the scope of the used and useful hearing beyond used and useful to other considerations such as public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Sound like there were a couple others enumerated there.
It's, yeah, the application for the commission's determination of use and useful provides information demonstrating that the well is 1, a threat to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, or is no longer used or useful. So there is that expansion.
And then, okay, yeah, and I just need to pull that up because I don't have that one right in front of me. So I'll pull it up and look at that language while others chime in.
Commissioner Gonzalez, it was in the Brighton closing statement that's like 3 pages long.
I'm pulling it up on the e-filing system right now.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'm gonna clarify here for a second because my reading of that, just so, is that the relevant local government or surface owner may file an application. The application must contain a certification that the party has conferred with the operator, a certification that it's low producing for 36 months, and information demonstrating that the well is either a threat or is no longer used and useful. I don't know as that changes our review of it. I think our review of it is still a used and useful review. Those are the qualifiers for them to be able to file the application for a hearing.
I agree with you. And I, as one commissioner, like the language as well. As Commissioner Gonzalez is reading it, do Commissioner Nanjapa or McGowan want to weigh in? Go ahead, Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you. I'm also trying to just pull up the details here, but maybe I'm looking to my other commissioners, to fellow commissioners, to help me remember, but I believe there was also a suggestion from the Brighton group about removing part 12 from 503G with respect to allowing them to come before us already through a 211 hearing. And I just want to make sure, my notes are unfortunately not easy to find on that particular piece, but I did also have a note about the comments from the Brighton group, and unfortunately I'm not as organized as I would like to be to have this right up in front of me, but do other commissioners recall that suggestion and the context of that?
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that certainly was a point of discussion during direct testimony, but in closing, the Brighton Group proposed the definition that that Chairman Robbins had read to you. And so I think they made a determination that that's the path that they wanted to go. And so that's my understanding of the situation.
Thank you. That helps. And I'm now pulling up that language also just so I can take a look. But I think I recall, that in their closing that, and I think I am also in support of that language.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I think I'm in support of a lot of this language, and I appreciate Mr. Sura kind of wording this out for us as we had discussed it through our questions and brought it up. I think the only hang up I have on Mr. Sura's proposed definition is the low producing status as opposed to the inactive status. There's hundreds, maybe more, maybe thousands of wells in this state that are going to be low producing for not just 3 years consecutively, but potentially for their entire lives. And if they're, fully assured and are in compliance otherwise, I don't see how that could or should be a trigger for a surface owner or a relevant local government to bring this up as I guess, as a claim in general, even though I understand that their claim itself has to be captured in a way that's direct to used and useful. So I understand that's the limitation on there, and I'm kind of wrestling with that right now. I don't know that the low producing status for 36 months is the right trigger for standing here. And so that's something that I'm still wrestling with. I'm leaning more towards the original inactive status. I thought that was more appropriate, right? Something that's not getting attention, something that's not being worked on, something that potentially is being ignored by the operator. I don't necessarily make that same analogy to a low producing well as a well that is being neglected by an operator the same way an inactive well is. So that's kind of where I sit on that. I think otherwise I appreciate the language, and I think it works out well in terms of setting out what needs to be in the application and saying out who's able to do it. And I thought we also had talked about having a good faith consultation with the operator as something that had to be demonstrated in the application as well. And that would be something that I am firmly in support of, is making sure that there are some conversations happening prior to the application. So I see that there's a certification the party has conferred with the operator. Perhaps that language could be strengthened a little bit. I kind of glanced over it as I was reading that. So I understand it's been addressed there. I don't know that conferred with the operator is the same as a good faith attempt at consulting with the operator. So perhaps I might strengthen that a little bit.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gonzalez, if the language from the Brighton Group, if all 4 of those components have to be met, and that last component is, the threat to public health, safety, welfare, and the environment, or is no longer used and useful, and you go back to the definition of used and useful, does it address your concerns about them pulling in the low producing wells? Because to me, the way that we're going to look at used and useful, the first part, right? Like it's leaking, it caught on fire, whatever, is pretty easy or easier for the commission to chew on. But if I go back to the definition of used and useful, like there's some pretty kind of specific things, even if it's a low producing well, that they would have to show in order to come in front of us as the commission.
And I agree with that, Commissioner McGowan, in terms of our review within the hearing and what those showings and would look like going through that process. My concern more is if we open up the application ability wide enough, my concern is that we're going to be getting folks coming in and making these assertions of used and useful that will come before us and may not have the appropriate merit behind them. So I'm just thinking of ways that how can we make sure that the applications we're getting are going to be coming to us with merit? Because it's easy to make a claim to say this is generally against public health, safety, welfare, the environment and wildlife resources, or generally, this is not used or useful, and whatever narrative could be associated with that, of which we've seen kind of examples of that through the testimony we've heard during this and during other public testimony and comments. And so that's just kind of something that I'm wrestling with. I think that when it gets to us, that we're capable of making that right decision. But I kind of want to strengthen the gates that someone has to walk through to get to us, to make sure that we are not getting frivolous accusations of not used and useful, or frivolous accusations of threats to public health, safety, welfare, and the environment, which is why I think the inactive might be a better trigger than a low producing well. So that's kind of the way I'm thinking about it.
So sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So you want the inactive status to be retained?
Yeah, I think it mirrors the original, I guess, qualifications or application standards or requirements, with the exception of switching out the low producing for the inactive. So yes, I would advocate for the inactive to be the trigger for a relevant local government or a surface owner, more importantly, to bring that to us. Perhaps, and I would even entertain different standards for a relevant local government and for a surface owner under this hearing process.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner McGowan.
So if we reinsert the inactive status, does that mean we're precluding a discussion of a low producing well so if we put inactive back there, then even the avenue of used and useful or public health, safety, and welfare, how do all those things fit in together then? And is it possible for a low producing well to ever make it in front of the commission? I'd like to know your thoughts on how those pieces fit together.
So I don't think that a low producing well would come before this commission under this particular hearing, 503G12, under the definition that I proposed, right? That's going to come in potentially a more one of the broader provisions like 503G10, which is not precluded by 503G12 as the used and useful determination is, because it ties to that Rule 211. So I think there's avenues for someone to come in and say, hey, this well is a threat. This well should be closed for the various reasons that they're presenting, regardless of what its production level is, low producing, high producing, brand new, 50 years old, whatever it is. I think that avenue still exists. But I think in terms of thinking about a surface owner with a well on their land, or specifically, maybe a developer who would like to clear that well off for a different use, may say, well, this is a low producing well, as are many other wells in the state, and I'm going to go ahead and see if I can test my chances with the commission by saying that this well is no longer used and useful, or making an assertion that this well is a threat to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. So I just think that inactive status, which to me goes to, some sort of lack of attention or lack of regular engagement with that well by the operator, is potentially a better standard.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Sorry, I wanted to make sure that Commissioner McGowan didn't have an additional follow-up there. Thought I saw her unmute.
She unvideoed, so I assume she does not.
The video thing is just a problem for me today. I apologize. I'm reading G10. Is that just a wide open door for anyone to come in front of the commission?
Director Murphy.
Whoa.
I mean, I'm reading it and I'm trying to figure out what are the limitations around G10, and that might, if it's as broad as I think it is, it might change my thoughts about what we're talking about right now.
Commissioner McGowan, I'm going to try to not try to into the space that's better answered by your attorney, our attorney. My understanding is that the G10 is what you could think of as a catch-all. But in the instance where a particular hearing type has a particular set of applicants, G10 doesn't create an exception to that that's so big it would swallow the intent of having narrower application requirements for other pieces. So how I would interpret that, and again, this is my very lay interpretation of it, is that if somebody were upset about any well in Colorado as creating a risk to public health, safety, welfare, they could bring that to you under G10 and be like, I think this is wrong, right? They would need to adhere to other procedural standards in the 500 series to get that properly before us. But I'm not sure that they could go so far as to say, and this is a 211 hearing for you to make a determination. I think they could queue it up for you to be aware of, I guess, without going that further, that next step and say, you need to order that this to be plugged or shut in, or sorry, plugged under Rule 211. And I would welcome an assist from anybody else who'd like to jump in on this question.
And thank you. Maybe AAG Davenport knows this answer too, but so can you not use G10 unless you can show a threat or adverse impact to public health, safety, welfare, and the environment? Like, is that the bar, the first bar to use G10?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. G10, as Director Murphy just said, is, as it stated, is a catch-all, but it specifically states that it only applies if there's not a different application enumerated in a different section of subpart G. So there's no topical limitation in G10. The limitation is it doesn't apply to anything else, as I said, that's specifically enumerated. So, one example for that the commission has dealt with recently is enforcement actions. We have a specific different part of subpart G that says only the director may bring an enforcement action. And the way we've interpreted the interaction with G10 is that means that does not apply to allow someone else other than the director to bring an enforcement action. So if there was an addition to G that said only these people may bring this application for these purposes, G10 would not broaden that to additional categories of people or additional purposes.
Okay, so sorry, if I'm understanding correctly, if the local government wants to come before us because they want a well closed because it's low producing and they think it's no longer used or useful, they would not be able to use G10 because G12 is specifically related to who can come and when and under what conditions to ask for a well to be closed.
That's right, assuming that the ultimately adopted G10 or G12 or whatever it is states that with specificity.
Okay,
May I
thanks.
ask a clarifying question on that? Kyle,
Commissioner Gonzalez.
AD Davenport. So yeah, I was thinking about this kind of in the first part of your analysis about 503 G10 being applicable kind of as a catch-all, with the exception of what's enumerated there or what's covered otherwise in 503 G. And if 503 G12, the header says well location and closure, and then speaks about ties to Rule 211 and used and useful, couldn't an owner, relevant local government come before us and ask for a well to be closed that's not tied to a used and useful determination, that's simply tied to a threat to public health, safety, welfare, and the environment determination?
I think arguably yes, in the sense that we've said these are the people that can bring this type of application. And if it's tied solely to used or useful, then yes, in that case, G10 may apply to allow someone else or the same parties to bring a request to close a well for a different purpose or for a different reason.
Okay, is that how you read 503G12 with all of its ties to Rule 211? Make sure I'm reading this the same way that I should be reading this.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. Hold on just a sec and let me get to that section of the rules. But yeah, so pending taking a quick look at it, yes, that is how I read it.
Okay.
And obviously, if the commission wants to make, has a different intent, then I recommend some changes to it.
Sure.
The SBP can provide clarity as well as to intent.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate as well. Yeah, and the way I think about this, Commissioner McGowan, in terms of how I think about a used and useful hearing, is that under 211 and someone talking about well being used or useful is probably best triggered by an inactive status versus a low producing well status, given all the conversation we've had about low producing wells having plenty of use going forward, and that its production isn't necessarily tied to a used or useful determination. And therefore, if it's a threat or is requesting to be closed for some other reason, that's why I was thinking that it would best fall under the catch-all of 503G10, and that for the use and useful under 503G12, that we would have some pretty specific application requirements. And that's why I'm proposing that we keep that at the inactive well as the application requirement for a surface owner or relevant local government to bring a used and useful hearing, not a threat to public safety, to FISWE hearing or request a closure hearing otherwise. That's at least the way I'm thinking about it.
But G10 closes the door to being able to use the user useful definition because it is related to G12. Sorry, now I feel like I thought I got it and now you're confusing. I know I'm getting more confused. I thought I had it.
You're exactly right in that last statement that 503G12, or at least the way I read it, the 503G12 is for a used and useful hearing. And what I'm saying is that if you allowed a surface owner or a relevant local government, and let's say you had one with, maybe purposes that are specific to just getting wells closed, period. And they say, hey, all these wells are low producing wells. My door is open, or the door is open for me to bring every single one of these in front of you claiming used and useful. And I think that tying production levels to used and useful, to me, is a lot less appropriate than tying it to an inactive status where the well is actually not being produced at all. And so that's kind of where I think about this threshold for what the applicant has or who the applicant can be in terms of triggering a used and useful only hearing. I think we're talking along the same lines, but I think there's avenues for both of our concerns to be addressed. But again, I'm wrestling with it as well. So I'm not trying to confuse anybody. I'm trying to keep myself from being too confused as well.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting. Do you mind if I chime in? Okay, thank you. Took another look at 503 and 211 in the staff's draft rules. In my view, I think probably 503G12 could use a little clarification if it is the commission's ultimate intent to limit that to just a used or useful determination. In other words, if you want to delineate that, only certain folks, categories of entities or people may bring a used or useful determination or application to the commission, 503G12 could use a little clarification, but that would depend on your deliberations and direction staff, I think.
Commissioner Messner? I'm sorry, I had Commissioner Nanjapa's hand was up ahead of yours, and then we'll go to you, Commissioner Messner. Sorry, Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thanks. No big deal. I just wanted to, thank everybody for the discussion. This is all helpful. And apologize especially to the Brighton group that I didn't have this stuff right up in front of me. But now that I've looked at it and hearing all the conversation here, I think I agree with Commissioner Gonzalez that the language proposed by the Brighton group, subpart B, subpart 2 under 503G12, or Romanet 2, should be, I think inactive is more appropriate there, but I would also suggest that maybe we consider a shorter time frame. If it's in inactive status in the first place, perhaps we don't need the 36 years, which was, I'm sorry, 36 months, which was part of the discussion, as I recall, in the party presentations about, if it was a low producing well for 36 months, there's potentially something there. But I agree with all the conversation, all the discussion, and the points made by Commissioner Gonzalez about if it's a low producing well, depending on how we define a low producing well, we've got a lot of business models out there that utilize, low producing wells that are, that are not inviable, and we have other avenues if there's an actual threat to the environment, et cetera. So I would suggest not only changing it to from low producing, using the Brighton group's language, but not only changing it from low producing to inactive per Commissioner Gonzalez's suggestion, but reducing the number of months. I'm not sure what the right time frame is there. My first thought is 18 months, but that may also depend on what we end up landing on as our definition for inactive in the first place. So maybe we can just kind of placehold that for the time being. The other thing I just wanted to note that I also agree with is the tightening up of Romanet 1 and having a little bit more clarity on what is expected with respect to the conversation with the operator.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think a couple things. I think number one, the whole premise of this rule is to limit standing. And so I'm generally uncomfortable with the limiting of standing in this particular situation, particularly when the service owner or the local government don't have a lot of other avenues in order to be able to address this particular situation of a threat or of used and useful. And so, continuing to try to minimize standing in these particular situations makes me pretty uncomfortable. I think there's been a compromise up to this point in order to determine to not have, extraordinarily broad access to 211, because if you eliminated A and B in 503G, I mean, if you just eliminated A and B, then anyone would have standing at any production level to be able to come in front of the commission to be able to, in order to be able to ask for a used and useful 211 hearing, right? I don't think it's been abused in the past. I don't think it's going to be particularly abused. I think that this commission has the ability to interpret the definition of used and useful. I think there's an ability to, try and define it into low producing. I think there are potentially situations where low producing wells are consistently a threat, and that a local government may want to get in front of the commission to determine whether it's used or useful or not. I think that it's a high bar in order to be able to meet that standard of used and useful. And so I'm not sure why we're trying to limit standing so much in this particular situation. I think the inactive definition as presented, has some issues and can cause some problems as far as having, the ability to continually stay in an inactive or in and out of an inactive status. That applies to this a little bit. So I think the definition of inactive is important in this particular situation, but I'm not seeing at this point that this is a a mechanism that is designed to be abused. So
Commissioner McGowan?
I think I'm aligned with Commissioner Messner on this one, and I'm not concerned of including the definition of low producing, and which we just talked about is less than 2 barrels or 10 MCF, depending on how we amend this or not. It's an incredibly low amount. It's an amount that I think we've had other stakeholders say that isn't attractive to most buyers to purchase. And I think then if that operator legitimately is like, this is a productive well, this is economically viable, that all comes under the conversation of used or useful. And they'll have a defense with a commission to say, I meet, more than 2 or 3 of these definitions under used and useful. My well is productive, it's economically viable. I can show you my production trends. And I would hope that we could kind of explain in the statement of basis and purpose what our intent is by including the low producing wells. And it isn't just to open the door so that everybody who's just unhappy with a well location can come in front of us, because I don't think they'll be successful.
I would weigh in as well that I'm in agreement with Commissioner McGowan and Commissioner Messner. I think this is just I think it's an appropriate door to provide. And ultimately, it's this commission that will be making the decisions on used and useful. And I agree with Commissioner Messner, that's a high bar. And I also think that if this gets used, more than we were thinking it would, that commissioners' decisions would be information for folks as to whether they should even file for something. Like if we have 2 or 3 decisions or a half a dozen decisions, and we're like, no, that's still used and useful, they're going to start to understand, when we may make a contrary decision or not. And so I would be in favor of the Brighton language as is, with the good faith conferral robustness added into Romanet 1.
May I ask, Chair,
Yes, please, Director.
should I take that as direction on this piece, or should we come back and talk about it again later? And by this piece, I mean the proposed revisions to 503 G12. I don't know that I have clear direction on the definition.
Are you asking us
used
if
and
you want
useful.
to turn it blue or not?
Pardon me?
Are you asking us if you want to turn it blue or not?
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Commissioner Messner?
I appreciate that you want to get to a direction, but I think we kind of set it up at the beginning that we want to kind of go through things, give people overnight perhaps to think about it, and then get more blue tomorrow. So that would be my recommendation.
Great, just checking in to know where we are. May we turn to the next hearing process, or do we need to discuss this slide and topic further, in which case I'm going to need to create another slide?
I think we're good here. Does anybody else have further on this issue? No, let's go to the next slide. Okay, now we're at the issue about participation in hearings reviewing financial assurance plans. I'll start. I think the folks that should be participating in financial assurance plans are the operator and the commission staff mostly. I would be okay with CPW and CDPHE, and I could consider the relevant local government, but only as to issues associated with its jurisdictional wells. I do not believe it's appropriate or necessary or reasonable to include surface owners or mineral owners, because I believe that would create an unworkable process for a financial assurance plan that is going to go potentially across the state. And again, I focus, my thoughts is that it's really the operator and commission staff. Having had some discussions with certain operators around operator business models, it's going to involve a lot of confidential information and a lot of specifics that for us to be able to do a good job on creating financial assurance plans. Others with thoughts?
Chair?
Yep.
Yep,
Mr. Gonzalez.
I'm in line with your position on that.
Commissioner McGowan?
I think I am as well. And, reiterating though, that someone who feels that the wells in question or the plan in question might affect them, there's still the opportunity to testify during public comment before we hear a financial plan. And so I think that we need to make sure that it's clear that we're providing that opportunity.
I agree, but I also might suggest that public's comments should be in writing only. Because again, these financial assurance plans are going to be something that are going to involve a lot of scrutiny between the operator and staff. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. A couple things. First, just as for Director Murphy and her note taking, you have not surface owner on here. I think just as problematic, if not more problematic, is the consideration of an owner in the current definition. So I would ask that that be highlighted, at least in your notes. So I appreciate that. And I think that's in line with what Chair Robbins and myself and maybe even Commissioner McGowan's support is aligned there. And then I lost my train of thought on the second thing. I'm sorry. This is in regards to the suggestion that public comments come written versus oral. I think if a public commenter wants to make a substantial public comment that is going to get to the heart of what we're going to be discussing, that a written comment would definitely be a better way to go. But I think that we've done a really good job of granting access to the public throughout our process, and whether it's a written comment, an oral comment with translation, however that is, I think I want to hear it. So I'm not necessarily in support of limiting it to written comments, but I think I appreciate where you were getting at there, Chair, but that's my position on that one.
Others with thoughts on this topic? All right, I think we're moving on. Director Murphy, do you want to frame our next issue?
I do. This is probably the meatiest issue, which is hard to believe given what we've wrestled with so far. And it's the one for which I provided the least amount of initial language or thoughts or guidance. So I'm going to go ahead and create a second slide right now and let you all gather your thoughts, maybe get a glass of water and jump right in. And the issue, sorry, I should talk about the issue is for folks who aren't reading the slides. Issue 1 is exploring whether and when single well financial assurance is appropriate for some of Colorado's wells, for all of Colorado's wells, for some categories of Colorado's wells, And perhaps as it interrelates with the next bullet point, which is a tiered approach to financial assurance, are there some operators for which single well financial assurance is appropriately required? So I think that's the extent of what I will say, although I, look forward to engaging in the dialogue as you all feel appropriate.
Thank you, Director Murphy, for the lead in. Big topic. I know we've all got a lot to weigh in on this topic, and we'll have a healthy discussion around it. Who'd like to lead off? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a meaty topic. So I'm going to ramble here a little bit just to try to get my point across on this. And so it may be a little bit confusing, but just let me know. I think we've got two different situations here. I think we've got existing wells, and I think we've got new wells. I think existing wells and new wells should be treated differently. So, just to be straight up, it's my opinion that single well financial assurance needs to be applied to all new wells. I think that new wells, create an interesting situation because it's the way that I look at it is the minute that the well is drilled, it creates an obligation to create plugging, abandonment, reclamation, and remediation at the end of its life. The risk for that well starts the minute it is drilled. And the ability to be able to carry that financial assurance through the life of the well is best done and developed during the initial development of that well, during the initial production curve of that well. And so in a paradigm change, in order to ultimately simplify financial assurance for the state of Colorado and oil and gas development, I think we need to apply single well financial assurance for all new wells. Now, having said that, I think we've got a really different set of existing wells based on basins, based on age of the well, based on depth of the well. And so applying a financial assurance model to existing wells becomes much more difficult than it does for new wells. And so looking at that, I'll say that I'm not opposed to looking at blanket bonding as a mechanism for financial assurance for existing wells. I think that there are situations where we also need to require single well financial assurance for for existing wells. I think we need to be creative with our approaches on how we address financial assurance for existing wells. And so I'm really appreciative of a lot of the stakeholders that came together and developed some pretty interesting concepts on how to address existing wells in an incredibly difficult situation. And so I'll start that my idea is going to be pulling ideas from a number of different stakeholders, including West Slope COGA and own resources and conservation groups, as far as ultimately coming up with some of the plans that I've got here, some of the ideas that I've got here. But and so I'll just kind of start. So my concept here is has a number of different tiers. So West Slope COGA made a suggestion for tier 1. That was the bespoke or the choose your own adventure path. And I think that there's some merit in maintaining that that opportunity for situations where operators don't find themselves able to fit in the different tiers that potentially are going to be created here. And so I support the ability for an operator to be able to access individualized financial assurance plan but I would put a qualifier to that. And the qualifier to that for me would be undue hardship. I think undue hardship is a defined term. It's a known term. It includes some considerations for financial hardship. And so that would be my qualifier to be able to get into that individualized financial assurance plan. And the only reason that I feel like there needs to be a qualifier there is to ensure that operators are not attempting to access that individualized financial assurance plan that wouldn't otherwise be able to qualify and afford the other financial assurance tiers. And so that would be my tier 1. Now, tier 2 would also be pulled from West Slope COGA's proposal, which would be a blanket bonding mechanism that they've indicated in their proposal with, and I'm modifying West Slope COGA's proposal in a couple of different ways. West Slope COGA's proposal has a production threshold, and it has a low producing well threshold. I would suggest that we focus our tiers specifically on a production threshold and not have an and a low producing threshold or an or low producing threshold, but limit it to a production threshold. So their recommendation, and I'm paraphrasing here, but everyone has that in their notes, is 60 BOE and 90 above 60 BOE or 90 MCFE would qualify you for tier 2 and the associated blanket bonding financial assurance amounts. Tier 3 would be a new tier, not included in, tier 3 would be the West Slope COGA's tier 3 as well, but I would change the qualifiers slightly. And so they have in their proposal less than 60 BOE or 90 MCFE down all the way to 2 BOE or 10 MCFE. I would change that to 60 BOE and 90 MCFE down to 15 BOE or 22 MCFE. That group would be tier 3. That would have the associated blanket bonds associated with Western Slope COGA's proposal. Tier 4 would be 15 BOE or 22 MCFE down to 2 BOE or 6 MCFE. That criteria would be tier 4. That criteria would employ own resources proposal for a plug and play concept up to single well financial assurance, up to full single well financial assurance to be determined by the particular plan that is being proposed. But it would be a plug and play sinking fund mechanism. And then tier 5 would be less than 2 BOE and 6 MCFE, which would be single well financial assurance in a accelerated time frame, understanding that wells in these particular situations are closer to the end of life than to the beginning of life. And so the anticipated retirement timelines need to be increased. Understanding that in tier 4, which is the plug and play, there's the ability to have individualized timelines associated with those particular plans in order based on anticipated life of the well and anticipated demonstrated costs or fixed cost of single well financial assurance. Tier 5 would have a more fixed timeline to ensure that those particular wells were able to have their retirement obligations in place. They would still be able to utilize a sinking fund and be able to access those funds in order to be able to plug and abandon their wells. Also included in the financial assurance piece would be the proposals around additional single well financial assurance for, and this is where the definition between inactive and low producing becomes important to me. If we can come up with an inactive definition that would have some sort of production metric to it, something similar to what Commissioner Nanjapa has suggested from a Texas definition, then I think we can continue to use the inactive definition as a requirement to have single well financial assurance for those particular wells across the tiers, in lieu of having a production threshold and an inactive definition. I would defer to our other definition, which is low producing well, in order to develop that additional single well financial assurance in the tier structures.
Commissioner Messner, can I ask a question about your proposal?
You can ask as many as you want.
I think I heard that tier 1 and tier 4 would be sort of a financial assurance plan that would go to commissioners hearing. And then tier 2, 3, and 5 would maybe not need a hearing. It could be administratively approved.
That's what I've got down. Yeah, that was the next thing I was going to say. So tier 1, tier 4, commission hearing, tier 2, 3, director approval, tier 5, commission hearing. And I would put a caveat in there too, that, initial year would be a commission hearing. Subsequent financial plan reviews would not necessarily be a commission hearing unless there was demonstrated non-compliance with the rules. And I think we'd have to get specific about those rules, but in my mind, that would be, failing MIT tests, not filing their production reports. I mean, the red flags that would indicate that there's some financial issues that are going on with that particular company, so that the director always had the ability, based on red flags, to kick that up to the commission for either re-tiering or additional requirements for financial assurance based on risk.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. And I got a couple questions for Commissioner Messner. Thank you, Commissioner Messner, for really a pretty detailed tiering structure. I think it's very well thought out, and I want to fill in some gaps I didn't get in my notes, or maybe just weren't part of your discussion on this. But I'm curious with regard to, so my first question is with the tier 1 approach, right, with this custom bespoke approach, and having undue hardship as a trigger, are there any other triggers you're considering, or is undue hardship kind of like the main one? And if it is, then I guess why wouldn't we just deal with that through a variance and not have a tier for it? I'm not saying that's the way I'm going to go. I just want to open it up for discussion because I'm curious how that may play out.
Well, I mean, I pulled undue hardship out of our variance process, right? Because it's a known term, but in our variance process, there's 5 pieces and all 5 have to be met. Yep. And so that was, I guess that was my thought, is to make a qualifying requirement to get into tier 1, and the qualifier being, hey, I mean, it would typically be, I would imagine that typically be a financial hardship argument. And that would enable us to look at that, apply undue hardship, clear case law on relatively clear case law on undue hardship. And so that was it. And so, I mean, if you've got suggestions for other qualifiers, I'd be open to it, but it was me attempting to not have it wide open so that the whole world decides that they're going to do a tier one plan just because they may save, $500,000 or something. But rather have some sort of qualifier for it.
No, I think that makes sense, and I appreciate that suggestion. For tier two, you're suggesting a blanket bonding mechanism with tier two. What amounts of blanket bonding are you thinking about in that for that bond?
So that would be the amounts proposed by West Slope COGA. And if you give me a second, I can pull it up. And so for tier two, it would be 12,500 per well if the operator operates less than or equal to 50 wells, 10,000 per well if the operator operates more than 50 wells and equal to or less than 150 wells, 5,000 per well if the operator operates more than 150 wells and equal to or less than 1,500 wells, 3,000 per well if the operator operates more than 1,500 wells and equal to or less than 4,000 wells, and 1,500 per well if the operator operates more than 4,000 wells. Now, this is generally the same proposal that's in the last draft of staff's draft for tier two. And again, I'm going to go back to this understanding that there's two things that I changed in here from West Slope COGA's thing. One is that it's a straight metric qualifier for the different tiers, and that as I'm looking at blanket bonding, I'm looking at increasing financial assurance the closer it gets to the end of the life of the well. And as the production curve goes down, the requirement for additional financial assurance goes up. And I look at this in the bubble holistically of having the backstop and the collateral associated with the orphan well fund and the other backstop of single well financial assurance for all new wells.
Okay. That's very helpful. And then are you suggesting for tier 3 and 4, the same levels of bonding that's proposed by West Slope COGA? Tier 3 is also blanket bonding.
Tier 3 is blanket bonding. So West Slope COGA, and I'll give me a second and I can read it to you. So for tier 3, it would be 18,000 per well if the operator operates less than or equal to 50 wells, 15,000 per well if the operator operates more than 50 wells and equal to or less than 150 wells, 12,000 per well if the operator operates more than 150 wells and equal to or less than 1,500 wells, 10,000 per well if the operator operates more than 1,500 wells and equal to or less than 4,000 wells, and 8,000 per well if the operator operates more than 4,000 wells. And so that would be tier 3. Now, tier 4 would actually bring in own resources proposal. And so that would be, they kind of call it the plug and play, but to simplify it, it would be, up to single well financial assurance. But with a sinking fund, third-party trust account, interest bearing, but they're able to pull from that in order to do their plugging and abandonment activities through over time. And the runway associated with that would be variable depending on particular operator situation, particular portfolio. And so it would typically have a longer runway associated with it. And that production metric, the threshold would be 15 BOE and 22 MCF down to 2 BOE or 6 MCFE.
Okay. And then tier 5 is just presumed single well financial assurance.
Correct.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think that this is a structure that just on initial first pass feels good to me. It's very similar to what I was considering. I really like the bucketing of what Western Slope COGA had put together. I think it's appropriate for us to have more tiers and more access to blanket bonds for wells at different stages of their life. So So I like that mechanism. Yeah, so I think I want to think about that a little bit further before I make more comments on it. But just at first pass, I think that is a very well thought out tiering structure. I want to ask you about the, I guess, single well financial assurance for new wells. And this is just a question that I'm thinking about, right? This is where I'm reconciling. So I'm not just asking you, Commissioner Messner. I'm asking all of us this is why should we treat new wells differently than we would treat any other well under an operator's tiered financial assurance structure? Like, as an operator's well portfolio changes, either by drilling new wells or by offloading existing wells or by even acquiring existing wells, any number of combinations of that, it affects what their portfolio looks like, and their portfolio dictates their financial assurance structure. So why don't we just roll in new wells into that financial assurance structure, where as the wells age, because kind of at the front end of a well's life, there's very low risk of that well being orphaned, just period, right? That's where all the money is to be made. Operators want to they want to get their money back on the well, and the production decline drops off quickly. Well, as it drops off quickly and kind of in that time frame, well, then it's going to fall into one of these lower producing tier structures, and it's going to fit in with the rest of their portfolio. And so that's something that I'm struggling with as I think about new wells, and I think about transfers also, which we haven't gotten to, is why do we treat these any differently if, as the well ages, as the well produces and goes through its life cycle, it kind of starts falling into one of these other buckets. And as it gets older, the blanket bonding goes up. As it gets lower producing, all the way down to super low producing, the financial assurance requirements go up all the way up to single well financial assurance towards the end of its life. That's something that I'm trying to reconcile. So I'd appreciate any and all input on that, because I don't have an answer, but it's something it's weighing on me, just trying to pull out new wells and transfer wells, as we've heard from a lot of stakeholders, and as is in the proposed draft for transfers.
Can I throw something out there and then Commissioner Messner have you respond? I also was influenced by the testimony from some of the parties of what the implication of single well financial assurance for all new wells would be. And for instance, 75.5 million for the new wells drilled in 2019 and 2020 in the DJ, and 235 million all in for wells in 2019 and 2020. And so I echo your concern, Commissioner Gonzalez. So I'll leave it at that. I've got some other thoughts about that, but I just wanted to get those types of figures and numbers out there because, well, just to get it out there. So Commissioner Messner.
Sure. So, I mean, I look at it this way, right? So the single well financial assurance for new wells is a paradigm shift on how financial assurance is going to be done for oil and gas operations in the state, right? So, I mean, right now we're contemplating orphan well program. We're contemplating additional financial assurance for transfers, additional financial assurance for inactive wells. We're looking at blanket bonding schemes in some situations, sinking fund schemes in other situations, different tier structure, looking at production thresholds, and just creating this overly complicated scheme, necessary scheme, but but this scheme where we've got because of the system that we've had up until this point, we've had to do. I think that, looking forward, I think there's an opportunity to create a trust fund associated with the well, which is one of the things that SB 19-181 asked us to consider, is to look at developing a trust fund that lives with the well, funded in the initial years of that well, that stays with the well. And as the years go on, as we look at this over a 30-year time frame, then we start to lose the need to have this robust orphan well fund. We start to lose the need of having all these blanket bonding mechanisms, or have increased inactive well fees and transfer of asset fees, because we've already gotten a situation where this financial assurance has been developed in the initial stages of the well. carries with the well through transfers, through owners. The federal government may have the ability to, go through a chain of ownership in order to ultimately get to the initial company that drilled the well in order to address financial assurances. The state of Colorado does not have that. However, we can fund a trust that lives with the well through the life of the well, so that the owner and every successor moving down through the chain has responsibility for the final financial assurance of that particular well. So I'm looking at this kind of big picture, multi-decade way of approaching financial assurance that I think in the end, is better for operators and better for the state of Colorado. So that's my perspective on it.
I didn't have any follow-up, Chair. I appreciate that response. I think those are important considerations.
Okay.
And I do think that what we're doing here is a whole paradigm shift, and it's exciting. So I appreciate Commissioner Messer's perspective on that.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, thank you, Commissioner Messner. I think I agree with a lot of the comments that Commissioner Gonzalez made in terms of the thought that you put into this and the some of the details, and there's a couple of things that are really similar to what I had come up with, and then a couple of things that are different, and I appreciate what you brought forward. So I'll just kind of start from the top on mine and try to comment where there's the overlap, or y'all will just notice that. But I've been all over the place on what to do about new wells, but I think similar to the explanation that Commissioner Messner just explained, while I agree that new wells are the lowest risk, it's also our greatest opportunity to cover these wells. I would be open to a runway of a few years so that initial expenditure with respect to drilling and some of the upfront costs could be recouped, and maybe 3 to 5 years of a runway to put that money into trust. But I think that that's a good path forward for Colorado for the long run. So that's where I am on new wells. Apart from the new wells, however, and I share Commissioner Messner's sentiment that with existing wells we've got a lot of different factors to consider. So I'll say that I think that the comprehensive bond proposal has some appeal to me, but I think it would be limited to, obviously the amounts that were already being discussed of around 30 million, would require some, larger entities, or perhaps through this sort of parent subsidiary proposal that has been put forward. But I would say that we limit that comprehensive bond to those companies that are publicly traded and increase it to 50 million. So that's my proposal on the comprehensive bond. I will also note, it's a little bit peripheral, but I personally have a strong view that any well that is that's currently within a DI community, or especially those within even 1,000 feet of schools or residences, should have single well financial assurance. So regardless of the operator, that needs to occur. The runway could vary depending on the financial status, I guess, or the general characteristics of the operator, and I'll try to get into that a little bit more. So that's kind of the starting point on sort of the upper level of where I came up with. I was also thinking of 2 tiers for blanket bonding beyond that comprehensive bond. So the 2 tiers would be looking at kind of similar to the EPA criteria of financial health and credit worthiness, along with the plugging and abandonment record and history of an operator and their overall compliance history, and specifically, ensuring that there were no major violations, and that payments of proceeds were on time and up to date, that there were no major spills, especially that were not directly reported by the operator, and that there was a general path towards compliance and quick responsiveness to the staff and good communication with the staff overall. And kind of that, the details of that sort of overall good compliance history, I would sort of leave to the staff to perhaps provide a recommendation on. But the other elements of at least the plugging and abandonment history, we could get that information from the operator. So with those criteria being met, and with I'm thinking a letter of credit in particular, but that this is along the lines of OWN's proposal of a 10% of average demonstrated cost for a blanket bond. But I would recommend that we accept a surety only. And the reasoning behind that is that, based on the testimony from COGA, which I did go back and review, and I thought was really important, and in particular from Mr. Gilstrap, that my understanding is that the surety companies themselves are not looking at a long time horizon for these sureties. They're reassessing every year or so. They're taking, at a minimum of 50% collateral, et cetera. So if we rely on a surety for these blanket bonds, then we already have some built-in additional assurance. And then I would say in the review process that the staff would undertake, we would need to get an updated letter perhaps from the surety company. And I'm thinking about, the ways in which insurance companies already provide letters to, your, if you're renting, to your landlord, or if you're if you're, the bond for your car, or those kinds of different things, that those types of things are, those mechanisms, there's precedence for those. So if we could request a letter from the surety that sort of confirms that the operator is still able to be underwritten at that amount, then we could proceed with that 10% blanket bond. And again, all of this would be subject to that review, and over time, perhaps the status could change, and there would be, a different grouping that the operator might fall into. If those criteria could not be met, so either there was not, the ability to either obtain a letter of credit or to get a surety bond, or there was, not as much of a strong plugging and abandonment history, or perhaps a compliance record, that we would allow for a blanket bond, but it would be at 25% of the demonstrated plugging and abandonment costs. And that, in that instance, we could accept a combination of surety and trust, and potentially, a runway of 10 years or so to build the trust in addition to a surety. And then, of course, we have the annual review process. Let me see here. Bear with me as I go through my notes here. I kind of was all along the same lines as Commissioner Messner's tier 1 about the individualized plan. I'll be honest, the whole bespoke idea just seems like we'd have so much all over the place all the time. And so I agree that it needs to be, it should be more based in a hardship. I hadn't specifically thought about that terminology, but I appreciate that from Commissioner Messner, and I think that makes sense. And that I think that then we could potentially tailor the mechanisms of assurance that are provided, the runways of time that are needed. I'm less concerned about an accelerated time frame for folks that for operators that fall into that category. And I would rather see, just ongoing compliance with putting in as much, putting in what they can into the plan, into the trust, I'm sorry. And then at least we have cash on hand that COGCC has access to, and we have the Orphan Well program as a backstop. And I had another point there that I just lost. So those are kind of the generalized tiers that I didn't have as many tiers as Commissioner Messner had. I also just don't like the tier terminology. I guess I didn't like the way that it was kind of implying a hierarchy, so to speak, but acknowledging that we do have to sort of group operators into different categories. I think hopefully what I'm thinking about here allows for operators of all sorts of sizes to qualify for some of these blanket options, and to be reviewed, and to be able to, think through, what makes the most sense for them, and depending on, where, and gives us some additional assurance. Let me see. So the other thing that I think Commissioner Messner also noted was that these groupings should be based on production. I'm also comfortable with applying some of the same production ranges that Commissioner Messner offered to the types of things that I was suggesting. I do not think that we should be looking at low producing or inactive wells. Specifically, I think it should be sort of the overall average production across the portfolio. But there should be a plan for every single inactive well, along the lines of what I articulated before, that there should be a plan, there should be a time frame of when those wells are either going to get returned to production or bonded up. And there should be an overall time limit for how long those wells can stay inactive. And so all of those considerations would come into play. They cannot remain inactive forever, even with full cost bonding in place. They have to either return them to production or to close them. That said, I do think there's some merit to considering the force majeure considerations that were raised by some parties. And I think that this is something that we need to maybe really think about, or I'll ask the staff to think through in terms of other situations where midstream operations or other types of scenarios that may be beyond a particular operator's control will affect their ability to produce their wells and to have the decision to return them to production, and what to do in those situations. And I think there is some value in thinking about either an exception, or I would be open to something along the lines of what Commissioner Messner suggested, where these would be considered in the individualized plan with a hardship component attached. So I think I got through everything. I'm sure that's clear as mud, but that's where I am with the overall structure.
Thank you, Commissioner Nanjapa. I followed some, but not all of that, I'll be honest. And I know that that Director Murphy's trying to capture all this for all of us. And just to sort of remind ourselves, I think today's plan was to hear from everybody, ask questions of each other, and then at that, just hold or move on to the next topic, so that we can all have the night to sort of think about the various structures that are being presented. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think just a couple of thoughts. I don't know if I necessarily have an opinion about how many tiers there should or should not be. I do think there should be, and maybe this is closer aligned to Commissioner Mesner's last tier, which is what I guess it sounds negative. I would call it tier 0. If everything in your portfolio is non-producing, I think it should be automatically single well financial assurance. You're not bringing in any income. So I don't know, maybe with an opportunity to come and talk to the commission, but I would be very concerned about if everything in your portfolio is at 0. Everyone knows I'm a fan of, that's why I've been asking this whole time, like, could you fold in for a new well, single well financial assurance into your AFE? I think because the new well is something that we as a commission have control over, right? Like it's that point in time which you're entering our system and we're saying, these are the rules to participate in Colorado. And I have heard folks talk about like, no one else is required to do this. And I've been thinking about this a little bit. And I will tell you, landfills in Colorado are required to have single financial assurance, single landfill financial assurance, if you will. And so I don't think it is completely out of the realm for us to say, you have this operation that has future potential environmental and health impacts. There's a higher risk to it. And then it gets left, if you leave, it gets left to the state to take care of. There aren't very many instances where, you know, if a restaurant goes under, the state isn't left running the restaurant, for example. So I do think, though, that maybe there is an opportunity for us with the new wells to either offer a long runway for the well to become fully assured or fully bonded, or ask for some sort of incentives or trade-offs in maybe in exchange for lowering the bonding amount because it is at a lower risk. And I'm not sure what that might look like, but that's something that I've been thinking about. I also have been struggling a lot with this narrative that people have been testifying about, which is, you know, the risk isn't the well, it's the operator, but then we're using production of wells to put everybody into these tiers and bonding amounts, which implies that's what we're using as a surrogate for risk. And so I think the risk is twofold. I think we need to look at the health of the wells and we need to look at the health of the operator. And regardless of what tier you're going into, I think there has to be, to Commissioner Nanjapa's point, some sort of looking into the sock drawer about whether or not it's your credit rating or your audited financials, along with your well production and your debt to asset ratio, debt to income ratio. I think there's some basic things that we could look at as commissioners, for regardless of what tier you're getting into, to see if you belong in that tier. Like, what is your risk? And if we think that your risk is higher, we bump you into a different tier, and that could be part of the conversation within your financial assurance plan. And I realize that some of that information is confidential. I'm not sure how I feel about administrative approval of the various plans. I think at minimum, to start off with, the commission somehow has to have some sort of sign off, and then maybe it's when they get renewed based on a change in status or something with the operator might play into that. And if depending on whose structure we go with and how we choose different things, Commissioner Messner, I'd be curious to know, I'm not sure all of your tiers followed West Slope COGA's proposal, but maybe they did. I feel like we have a definition for low producing, we have a definition for a stripper. Now we're going to have 4 different definitions for different tiers. And, you know, they're not necessarily aligning in any way. And maybe that's okay, but it seems a little confusing to me. And it doesn't seem like, you know, what are we basing it on? Which has just been another struggle for me. How did we pick 60? How did we pick, you know, 2 barrels and 10 MCF? How do we pick, you know, why is a stripper well defined? I get that it's defined by the Department of Revenue, but it must be based on something that they thought that at this point you become a stripper well. So I don't know, if folks have thoughts about kind of these amounts and why we're setting these different tiers at production levels, it would be nice if we could kind of set that stage a little bit. And I realized that West Slope COGA then at least tried with a bell curve to do that, which is helpful.
Commissioner Messner, before you go, maybe I can chime in a little bit with thoughts. Is that all right? So I'm going back up to my notes on where we started with Commissioner Messner's thoughts. His first thought was single well financial assurance for all new wells. I don't believe feel that is necessary given all the other things that we are going to be doing. I think that I agree with some of the thoughts from Commissioner Gonzalez that you just can move all of this into the various tiered thing that you're going to be in. And I think we would be protective. The second component, I think I like your tiered approach, Commissioner Messner, with a couple of caveats. The tier 1 bespoke, I'm probably not in alignment with some of the other commissioners that there needs to be an undue hardship. I think that one of the things that I feel that I've come away from this financial assurance rulemaking, which has lasted close to a year now, is that trying to create tiers that are going to be operable, number one, for all operators, and that are going to be protective is a very difficult thing to do. And with that, I think that the bespoke option ought to be an option that is available. And I don't think you need to qualify undue hardship to be able to get there. Undue hardship is action requiring significant difficulty or expense. I'd rather us create some criteria, some sideboards, perhaps by looking at the statute, looking at the financial obligations, looking at the financial health of the operator, looking at their compliance plans, all these things that we've all talked about, but allow the commission with the creativity to be able to approve or not, and I would underscore the or not, a bespoke option. I think that leaving the creativity for the commission and for the operator is an important component. Tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, I am generally in agreement. Tier 5, less than 2 BOE, or I think you said 6 MCFE. Are you nodding? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think that needs to be single well financial assurance in a quick turn. And if it can't be, then that may be some of those wells that we are going to expose or reveal, as we've heard from others. And we just need to be ready for that. Commissioner Najapa, your idea of a comprehensive bond limited to publicly traded companies, I think that's very creative. I think there is a lot of scrutiny to publicly traded companies that is not necessarily with regard to privately traded companies. And so I'm intrigued with that. I'm not sure I understand why or what your thought process is of bumping it another 20 million to 50 million versus the 30 million that had been articulated by some of the parties, given that the 30 million is similar to California and Alaska. And I think we even heard something about California is that it was really going to be like 6 million, but then I forgot exactly how they did that, but they creatively got to 30 as a different off-ramp. And I remember that testimony was persuasive, but I don't remember exactly what they were saying. But again, I'm not sure. I mean, it seems to me that if it's at that large of an amount, I'm not sure that there's a need to get to 50, but I would love to hear your rationale behind that.
Do you want me to quickly jump in, Chair,
Sure.
on that point? So the reasoning behind it, and I would be open to potentially some ranges based on well count, especially for these larger operators that also have a large number of wells. But I was thinking about it in terms of what that equates to per well, as well as the fact that some of these same operators already are carrying around that amount of 50 million. It probably varies a little bit with, a couple of different operators. But that's of course based on the inactive well fee that we have currently. But the fact that they are able to handle that made me think, why not continue at those amounts, or in that range of amounts. And with respect to California, my understanding that it was a 3 million cap with a discretionary amount of 30 on top of that they were able to apply, and they, so there was that maximum. And I don't know if Director Murphy or somebody else would want to comment on that, but I'm not really that influenced by what specifically other states are doing, and thinking more in terms about how we can look at what we already have and what we can do to just further protect ourselves going forward.
Thank you for that explanation. I do think that some of the larger operators that are carrying more than 30 million now have also testified that they just haven't gone and sort of trued up their excess inactives. And perhaps there was sort of noting that we're about to do financial assurance hearing, waiting to see what the outcome of all this would have been. And I just, if we're going to create a comprehensive bond, I would want to make sure, that it's something that is doable or usable. And we've heard from them that 30 would be. So I guess I'd like to hear about 50 on that front. I think those are sort of my thoughts at this point of where we are. I know that Commissioner Messner had raised his hand before I jumped in, and I also see Commissioner Gonzalez. Who wants to go first?
I can go first, Chair. I just kind of wanted to fill in some gaps because I asked a lot of questions, didn't really lay out what my thinking was in terms of the whole scheme and structure. So I'll just kind of throw my voice behind a couple different perspectives. I think about the way I'd like to think about financial assurance is I want to find simplistic ways of approaching it. And so I like defined prescriptive ways of grouping operators. So I'm very closely aligned with Commissioner Messner's structure in terms of tiers that mirrors what West Slope COGA has done. I want to give some more thought about the percentage of low producing wells versus the production threshold, but I think that could be a good idea as well. I didn't have the same number of tiers, but I think I could get on board with the additional tier 4 as Commissioner Messner had introduced to the West Slope COGA's kind of regime. And I think that was a new one that he brought up, if I have my notes correct. When it comes to these bespoke, custom plans that we're talking about, I think it's best that we try and incentivize operators to take advantage of a prescribed financial assurance structure through blanket bonding. And I think the tiers that West Slope COGA provided that I was on board with, that Commissioner Messner has amended, I think that does that. And so I would suggest, taking that tier 1 as suggested by West Slope COGA and Commissioner Messner and moving that down, right? Just visually putting it last as kind of, hey, that's our catch-all. I don't want people to be thinking about that option first. I want people to be thinking about how can I put this in a identifiable, quantifiable bucket that can help us as an agency track and maintain that financial assurance. So that's kind of thematically where I fall in that regard. Own Resources had kind of proposed their proposal that involved a 10% blanket bond amount for financial assurance, if I remember that correctly. And I don't remember if I remember the details of that specific proposal, but I'm going to go back and look at that over the next couple of weeks to try and dial in what Commissioner Messner has proposed. But the simplicity of a percentage based on number of wells is really attractive to me. as opposed to a bucketing, right? And when you get in these buckets, you end up with a lot of margins of folks who are at the top end or the low end of each one of these categorizations. And I think that could end up in more folks saying, hey, I'm in the margin, I want an individualized plan. And so I'd like to throw out for consideration that we apply this tier structure in a way that has blanket bonding amounts that are tied to a fixed percentage to the number of wells, right? So if, for instance, let's say for tier one or the top tier of blanket bonding, something to the effect of an operator's got 1,000 wells, and they're going to, we identify a single well financial assurance amount for those 1,000 wells, their blanket bond is 10% of that, right? Or some percentage of that. For the next tier, it's a little bit higher. For the next tier, it's a little bit higher until we get down to the tiers with little or no production, in which case, hey, we want to hear from you in a hearing, come up with an individualized plan for you, or we're going to have a presumed single well financial assurance in those lower producing tiers. But I'd like to offer up to staff and to stakeholders who are listening, is there a way that we can just find a fixed percentage to apply to the number of wells in the portfolio, and that percentage is tied to the different tiers? So that's one thing that was in my notes that I wanted to add for consideration. Let's see here. So I think that a presumption for the lowest tier for single well financial assurance is really important, because I think that's going to be our opportunity to daylight effectively orphaned wells, right? Orphaned wells that we haven't, identified as orphaned yet, but we're going to understand whether or not that operator is going to pony up and fulfill their obligation for financial assurance, or at least come talk to us to try and find something that works, or they're going to walk away and we're going to figure out those wells. So I think that a presumption of single well financial assurance for that lowest tier is important. Let's see. So I like the idea of offsets for plugging. I'm not quite sure how that would play out, but some way to give some credit in that regard, I think, is important. And then generally, in terms of new wells, I think I'm still with the same place that I was, that this should just fall into an operator's overall financial assurance structure. I appreciate the thought about moving us into this new paradigm and essentially using this as a way to phase out maybe an orphan well fund, or this more detailed, more complex tiering structure. But given that we have that in place now, I just think that it's really hard to put that burden on these new wells that essentially just aren't risky for a long time. And they're going to have their opportunity to get their financial assurance somewhere in their life, that it's going to be commensurate with the risk as they reduce production over their life cycle. So that's kind of and I'm going to have the same thought in terms of transfer wells. As we get to that next slide, I'll just kind of throw that out there now. But I think that's the way I was thinking about tiers. So I think that we have a lot of alignment in that regard. I want to make sure that I capture some of my other notes that other folks have mentioned. So for these individualized financial assurance plans, some of the considerations that I had considered as well are an operator's ability to pay, an operator's financial capabilities. So it's not just ability to pay, but how strong their access to capital is, whether that's through loans or whether that's through investment, I think is another vehicle of understanding operators' financials. I think compliance is huge, and I think there's a big spot in a lot of our tiers, and perhaps a lot of consideration for individualized plans that is based on an operator's compliance history. I think that's a huge demonstrative aspect of how well an operator adheres to our rules and regulations, and essentially how good of an operator they are in terms of just caring about doing the right thing and their stewardship of their operations, within the framework of the regulatory regime that we administer. So I think that's a really big one for me. And let's see, I think that covers, kind of fills in all the proposals that I've heard from the other commissioners. And again, I think I have a substantial alignment with the structure of Commissioner Messer's proposal, and I'd like to consider flat percentage fees. And I want to think more about the low producing well component to that. But that's where I stand in terms of how I've thought about the tiering structure and just financial assurance structures in general. So again, another long rambling answer, but hopefully that's helpful. I see Director Murphy has taken some good notes on what I said and captured it pretty accurately. So that's where I'm at.
Sorry, muted. Commissioner Najaba, did you want to say something against what Commissioner Gonzalez just said? Because Commissioner Messner was next in the lineup. He had raised his hand. So
Sure, yeah, if Commissioner Messner wants to go, I just had a question for Commissioner Gonzalez, but I
think he just pointed to you. So go for it, Commissioner Najaba.
all right, thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez, thank you for your thoughts on that. One question was when you were talking about the blanket bonds and the 10%, you said a flat 10% or something. I wanted to make sure I was understanding. Were you saying based on a per well flat fee that we would otherwise determine for single well financial assurance? And so it'd be 10% of that, but multiplied by the number of wells?
Yeah, so 10% of the operator's otherwise single well financial assurance amount. So basically you just distill it down to a certain percentage on a well by well basis, but you look at it from a portfolio perspective because that operator's got to have the portfolio that supports them being within a specific tier.
And so would they provide an overall plugging and abandonment costs across their portfolio, or would it be based on our potentially, 100,000 flat fee or whatever flat fee we determine, or could they also use demonstrated costs?
I think that it would go to our definition of single well financial assurance, which allows for demonstrated costs. And then the default becomes the estimate if they do not wish to provide demonstrated costs or can't provide demonstrated costs.
Okay, thank you.
And then thank you for the question, Commissioner Nanjapa. While I have the floor, though, I'm going to add a couple more things that I missed on my list of considerations for the individualized plan. And so in that is ability to pay or the timing for payment, strong compliance history, financial strength, I mentioned, unique circumstances. So, I want to account for different types of operations, whether it's an oil and gas well, a helium well, just unique circumstances that we may not be contemplating. I think field life is hugely important to that, based on some of the things we heard from testimony from Evergreen Resources and Own Resources. And I think that translates to a bunch of other operators that are similarly situated. And then of course, other financial assurance would be part of that consideration as well. So federal financial assurance or local government financial assurance or potentially state land board financial assurance, if that applies. And I think that's my list. So thank you for letting me take over the floor one more time. And I think Commissioner Messner had the question next, although I see Director Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, Commissioner Gonzalez, have I actually gotten the right theme of using a percentage of single well financial assurance for each of the operators' total wells, trying to get at the dollars per well concept that you and Commissioner Nanjapa were having dialogue about? I think I didn't capture it correctly earlier.
Yeah, so basically that I think you've captured it in this second bullet point under tier 2 that you had just a second ago.
Yep.
It's basically a fixed percentage that is based on their single well financial assurance amount. And then that percentage would go up depending on what bucket they're in. And so I was thinking 10, 15, 20 may not be appropriate, maybe 10, 15, 25. I'm not quite sure how that falls into it, but I'd leave it up to staff to maybe work with stakeholders and find the right numbers there. I think for the highest, I think 10% makes a lot of sense, given if you take the, let's say historically 1% of wells have been orphaned, we 10x that problem or 10x that risk level, and then you apply that to your highest or your most reliable, trustworthy operators. I don't even know if those are the right words to use, or the less risky operators. And that's kind of a good starting place in my mind for that top tier fixed percentage. And then that would kind of ratchet up with the other tiers as the tiers. I say lower tiers, but they're higher in number. I think everyone understands what I'm saying.
Anything further, Director Murphy?
Thank you.
Commissioner Messner, did you still have something?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a few thoughts. I mean, I think I think Commissioner McGowan had asked me a couple of questions, and I want to start by, I didn't really go into the contents of the financial assurance plans, but I think this is an important conversation as well. I think the existing draft has some contemplation of things that need to go into a financial assurance plan. I think that Mr. Freeman brought forward some good ideas as other things that should go in a financial assurance plan as we look at, generally an operator's health during a financial assurance plan review. I think Commissioner McGowan and Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Najapa have all brought up other things that could be included in a financial assurance plan. But I think that that's an important tool, irregardless of the tier that you're in, to be able to have when we're doing financial assurance plan reviews and to get a better snapshot of that operator's financial health. And so I am supportive of that. As to the different metrics that I used, Commissioner McGowan, the new tier that I came up with actually was designed to line up relatively the same as a stripper well, right? So, the metric on there was a 15 BOE. I did change the MCFE metric, but I tried to make it the same ratio as what West Slope COGA had put forward between the 60 BOE and the 90 MCF, because I think there was probably some calculations that were done there. And I do think that gas and gas equivalency and oil equivalency, are just different. And the business models between them are just different. And so I'm trying to be differential to some natural gas numbers that may create some lower MCFE numbers than the stripper well definition, but with the same ratio as Western Slope COGA's initial proposal for tier 2. As far as the comprehensive bond piece goes, I guess my big question there is that if it's logical to do a comprehensive bond, if it makes sense as a financial assurance mechanism, then I'm not sure why they couldn't just do that through an individualized plan and come up with a number that the commission and the operator deems appropriate for that particular situation, that number of wells, that financial assurance obligation. And so I'm not opposed to a comprehensive bond. I think we may have an avenue to do that without having to set a one-size-fits-all comprehensive bond in the rules, but just do it through my tier 1, Commissioner Gonzalez's tier 5, but the individualized plan.
Can I ask a quick question, Mr. Chair, on that one?
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. Just clarifying on that point. Unless you're kind of altering what you previously said, the individualized plan per your proposal was with an undue hardship. Isn't that not correct? So how would the comprehensive bond fit into a hardship scenario?
Well, if you're a bigger operator that wants a comprehensive bond, the undue hardship could be argued that it's too difficult to determine the number of inactive wells and this and that and the different escalators, but you'd rather just have a higher comprehensive bond amount, right? So they're not asking for less bond, they're asking for more bond than what the initial calculation would be, but just have it as a flat fee. And so that would be the undue hardship qualifier that I would apply to that particular situation. I don't think operators asking for a comprehensive bond should come in there asking for less, right? But at least in my experience, my understanding is they would be asking for more than what their typical calculated bond would be. So that was my thought on that one.
Commissioner Messner, can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
From my notes of your tier 1, Commissioner Gonzalez's tier 5, there were 2 things you needed to do in order to qualify for a bespoke hearing. One is your undue hardship, which again, I sort of disagree, but that's fine. But the other from my notes was if you don't fit in the other tiers.
If you don't easily fit in the other tiers, right? Yeah. Well, no, that wasn't a qualifier necessarily. That was the goal that I was trying to discourage someone who naturally fits inside of one of the other tiers into going in and asking for a bespoke hearing simply to try to save, some percentage of dollars because they think they could, right? And so that was my point there. And so I don't know as that's a qualifier. I think it's just what I was trying to discourage. And that goes to Commissioner Gonzalez's point, where if we can slot them in something that is simpler metrics, then that enables some ability for administrative review. And this is, I think, to Commissioner McGowan's question, and I think a concern around an administrative review process. I mean, the point for me in administrative review would be administrative review when you're literally plugging the blanket bonding metric to the operator, and a commission review when there's discretion involved with that, right? So tier 2, tier 3, tier 5, in my proposal, that's a metric, right? It's number of wells, it's a flat dollar amount per well, and there's little to no discretion unless there was the things that you had mentioned. In a financial plan review, there was some red flags, there was compliance issues, there was other things going on. Then the director could kick it to the commission for review, and perhaps additional financial assurance or different tiering based on these red flags. And so just clearing that up a little bit. Commissioner Gonzalez, I did the math yesterday, trying to apply a percentage system, something similar to what you suggested. I mean, I think it works. I'm not opposed to it. I mean, I did at least in the proposal that I put down for my tier 2, tier 3, I did a 10%, 20%. Tier 4 I have as a kind of a sinking fund, not a blanket bond. And so that one didn't really apply. I wasn't coming up with that different in numbers than what was in West Slope COGA's proposal as far as dollar amounts. I think it could work. I think we could apply percentages if we want. So I'm not opposed to it. But I thought that along those same lines as well. And I know Commissioner Nanjapa, you had some percentage ideas as well. So so just a couple of thoughts on that. I mean, I'll still voice my strong support for single well financial assurance for new wells and kind of changing the paradigm of how financial assurance is done in the state of Colorado. I think that the idea of having a runway, 5, even 10-year runway for compliance with single well financial assurance, like Commissioner Nanjapa had indicated. I mean, I think that works too. I don't know if that really changes the scenario or not, but I'm somewhat comfortable with that. And I'm also okay with offsets for plugging for single well financial assurance for new wells. And I think you guys heard me talk about that during testimony and ask questions about that. But I think that there's, if it creates more palatability to introduce a single well financial assurance mechanism for new wells, I think that there's an opportunity there for a logical offset opportunity. So I'll leave it at that.
Other thoughts, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. And yeah, Commissioner Messner, I was running some calculations as well, and I didn't apply the percentages, which is why I didn't propose specific ones because I hadn't gotten that far yet. But I was looking at the ranges, right? And one of the part of the trouble that I get into when I think about that is if I look at the first group, right? The first group is $0 to $600,000 of exposure at $12,000 a well up to 50 wells. Well, so if you have 50 wells, you're paying less than someone with 51 wells. Because if you go to the next group of $10,000 per well at 50 wells, you're starting at 750,000, or I'm sorry, you're starting at 500,000. So you have more wells, you're paying less in that bucket. And so, and it grows as you get deeper down those trend or down those groupings. And so that's why I was just trying to find a way to maybe eliminate the margins there. So you didn't have, either folks are going to end up, right in the money, or they're going to be way off to the negative, or they're going to be hugely benefited from being in a specific tier. And so that's one of the things I was trying to hey, let's take these groups out and these calculations out and just make it to where your number of wells is equitable to the amount of financial assurance you put up. And that's one of the reasons I was going there. So I didn't get to the actual math of how it translates or what percentage translates, but it was that margin that gave me a little bit of concern.
Okay, any further follow-up? Director Murphy, thank you for trying to capture all of our musings here. Very much appreciative. I think in line with how we outlined our couple of days of deliberations, we should move to the next topic. We've got a lot here for us to be thinking about.
Can I get a 10-minute break, Chair?
Yeah, that's where I was going next, is before we move to the next topic, if we could get a 10-minute break, but it seems like Commissioner Nanjapa wants to say something.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I support the idea of break next. I just had a really quick note because I think it was Commissioner Gonzalez that raised the unique circumstances and in particular the helium wells. That's been something that's been sticking in my mind. As I recall, especially in that particular case, it's a really high per barrel, commodity price and a very small lifespan, somewhere in the order of, less than 10 years. And so I just wanted to note that, maybe we just have, some sort of special circumstances considerations and have some explanation in the SBP, but I think something like that, we should have single well financial assurance on a very short order, just given the sort of riskiness of that type of endeavor. That's all.
Okay. All right, let's break until 3:40. That'll give us 12 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. I feel as Commissioner McGowan is with the big yawn. Long day, long weekend on top of that for everyone, I know. I think we're going to wait on Director Murphy to reappear with her magic PowerPoint slide set, and then we would move into next steps.
Apologies for the quick delay. Got a little distracted and then needed to refill my water.
No problem. I think we're looking for yet another screen share, Director Murphy.
I think so, Chair. The only thing I would flag is I think I've captured a lot of ideas. Is one of the slides that I'd included in this element had kind of the scope of financial assurance plans and then what types of financial assurance are due. And through the course of different commissioners discussing their ideas on financial assurance plans and the bonding approach itself, in some places we've drifted into what's in a financial assurance plan, which I've tried to capture here, who's reviewing it and with what frequency, which is yet another slide. And also to some degree, what types of financial assurance are acceptable. I don't know that we really need to go further into this unless each of you want to right now. I think that this is probably a bucket of information that we can decide once we solidify some of the different conversations around tiering. But I wanted to flag that I'd had it in here and we haven't fully addressed it, and I didn't want to foreclose that conversation.
I think your plan works for at least this commissioner.
Okay.
Seeing heads nodding up and down.
I think like the best news that I have right now, because I'm starting to get tired, is that we're on 21 and right now there's only 25 and there's probably not going to be more than 30 slides by the end of today. So we really are making wonderful headway, and I want to encourage you that things are moving and moving very successfully. The dialogue's been amazing from my perspective. So let's just keep on trucking. And so turning now to the review of transfers of assets, which again integrates a lot with the conversation that we have just had around what wells may be appropriate for treatment outside or separately from financial assurance plans, and how that can fit together, or whether it's a scope of the transfer, if there are particular types of transfers we want to really catch. I think that there's a lot to connect here. And I think that thinking more globally about what everybody's ideas are and getting those down without worrying today about how that will connect with individual tier planning is probably the right scope. So with that, Chair, it's the floor is no longer mine.
Who would like the floor? Commissioner Nigel.
I didn't want it, but since nobody else jumped up, I'll just throw out, my thoughts. I think that it is dependent on which bucket the operator lands in, and dependent on that, there may be instances where, well, let me back up just for a second. I think that upon a transfer, it would trigger a review of, overall financial assurance. I think that's already built in, if I remember correctly. But then depending on which grouping that the operator fits into, that would depend on whether these wells could be rolled into their existing blanket, if that's the case, or comprehensive bond, if that's the case. But I would say that probably in the tiers that get into the lower production levels, per Commissioner Messner's proposal, that's where we'd want to think more about single well financial assurance, and perhaps with perhaps with a bit of a runway. I'm also thinking a little bit about the situations that we've at least seen one situations in an enforcement, capacity where an operator that did not have the capacity to provide the financial assurance was, what do we do in that situation, since we cannot stop a transfer from happening from a business transaction perspective. And we are, COGA, I think, commented on this, and a few others did as well, that we can shut in the wells and hold the bond from the selling operator. But, I think there needs to be a time frame for allowing the buying operator to either come into compliance or to basically then determine that these wells are now orphaned. So I think that should be a relatively short time frame. And I think this is along the lines of what I think West Slope COGA said, that, I think it was seller beware, or was it buyer beware? But basically the idea that upon a transfer, you need to know that you're going to have to bring in financial assurance or proof that you can handle it. So with that said, I will also say that I'm also just generally open to the concept that a lot of folks have proposed of full cost bond upon transfer. I think there may be certain scenarios where that, if it's just like I think we had a couple of different examples of like mergers or acreage transfers or things like that maybe that would not apply, but I think that there would be, I would be open to, thinking about single well financial assurance in any case. I just think we need to really be careful, especially in these instances where we don't have the financial assurance from the buying operator, what happens and how long we wait until we determine that those wells are orphaned or go back to the selling operator, or I'm not sure what the circumstances are. So sorry. I'm sure you all are glad that I went first because I was all over the place, but I'll let other people tear that apart.
Commissioner Gonzalez, did you raise your hand?
No, but I'm happy to give my 2 cents. So, I stick with the same position I had, or I just mentioned previously. I think of wells the same. I think of an operator's portfolio the same way. And so I would think that a transfer of assets would just roll up and would essentially change, or likely have a possibility of changing, an operator's financial assurance structure, but it should be tied to that operator's overall financial assurance structure. So generally that's how I think about transfers. I think that there should be a timeline involved for an operator meeting any changes to their financial assurance structure post-transaction. So I think that that's a really important component, so that operators who are buying know that they're going to be brought before us one way or another, whether they're an existing operator in the state with an amendment of their financial assurance plan, or a new operator coming before us to provide financial assurance through a financial assurance plan. I think that that's an important component of a transfer. Otherwise, I think that our transfer process through the Form 9s, initial and subsequent, provide a lot of information about what is being transferred. And I want to make sure that it does include also what's being retained by the operator. That was an important component that some stakeholders brought up. I don't know if it does now, but if it doesn't, that's a consideration I would suggest adding. Otherwise, I think that we built our transfer process under the Form 9 to give us a really deep look into a transaction from a transfer of operator perspective, because we don't have any say in what's going to happen in the private sector in terms of two private entities making a transaction. So I think the transfers sit in a pretty good position. I think we've got a really good way of looking at them. I think that we're going to see all the transactions that come through this state come through us, and give us a really good knowledge base for those transactions. And I think at the end of the day, I don't understand why these transferred wells should be treated any differently than any other well. If they're low producing or they affect an operator's production portfolio, then it will affect an operator's tier within a financial assurance structure. And I think that's the way that I look at it. I think that's the way to really distill it to a simple application across the board.
So Commissioner Gonzalez, if I could query you a bit on your perspective, you're not looking at categorizing out low producing or no producing transfers, but instead just any transfer gets a reassessment of the current financial assurance plan, or gets a new plan if you're a new operator?
Yes.
Simple. Okay.
One of the considerations that kind of was brought to us is about, certain operators we may not wanting taking over additional wells. Well, those operators, I would imagine, if they had a suspect portfolio or they had compliance issues with us, that'd be accounted for in their existing financial assurance plan. So again, I think that this simple approach also addresses that concern as well.
What kind of turnaround are you thinking?
Pretty short. I think, 90 days might be generous depending on the size of the transaction. And so I might suggest that to put that as kind of a plus or minus target with an operator's ability to petition maybe for more time through a Form 9 process. I'm not quite sure if that's the appropriate way to do it, but I think that's got to be a pretty quick evaluation. Operators should know what their portfolio is based on that year's financial assurance requirements, and they should be able to do those calculations pretty quickly as they add wells to their portfolio through the due diligence process, or in consideration of the due diligence process prior to adding those wells.
Commissioner Messmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think a little bit of a philosophical difference here, and that's okay. So I'll just get my thoughts out. I appreciate Commissioner Gonzalez, the concept of looking at it from the kind of contemplated tiered financial assurance structure and how these things interplay with one another. And I don't think you're wrong in that approach. However, I think my perspective is looking at it both from kind of a contemplated tiered financial assurance structure for existing wells, but also single well financial assurance for new wells, and changing the paradigm again. And so for me, transfers should include single well financial assurance, except for limited exceptions, because again, that's another step to start to shift the paradigm into a new way of looking at financial assurance for oil and gas operations in the state, and still creating this opportunity for existing wells to, be successful within the state of Colorado, and still provide some level of protection for the state of Colorado, but starting that shift towards single well financial assurance moving forward in the long game, right? In the 30-40 year long game. So I'm going to be an advocate for single well financial assurance for transfers with limited exceptions.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. I kind of like your thought process around sort of shifting the dynamic. And this is different than the new well piece, where I wasn't as much of an advocate for single well financial assurances for all new wells. But the single well financial assurance for transfers, except in limited cases such as acreage swap kind of things, I think it's a different creature. It's addressing the existing well piece and not the new well piece, where I'm not as concerned about new wells with single well financial assurances. So I think I sort of land more in your camp on that front, and I hope that's not being inconsistent logically as chair. Commissioner McGowan.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think I'm philosophically in Commissioner Messner's camp, which is this is an opportunity for us to reduce risk for entire sets of wells and individual operators' portfolios, regardless of where their initial risk is upon transfer. And so I see this as an opportunity for us to keep reducing risk to the state for that portfolio of wells. I think based on what we've heard from folks testifying, most of the wells that are getting transferred from one operator to another operator are low producing, not at the beginning of their life, maybe in middle age or toward the end. And that's a good time for me philosophically to reassess and get that full financial assurance attached to the well. I'm also supportive though of understanding that we have operators who are swapping, like acreage. And I think that's probably a good opportunity for us to have an exception. And when one company buys another, perhaps, is another example.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would note that in my notes, at least, I acknowledge that there's perhaps situations where there could be a beneficial transfer, and single well financial assurance could be a burden to that transfer. I think we have a variance process that would enable operators with these more exceptional situations to be able to come in front of us and plead their case and consider those on a case-by-case basis as well. So
further thoughts on this issue? All right, I think we've debated it at today's level, and we can continue with the next steps. Director Murphy, do you agree? Are you good?
Yes, sir, I think so. So to me, the next step is one that I alluded to earlier, and this is really about how we do our work, how we as commission, how we as commissioners, we as staff do the work of reviewing financial assurance plans. We may have had enough discussion of this in the prior elements. I think the pieces that I want to take a moment to flag are, does year one differ from kind of the steady state review, recognizing that we're talking about a fairly substantial change in how we conduct financial assurance, and does the commissioner want to look at all 400 operator plans or some subset in year one? Thereafter, is staff's proposed annual review of compliance with an operator's financial assurance plan the right look? And then are there certain conditions under which either the director or the commissioner or both should specifically dig into a particular operator's financial assurance plan? Again, my very abrupt notes in this reflect what I heard earlier. I'm comfortable letting this roll over into tomorrow once you all have a chance to sleep on what we talked about today for financial assurance plans. It may make more sense to then think about what this review process looks like. But if you want to kick out some more ideas around this, I'm happy to take notes and answer questions.
I think we can probably let it lie. I would note that where you've typed in year one might need to be all plans. If we end up with some form of tiered structure, and then I, at least as one commissioner, would suggest that some of those plans could be director review, in that we would look at both the top level bespoke and the bottom level bespoke. So I just throw that out there, and maybe that just needs to be slept on, and we can get back to it tomorrow. Excuse me. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, you know what? One thing I've been thinking about this, because I do think that there are certain tiers and certain operators and certain financial assurance structures that could very well be administratively approved. I kind of like them. I kind of like to see them, even if we're not going to be making a determination, or if it's not coming to us for an actual decision. I think a presentation of the initial financial plans, at least in year one, would help us be in a better position to compare and contrast various financial plans that do come to us for hearing, and that we will have to make determinations on. And so I don't know what that looks like. I don't, I'm not looking for just a show and tell to waste the commission's time, but I do think that there is some benefit to understanding in the near term how these financial plans are thought through, and then maybe even understand the director or the staff review component of that. Perhaps that's not something we do all together. Maybe that's something that we could each individually do, but I want to be considerate of staff's time as well in that regard. So those are just some musings, not quite making a suggestion there, but something to consider, and that I'll be sleeping on as I think about this going forward.
Another comment for you, Commissioner Gonzalez, on that front. There are a lot of entities within the states, local governments that allow the administrative process to take place, and it becomes final absent some form of call up by the commission or the local government. And so think about that as well. I don't know that we necessarily need to do that. I think I'm probably comfortable with the administrative approvals and just getting a sense of what they look like. But I just throw that out there that that is another tool that we could develop in this toolbox. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Director Murphy, are you saying that tomorrow we might have a more in-depth discussion of the subheading under certain conditions? So if we do decide that like these kinds get reviewed, then maybe it's kind of administrative unless and until certain things happen. Are you thinking we'll flesh that out more tomorrow?
I think that, yes, it will be easier to flesh out tomorrow when you have a better understanding of what the tiers look like. I think it's going to feel a little bit amorphous trying to figure out what conditions would be appropriate, especially if we're talking about if there are compliance conditions in the tiers, or some of where there's duplication between criteria for a tier and what certain conditions apply. I think we could get just talk in circles very quickly about it. And so I would recommend thinking about setting out what we want to look at out of our initial discussions for tiering. And then with that framework in mind, be able to think about what conditions or what circumstances would warrant pulling up a financial assurance for a commission specific hearing or for a director level review.
Okay.
Other commissioners with thoughts?
I forgot one from earlier.
Go ahead.
For a late edition. Okay, so I'm going to jump to the next topic, I think, which is the out of service wells process and plugging timeline. I would preface this with a couple of comments. I think especially between staff's second draft in October and third draft in December, there were a lot of changes that were predicated on staff thinking about what it would take to administer a program like this with a lot of transparency, recognizing we're a forms-driven agency, and that's how we process information and make it public. I certainly heard very quickly a lot of consternation about staff's proposals, and I think we saw a lot of that in the filings and in comments, and also a lot of concern expressed about this almost limitless amount of discretion for the director to set a public plugging timeline as being unacceptable from, I think, virtually every stakeholder's perspective. So I took that all in as like, I have a lot of work to do. And yet I think that the feedback that we've taken and heard from Mr. Sura, from Mr. Lepore, from other stakeholders on this issue is that these are also pretty accomplishable, and we probably just need to sit down and bang our heads together for a little while, staff, operators, but would love to hear your overarching sideboards on how we can do this and what are your priorities as well. But just wanted to offer up that I know that there's a lot of work on this. Well, not a lot of work. It's like very achievable work to me. It's really about administration.
So I would start by just sending my thanks to the work that your staff did, as well as the work from some of the operators to come up with this novel, one first of a kind in the nation approach to the incentive of plugging and abandoning. I think it's awesome. And I think I heard from, the PDC Noble group, from Mr. Coshier in particular, the 3 or 4 asks that they desired to see administratively brought into this so that it will result in, possibly thousands of wells getting plugged and abandoned over the course of the next decade or so. So again, I thought it was awesome. I am really proud that I'm part of something that is creating something that looks good. And so I would suggest that, yeah, I mean, if between now in the next red line, some of those points can be figured out, great, go for it. Thank you. I also wonder if there's a way to figure out the AIM monitoring versus the AVO monitoring, and would encourage some of the stakeholders getting together to see if some of that issue can be figured out. If I heard it correctly, I felt like I heard that the AIM is something that's happening yearly, but that the operators don't have to reveal that information as granularly to the air division as we would be asking for. And so if that's the case, maybe it's more of an administrative issue. But I don't know that I heard all of the issues on that, other than that they just didn't, they don't want to do it. So I'll stop there. Other commissioners with thoughts, direction? Commissioner McGowan?
For me, it might be helpful to understand what it is that the Air Pollution Control Division requires as part of their AIM program for an inactive well, so to speak, because I am guessing that if the report came back that there was a leak, that our sister agency is going to require some sort of correction for that leak based on the AIM program, in which case, I guess I'm trying to figure out what our role is at all, and maybe working with our sister agency when they get, so I guess what I'm saying is, it sounds to me like the Air Pollution Control Division might be on top of leak detection for inactive wells through their Reg 7, and we might not have to require an annual AVO or AIM or something else, especially if it's going to potentially cause conflict or confusion, or who's in charge of what with a sister agency. So if there's some way we could figure out what is actually required and what CDPHE does when it gets a report and says that there's a leak, like what sort of, how do they ensure compliance or whatever? This may be a problem that really isn't a problem that we need to fix, or Director Murphy, if our staff has some sort of concern that there's a reason that they stuck this in here, I guess if I can understand better why we don't think that what's happening over at a sister agency is adequate, that would be helpful to me to understand as well, by the time we try to figure this out. Another issue that I don't see in here that I know we talked about a little bit, that I actually don't feel like I'm supportive of, and maybe we addressed it earlier, which was, do we let folks consider taking a well off the out of service list and putting it back into production? I feel like the commitment to the out of service well is, the commitment is in exchange for not having to put up financial assurance, you're going to plug it. It's out of our system. And maybe I'm missing something that was really beneficial. And so if I am, I guess I need that described to me, like what's so much more beneficial than we're getting, I'm going to guess, a low producing inactive well out of the portfolio for the state.
Other thoughts, commissioners? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you, Chair. And I've got a couple thoughts. I'll address Commissioner McGowan's question about pulling a well off the out of service designation list. And I think, I have a hard time thinking about reasons why it would be a good idea to pull it off the out of service list. One of the considerations that I think was brought up later in our party testimonies, maybe my own, maybe my Magpie, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was even Evergreen. But they talked about the idea of, hey, could an operator take over what was previously an out of service well? Because, let's say for Oxy or Chevron or PDC, then maybe that well doesn't meet any economic thresholds, but for another operator with enhanced recovery opportunities or additional production designs that they want to apply to those wells, should they be able to do so? And that was just one consideration that I think we could think about in terms of answering that question. Commissioner McGowan. I don't know how persuasive that is to me or to others, but I'm thinking about that. And so I just kind of wanted to answer that piece. That's at least one circumstance that I think that consideration may be asked of us, or maybe something to consider. With regard to out of service wells and the process, I kind of have these bounced around, so I'm going to bounce around a little bit. In terms of transfers of out of service wells, I want to ensure that the buying operator isn't bound to the same timing and coordination as the prior operator. I think that if a buying operator with an existing plugging list and a prioritization for that plugging list takes on additional out of service wells through some merger or acquisition, that those wells should then be folded into their prioritization. Because there may be a timeline that says a well is going to be plugged in Larimer County and a well is going to be plugged in Adams County, days apart or at the same day, and you've got to reconcile those. And I think that's something that we should be considerate of, is that if an operator is adding these to an or maintaining these on a plugin list, which I think they should, that they have the opportunity to amend the timing in coordination with their own plugin list if they already have one. And if they don't have one, they should have an opportunity to create a plugin list based on the out of service wells that they're acquiring and then will subsequently be plugged. So that's kind of my 2 cents on transfers. I mentioned this early on when we talked about definitions, is that I think it's appropriate for a presumed addition to the plugin list that is then subject to director's approval in terms of it may come off that list. But in terms of for financial assurance planning, that an operator should be able to plan a well that they are going to be taking out of service, they should be able to plan for their financial assurance that that well will be out of service. And if the director or the staff or upon appeal to the commission decides, hey, you're not going to take that well, I'm sorry, we're not going to let that well be designated for out of service for whatever reason, then the financial assurance comes into effect at that point. But I think that presumption helps with the coordination and the efficient administration of a large scale plug-in operation, that the kind that we want to see in the state, or at least the kind that I envision wanting to see in this state. So that designation to me is important. Someone had suggested the director have 1 year to deny an out of service designation. I don't think that seems unreasonable. So I'll throw that out for discussion and consideration. Prioritizations. This is one that throughout all the drafts, I received a lot of feedback on, in terms of, an operator that has a plugging list that they're working through is coordinated in an efficient way to be able to do it timely, to be able to do it within the same areas, with minimal impacts bouncing around from place to place. And so I think there should be a lot of deference and prioritization given to the operator. That being said, I think we should highlight in our SBP that prioritization should be given to disproportionately impacted communities. And I think that's already part of our draft rules, and to locations that are within a certain proximity of schools or high occupancy building units, which I think is also already part of the draft rules. So I think those are important to maintain. And then leave room for the director to challenge the priority up to elevate it to a hearing before this commission for anything that is either tied to a disproportionately impacted community, a sensitive receptor like a high occupancy building unit or a school, or a threat to FSWE, to public health, safety, welfare of the environment, wildlife resources. I think that there was a lot of coordination or a lot of overlap between the timing suggested by the conservation group. I think it was the conservation groups. They were represented by Mr. Sura, so Matt Sura's proposal and similar timing that was proposed by, I think, the Front Range Operator Group, Oxy Noble and Chevron. And I think, as you alluded to, Director Murphy, that there may be some further discussions happening in these next couple of weeks, and I would encourage those to try and find some consensus on what that timing looks like. I think that timing should be pretty firm. I think it should be aggressive. And I think that there shouldn't be very many excuses for why timing isn't adhered to. Let's see. I have a note here on the other beneficial use language under 434 D10A. I think I'm generally in agreement with that language. I'd like to explore what some of those beneficial uses may be for taking over an out of service well. And if there's any other requirements for reclamation of the associated pad or well location or facilities that goes beyond just the plugging of that well. So I'll leave that up for kind of just some consideration. And then, yeah, and then the last one is I think there's going to be some further discussion between stakeholders on how best to work in language or to work in some mechanism for us to at least be noticed of or have access to review measurement findings under an AIM method to the AQCC versus the audiovisual olfactory approach. So I think that I'm going to hold off on comments until we see maybe some new proposals, hopefully from stakeholders when they come back to us in a couple of weeks. I think that's all I had. That's my list on out of service.
Mr. Mester?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, everything that I had on there was covered. I just did want to add the consideration of local governments, coordination with local governments in the prioritization, and notice or outreach communication with residents, adjacent residents in disproportionately impacted communities. There was a proposal that talked about that and what that may look like. And I'm not sure it's in the rules or in guidance or SBP, but some encouragement for engagement.
Chair, can I, Commissioner Messner, did I capture those in the right place? I think that working with local governments on priorities fits within that broader prioritization discussion, but I don't think I totally understand the notice engagement with residents piece. Is that kind of a standalone discussion, or does it fall within prioritization? And I'm probably
Not in a prioritization standpoint, no, it would be more in an overall understanding that in a disproportionately impacted community and communities in general, having even understanding that we're plugging in abandoning wells. There's still some, I believe, necessary communication that needs to happen to make sure that people understand what's happening and that there's not new wells going into their community and things of that nature. So.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. And this is to Director Murphy. I'm looking at this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullet point. I'm not quite sure if you're capturing what I was trying to say there or another commissioner in that regard, but my suggestion was that an operator should be, presumed bound by the deadlines, but have an opportunity to add it and coordinate it with their own existing plugin list, or to amend the timing and prioritization based on their own operations with a new plugin list. So kind of the inverse of what I read on your bullet point. I want to make sure that I was at least clear on my thoughts on that.
Anything more? Director Murphy, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm not muted. Great news. I am super excited to sleep on this tonight. But we're like so close to being done, and I'm super excited about the work. So don't take me losing the plot as anything other than we've done a lot of great work today.
You've done great work capturing it. I think
Thanks.
we're to our last slide, which was the miscellaneous other topics.
which could easily spill into more slides because I want to make sure we have the most robust conversation appropriate. If I can go ahead and jump in on this, there are a number of important topics. I think that the last one is probably the one where we need the least guidance, unless you guys have seen other typos or clarifications. But long story short, with the rules identified in that list and throughout the other rule series, we'll need to make conforming changes to reflect today's conversations. Again, starting from bottom, going from bottom to top, release of financial assurance. I haven't heard or talked a lot about concerns around 706 and the process for release. Happy to take input. Insurance, I think we have had a fair amount of conversation about what operators are carrying and how staff's numbers have changed. And staff started in one place on a number of topics and has kind of refined that approach based on feedback from operators and scale and scope. Going to surface owner protection bonds now, I think that there's an important place for this. I've been hesitant to do much with it because it's just a fairly narrow, the rules just has a very, very narrow application, and what it can do and what it can't do. But I'm curious to know what you all think, if we should improve it or change it in a substantive way. And then turning to Rule 703, I think the piece that was most important for me to touch on in Rule 703, and I've bulleted it here, is remediation projects. We heard a lot of discussion about the relationship between a plugging bond, a planning for single well financial assurance, and the scope of what it entails. And for me, and in all of staff's draft, the purpose of single well financial assurance is to cover the cost of plugging and reclamation. Remediation, as I've said before, to me is a very different issue. It's site specific, and therefore staff has proposed in 703, and I think maybe there are complementary provisions in the 900 series, that if an operator's financial assurance is insufficient based on spills and releases, staff can request additional financial assurance. And I think that that's the appropriate mechanism, because to do otherwise would be to plan for an event that you don't know is going to happen, nor you know the scale of. In talking about how to deal with the scope and scale of costs associated with remediation, industry pointed out that it's really hard to buy an insurance policy for something that has already happened. And so I think that that's a good point. And that's why when it comes to remediation, I'm much more focused on looking at whether we need additional financial assurance. And a lot of that's going to come down to, the size and scale of the remediation project. So I wanted to provide that because I think that we had a lot of dialogue about it, and I just want everyone to know that this is how staff has approached it and why. And I didn't do a good job of telling that story in my initial presentation. So with that, Chair, I will happily cede the floor to somebody else.
Does a commissioner desire to weigh in on any of these topics? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yep. So I'm going to skip over the remediation projects, but I will make one note that triggered for me to think about, or was in my notes I didn't mention, was in regards to whether it's consideration for financial assurance release or consideration for removal from the out of service plugging list is perhaps a consideration for that trigger to be at the commencement of reclamation. I think that seemed appropriate given the need for, the requirements under 1004 to play out in terms of revegetation. I think that there's plenty of opportunity for that to move from a plugging regime and requirement over to an enforcement requirement once that reclamation has started and that Form 27 has been essentially, started in earnest with the commission staff had, that initial Form 27 approved. I think would be a good trigger. So that's something that I'm considering. I may be mixing some things up there, but that's one of the things that I'm considering in terms of timing there. And I meant to say that. In terms of your list, one of the overlaps I had is with surface owner bonds. I would like to see us address surface owner bonds and take a look at updating that provision. I think that is a very specific kind of financial assurance that's provided in a situation where you're essentially impeding on someone else's complementary or competing rights, depending on how you look at that. But basically, it's a place where a mineral owner is going to leverage their rights to access over and above an objection from the surface owner. And I think that the protections for the surface owner need to be strengthened in that provision. So I'm a proponent of revisiting that in discussions. Let's see. Insurance, I think we'll get to. I want to learn about really what's covered under the environmental insurance. We had, we heard from a lot of folks over on the Western Slope, and specific to a couple topics we've heard from in other rulemakings and public comments with regard to offset impacts. And, that's a really broad term when we think about that. And I'm not trying to give an opportunity for folks just to say, hey, this broke in my house, it must be because of the completion operations going on next door, right? There's got to be some tie to causation, which is why I think it could potentially fall within the insurance world, because they have the ability to really dig in and to quantify causation way better than we would as a commission in those types of determinations on what the impacts were, and did they or did they not come from an oil and gas operation, and then should they be covered financially in some way, shape, or form. So that's something that I'm considering. I don't have specific language on that, but it was a concern that we heard from, of course, the Terra Ditch company, Mr. Rubin, but as well as Citizens for a Healthy Community. So I think this is something that, as we address insurance, I'd like to at least know if something like that is contemplated under a general liability, environmental, or just an umbrella policy that it seems like most operators are carrying. So that's more of a question for staff and stakeholders. And I think we could probably get to the bottom of that in our deliberations once we have that question answered. And then release of financial assurance is I think a huge component to all this, right? We've talked a lot about all the money we're going to take in and what we're going to do with it. But at some point, an operator is going to do its job. They're going to clean up their mess, and they should get that money back. I would like a better understanding of how staff does it now. If staff believes this is wholly adequate and appropriate, or what improvements could be made to how a release of financial assurance is considered, what triggers it, and what perhaps timing elements we should impose on this to ensure that someone who's due their funds gets them back in a timely manner.
Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I don't disagree with all of the points that Commissioner Gonzalez raised. In particular, on the insurance, I believe it was Mr. Gilstrap in the COGA testimony that noted specifically sudden and accidental pollution insurance, and that's the more appropriate terminology, I believe is what he said, and that $5 million is not outside a typical general liability or umbrella policy. That's what I gathered. I just want to, so I'm saying that to tag on to what Commissioner Gonzalez said. I want to get a better understanding of what all that entails and whether those are provisions that are already captured in a general liability or an umbrella policy, and to what extent, what is that amount that's already in a general liability or umbrella policy. But that was what I gathered in that presentation, and I thought that was influential to me to just try to better understand what that sudden and accidental pollution insurance is. I think, yeah, I think that's it. I don't have anything more to add than what Commissioner Gonzalez added.
Anything else? Commissioner Gonzalez?
I'm tired of hearing my name too, Chair. But I think I want to add one more thing to consider to this list is the investability of a trust or a sinking fund. I think that's an important component. If we're thinking about holding on to these funds for a long time, there should be some low risk investment opportunities for an operator or someone who's contributing to that trust to be able to take advantage of.
Sorry, that like kind of blew my mind, Commissioner. Is that tying back to the actual financial assurance that's being provided to the state? Okay.
Yes. So when the financial assurance is provided, whether that's single well financial assurance or anything other than a bond, right? Anything that's provided to the commission through a ramp up or a build up or a sinking fund or a trust fund, that those funds themselves are able to be invested.
Sorry for making everybody dizzy as I look for what I'm looking for.
I think that's part of OWN's plug and play proposal, Director Murphy.
Is it okay if I capture it here? Because it kind of
Yeah.
relates to the types of financial assurance.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that, yeah, and those would be cash bonds, right? They're bonds that are held in cash by the operator, so, or funds that are held in cash by the operator or in trust by the commission or some other third party.
Cash bonds would be held by the commission.
Okay.
Or like by the state at
Well, then I would expand that to the consideration of a third party trust.
Yep.
Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Murphy, I just wanted to go back to that insurance slide. I think I just wanted to make sure that what I was noting was captured. The second bullet under insurance. So I believe the term was sudden and accidental pollution. And as I understand it, towards the third bullet there, that it's actually a component of general liability or umbrella. So I just want to make sure that that was understood, and that it in itself, the sudden and accidental pollution, as I understand it, is 5 million. And so the general or umbrella may be greater than that. But that was, again, how I understood it. And I would look to COGA and others to clarify in their closing if that's not correct.
May I ask that those 3 questions get sent to other stakeholders? Thanks. And hopefully they can translate my borderline incomprehensible notes because they were listening attentively, but Chair, can I ask for one other question? I hear an interest in updating the surface owner protection bond piece. Do we want to put any more meat on that today, or do we all just want to think about what update means?
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I don't know that the numbers in there are stout enough, if they are protective enough. So I am specifically considering an increase of those amounts. I don't recall what that exact rule was, so I can't, oh, here's 704. And so, yeah, I think that these are extremely outdated, and just given what we're asking for protection on the state's behalf, And the state is a pretty, strong entity. When you think about it, with lots of power, a single surface owner doesn't wield as much. And so I would consider that we think about what protections a surface owner should be under in that regard. And so this is just something that in my experience, right, in my career, I've never seen someone, an operator, bond on. So this doesn't happen very often. But in the event that it does, and I'm also considerate of the fact that, with our well location rules and mission change, that we've eliminated a lot of spots where an operator may be able to access their minerals, and a beneficial spot maybe on a surface owner that does not wish to have them on their surface, in which case they may choose a bonding on a route. If that is the case, and if that does become something that we see as a commission, I think it's important that those amounts reflect really the actual impact that's being contemplated by that operation.
Thanks. And Commissioner Gonzalez, I recall some conversation from stakeholders about whether having a blanket would be appropriate or whether it should be kind of a financial assurance requirement for each individual bonding on exercise. So I would offer that up as well.
Yeah, I think that it allows, for a statewide blanket bond, and I'm not quite sure if the current rule contemplates an existing bond that this just falls under. And so I think for certain operators and certain tiers that perhaps the surface owner protection bond could be tied to that in terms of the risk of the operator themselves, right? So if you have a tier 1 operator, perhaps their service owner bond is less. If you have an operator in tier 3 or 4, perhaps that service owner protection bond is a single well financial assurance amount. So these are kind of some things that I would like to hear from stakeholders on. Just given the infrequency with which this happens, and given the what I perceive as the need for a protection of the surface owner in these times when it does happen, I would look forward to stakeholders bringing back some very workable and adequate protections under these surface protection bonds. And I'll do my homework in between now and then to see what I can drum up in conversations with stakeholders as well.
Commissioner Gonzalez, I don't recall the testimony around this point, but I anticipate 704 hasn't been updated since the advent of sort of the drilling that we have going on right now, and it still speaks to per well. I wonder if moving toward a per location concept might make some more sense as well, if we're going to dig into this area.
Well, I don't know about that, maybe, but I'll say that on a per well basis, if an operator puts a big pad, the more wells there are, obviously the higher the bond is for that operator, and may translate to a bigger pad. I'm not quite sure the right way to look at that, but that is certainly a consideration. I think it could still contemplate today's current operations, but just in general, if you think about $5,000 a well in financial assurance to a surface owner, compared to what we're asking for just general wells otherwise that the state is backing up through the orphan well program or otherwise, I just see a benefit there. So that's it. I'm not on a crusade for this by any means, but I definitely, something that stood out to me. It didn't get a lot of fanfare or attention in our questions of folks who brought it to us, but it has kind of stuck with me ever since. It's appropriate that we talk about it.
Fair enough. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is rather miscellaneous. And so I couldn't remember if this is the last slide or if you have a miscellaneous slide, Director Murphy.
This is the miscellaneous slide.
This is the miscellaneous slide. Okay. So I think the International Association of Surety People gave some feedback about some of the language and definitions that we had in our draft and why they might or might not work from a surety bond perspective. And this is way outside my sandbox, but I'm just wondering if we've had some conversations with them and do we need to make some changes, and that's my comment.
Director Murphy?
Thank you for that question. And I might need to ping in AEG Stafford to remind me as to whether we integrated some of those comments or not. I kind of thought we did, but when I'm looking at my red lines, I don't see red lines that would reflect it. And so AG Stafford, do you want to remind me where we are on that issue? And
Sure. Thank you,
we
Director
forgot.
Murphy. We received feedback from the surety and bond groups, I believe, over the summer, and made attempts to integrate their suggestions to the extent that we felt appropriate. These comments were, or I should say, the additions were also run through our bankruptcy counsel at the Attorney General's office to ensure that the state would be protected in the way that we were sort of interpreting and then wording the ultimate definitions that you now see in front of you. But I do understand that they have raised some additional issues in following, or I guess their additional letters, I should say. So we can certainly take those back and have further discussions if the commissioners are feeling that's necessary. But the way that these have been worded have been, I guess, vetted, if you will.
Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think, we've had enough sort of around the edges conversations about the amnesty potential program, but we didn't really address it head on. And so I just wanted to make sure that we capture that, or I don't know if we need to have any conversation about it now.
Commissioner, I'm not quite sure where to put it, but I think it often came up in the context of tiers and, having, if the imposition of single well financial assurance led to challenging catastrophic outcomes for an operator. So I would suggest putting it into the conversation around the financial assurance plans and determining when single well financial assurance is appropriate. And I'm happy to take more notes about comments or conversations. I think that the conversation I heard ranged from amnesty for a subset of an operator's wells to amnesty only if the operator turned over all of their wells, and amnesty could include or not foregoing claiming financial assurance or taking all of their financial assurance. So I think it's run the gamut. And I can write all those things down if that'd be helpful. Or I can just stop talking and let you guys take over.
I'll just say, I think I was one of the ones who initially proposed kind of a partial arrangement. I've kind of come around to thinking that it should be all or nothing, and that we should be able to, I think, collect on the bonds in that instance. I will say, I guess maybe first a question for Commissioner Messner and his envisioned tier 1 or tier 5, if you go by Commissioner Gonzalez's numbering of the hardship. Would this be part of the plan in your view, or have you thought about this at all in relation to that, or would it be just a totally separate concept?
So in my mind, it would be a separate concept. So I don't contemplate it as part of a financial assurance plan. I mean, it's kind of a one-time opportunity. And I'm not opposed to an amnesty plan. I think that ties again hand in hand with a robust orphan well program. And for me, it's all or nothing. And yes, we're certainly collecting the existing financial assurance on that, but not opposed to it. So not contemplated in the plan zone.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was thinking that this would be part of the Orphan Well Fund discussion for me, similar to Commissioner Messner. And I was thinking of it similar to Commissioner Messner as a one-time event, anticipating that whatever we're setting up here might not work for some of the operators that we have. I I guess I was thinking one step further. I was thinking about the details, which was, I'm wondering if some operators are hesitant to contemplate, would be hesitant to contemplate the amnesty program because we would pull the bond that they hold, and then they are responsible for paying that bond back to the surety company. And that might almost seem as onerous as trying to come up with resources to P&A the wells in and of themselves. And so I guess I was thinking, and I think I asked AAG Davenport about this, and I'm trying to think of what the response was. I was thinking about it in a way where it would be a one-time amnesty. We would not pull the bond. The Orphan Well Fund would take care of the P&A so that the operator doesn't have to contemplate going through bankruptcy or paying back a bond that they can't afford. But they're done operating in the oil and gas industry anymore in Colorado would be like the trade-off for me. And that might seem too draconian, but that's kind of the way I was thinking of it. And it's a one-time limited offer. I'm less open to, you can turn in some of your wells, because I don't think that that's equitable to the operators who have been taking care of their portfolios. And it doesn't feel like it's a level playing ground if we allow some folks to turn in some of their wells that are, at end of life and they haven't taken care of them.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I'm lukewarm on this amnesty idea altogether, but I definitely think that the amnesty should be an application and not just a declaration. I think that we should approve amnesty with whatever considerations go along with that. But I don't think that it should just be an operator saying, yeah, sounds good, I'm done. See you later, Colorado.
All right, are we at that point where we can say we're through the slides?
Chair, I believe so. And as commissioners think through, if they have any last pieces to add, obviously if we can add more tomorrow. Once we adjourn today, I'd like to scroll through the slides one more time and maybe catch spelling errors or something like that. And then circulate to everybody a PDF of these slides, commissioners, public, etc. And then I would bring the live version back tomorrow for the blue ink, if you will. Just wanted to kind of lay out what I'm thinking on that point.
And then commissioners would be reviewing slides this evening and coalescing thoughts around the various angles and approaches and talks that we've had amongst ourselves. Come back tomorrow for the blue ink process. Any final thoughts on that from commissioners?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, Chair Robbins, that we're going to be looking at giving some direction in certain concepts, but that we may not be fully coalesced around every concept, and that's what our kind of timeout is, and our revisit back to the stakeholders is. And so just kind of want to set that expectation there for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think from my position as one of us, even if I were to say, hey, I kind of like going in this direction tomorrow, that doesn't mean that that's where I'm going to end up at the end of the day. It's to assist in exploring different things. As we've noted throughout today, there is a whole lot of interrelated concepts here, and the final sort of approach for each of us is going to be, as we look at this holistically, as what we're creating for financial assurances in the state of Colorado. So yeah, these are kind of my thoughts. All right, anything else for the good of the cause today? All right, seeing none. Thank you, everyone, for listening in. We've got 71 individuals that are listening in. We do appreciate that. We are going to circulate this document to Director Murphy to our parties, I would assume. And maybe this will make its way to the website for anybody else that wants to take a look at it. And then we are going to close business for today and return tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for a second day of deliberations. Okay. With that, looking for a motion to adjourn this hearing until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and that would be February 1st.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good evening.